let the doors be open.
Order. It being 11:02 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés. Considération.
Private members' bills. Bill C-306, Canadian Products Promotion Act. Ms. Gay. Ms. Gay, seconded by Mr. Vincent, moves that Bill C-306, Canadian Products Promotion Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Budget Provisions. Debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been working on this bill for quite some time. In my opinion, it's especially important today, given the global economic slowdown. Barely a month ago, there was a $36 billion deficit forecast, and just last week we learned that we were now up to $50 billion. That's $16 billion more in Ottawa. Now, Mr. Speaker, this puts workers in a very difficult situation. It's difficult for all the population, and that also indicates that the economic recovery will not be taking place overnight. It'll be further down the track. So in the meantime, we need measures, we need stimulus to help Canadians and Quebecers to weather this economic storm. Now, this is an act respecting the use of government contracts to promote economic development. And it is in line with this kind of development, and that is that it would encourage purchases in Canada. Some people think that this is like akin to the Buy America Act. Well, yes, it is a protectionist bill in a sense, but let's be clear here. It has nothing to do with the American legislation, and let me explain why. And I would like all my colleagues to be aware of this and to be able to debate this at committee, because it's a complicated issue, and we need to be able to discuss this in committee in order to properly flesh out this bill. This bill will enable Canada to buy up to $600 million annually of products produced in Canada. This could create up to 21,000 jobs. Don't we need more jobs right now, given the soaring jobless rate, which is quite exceptional and due to the economic crisis and the government's deficits? Don't you think it's important that we have this 21,000 additional jobs so that people can get back to work, Mr. Speaker? When this bill was drafted, we paid particular attention. Of course, you know, we're for free trade. We are for international trade agreements. We are for the World Trade Organization. But this bill will not affect NAFTA, WTO, or any international agreements. It targets small amounts, small procurement amounts. We're talking about 9% of the government's total spending in goods and services. So, Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand how anyone could be against this kind of bill. What it will do is stoke the fire over the upcoming years. It'll help many small and medium-sized businesses to operate and weather this economic storm. And I think that this bill should be enacted. This bill is very technical. So I'd like to talk to you about Chapter 10 of NAFTA, about public contracts, government contracts. Provision 10 sets out that the government needs to deal with American and Mexican services and goods in the same way as Canadian goods and services when it makes procurement. So Canadian suppliers must be treated in the same fashion. This is the international treatment rule in the jargon of international trade. Section 7 deals with this contractual obligation under NAFTA. NAFTA comprises a number of provisions authorizing the government to buy Canadian in some circumstances. These exceptions are far from negligible, and they amount to the majority of, in fact, government contracts and procurement. So, in all cases, this bill would obligate the Canadian government to favour Canadian products and to make it a preference to buy Canadian, aside from where government, our international obligations prevent this. Now, $25,000 US or $50,000 US would be a benchmark which was established in constant dollars on the 20th of January 1994. In Canadian dollars today, this is the total contracts under $80,000. So the NAFTA amount is 4 times higher. All purchases with respect to construction sites under an amount of $5 million US. In Canadian dollars today, this is all contracts under $8 million for construction sites. For Crown corporations, the limit is 60%. That is $12.8 million. This includes all Department of Transport construction contracts, roads, airports, railways, all construction sites for national security carried out by the Department of Defence, the RCMP, or the Coast Guard, construction, maintenance and the repairing of ships, subway and commuter trains, detection devices, most farming and agricultural products, even the procurement from the Canadian Parliament's cafeteria. Many services and goods would be included in this bill. There are about 40 services included in this bill, and it's important for parliamentarians to understand why we support this bill. All financial services, public services, healthcare services and social services, all research and development services. And God knows, Mr. Speaker, this government has made major cutbacks in the area of R&D. We need to go back to square one. We need to reinvest in R&D. Most telecommunication services will be covered, as will passenger and freight transportation services. Also, government services in the area of fisheries and agriculture, texts, inspection, veterinary services, management of resources, the management of government facilities, mailing and postal services, transcription, translation services. Mr. Speaker, it's my belief that given the current economic situation, this bill cannot be compared to the Buy America Act. It respects our international obligations, and everything under $25,000 would not require a tender process, and the government would be required to favour a Buy Canadian policy. Things need to be fair, of course, for all provinces. We want there to be a prorated provision so that all procurement isn't made solely in Ontario or in Alberta. There needs to be a level playing field between the provinces, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very straightforward, Mr. Speaker. I think that it is worthwhile, it would be worthwhile to have a discussion on this at committee. Perhaps we could entertain amendments. We're open to this, but we should not close the door to this opportunity of an additional 21,000 jobs. We're talking about a small, very tiny amount, $600 million share of the government's budget, but this will enable a number of businesses to weather this economic storm. There are so many shutdowns, there are so many layoffs in my region. Bombardier laid off 1,000 people. They called people back, but this is temporary. Bell Helicopter, 600 layoffs, also some temporary recalls. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it's terrible at a personal level for these people who are laid off for a period and then go back to work. They have no job security. We need to encourage procurement at home. We have the technology we need here. Why go and make these purchases abroad when we can do so here? We've established a benchmark, 7.5%. If the government wishes to buy a Canadian-made product, it must not exceed by more than 7.5% the price of a non-Canadian similar product. So that's the state of affairs. And this will encourage procurement at home. And these are small amounts when you consider $600 million. We're talking about procurements that the government makes at any rate. And this should be, these procurements should be made by this government in Canada. There are also a lot of services for the House of Commons. It's very expensive to run this parliament. So why not encourage companies and businesses that are able to provide Canadian products to do so? There's Cascade in my riding that provides a paper for the government. It's special paper in many cases. There is a tender process, but the fact remains that we are encouraging a business which is in Canada. Why turn to Australia? Why turn to another country when our own economic plight is difficult? And this is a message we're sending to the Americans. We love America and Americans, but we're trying to tell them that we also want to buy our own products. We also want to promote our products and favour our products while meeting our international and bilateral obligations. So this is how the bill came about. We're going to adhere to our international obligations. We, of course, respect the U.S. administration, but we're sending them a clear message, and that is that in the economic situation which we currently find ourselves in, to some extent, to a respectable extent, in fact, much more respectable than what is happening currently in the United States with the Buy America Act, we in Canada and Quebec are going to create jobs, help our workers to keep their jobs, and help small and medium-sized businesses to keep their doors open. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd sincerely hope that all members of this bill take the time to learn about this legislation, or all members of this House, rather, take the time to learn about this legislation. It is quite technical, but I think that I've given a fairly good overview of the contents and substance of this bill, and I really do hope that the bill can be considered in committee and that we entertain the testimony of witnesses. And I've met with many business leaders that agree with this legislation. They see that it is at least an important step to stimulate and kickstart the economy. And this economy really needs it. This is a direction the government must take if it's going to be forward-thinking. It's important to be prosperous, of course, in Canada and in Quebec, so that we can help to new startups, for example, open their doors. It's important to have witnesses, unions, including unions, and the stakeholders that are affected by these matters. Also businesses that are for this legislation, which believe that this is a step in the right direction. It's important for these businesses because many of our Canadian and Quebec companies do export goods. They need NAFTA and the WTO to continue to do so. We need to meet our obligations under these agreements while at the same time giving ourselves an opportunity to encourage procurement in Canada and in Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et...
Questions and comments.
Member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member says that this bill will only affect $600 million worth of trade, a small amount, she says. But what about the message that it sends to the rest of the world? What about our reputational risk as a protectionist nation if we were to allow this bill to go through? Is it worth it for such a small amount? There is no provision to exempt new and emerging trade agreements. In order to emerge from this recession, Mr. Speaker, we need to continue trading with as few barriers as possible. The Great Depression taught us that the downward spiral of protectionism will only make the situation worse. Surely the member opposite cares about Canada's reputation and credibility. So I would ask her, if she is interested in our reputation, why is she putting forward a bill that is undermining current and emerging trade agreements?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, that just doesn't make sense. Listen, we're tabling legislation under which we wish to adhere to our international and bilateral obligations. Under these agreements, there is no protection for workers. There's no protective mechanisms for the environment. We can't be taught any lessons by the Conservatives. We're talking about this small amount of money, but it is a step ahead and not a step backwards. What is the image that we're going to send out to the rest of the world? Well, that is that we are looking after our people here, our business. We're looking after our workers and our industry while meeting all the obligations under international agreements. The Conservatives have nothing to teach us in this area. They should go back and do their own homework about over the agreements with which they wish to enter with other countries. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In discussing Bill 306, an act respecting the use of government contracts to promote economic development, Canadian Products Promotion Act, we have to remember that we're in the middle of a worldwide recession and that as Canadians we are in the process of in fact arguing strenuously against any of the American efforts at protectionism. And they are very, very real, as many manufacturers in this country have already discovered. Protectionism, particularly at a time of such economic crisis, is simply not the direction we want to be seen to go. With regard to specifics in the Act, there's no empirical evidence or sound economic reasoning behind what the bill is trying to achieve. The 7.5% price differential this Act wants to apply was pulled out of a hat. There's no logical way of measuring the Canadianness, and an attempt at measuring this for the 50 to 75% requirement simply doesn't measure up. The agreement certainly doesn't provide any indications. The Act tries to suggest that NAFTA will still be complied with. We have serious doubts that that's even possible and certainly goes against the spirit of it, and therefore, among many other reasons, we do not support Bill 306.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I think we look at one side of the House or the other, pretty much the same thing. I think we have to stop being afraid. We have to act. We have to take our courage in our hands and act. We have to stand up to defend our people, and we also want to invest at home. We export everywhere. We're one of the most. We're one of the countries who exports the most. We want to be able to protect our own people and our businesses because, you know, there are businesses involved. $100 million is not that much. and there are standards that comply with international agreements. Now, these things will be respected. It's in the bill. Questions and comments? Very brief question. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the honourable member for her bill. Now, I believe that this bill would have less impact than the Buy American idea on the part of Barack Obama. Now, how do you explain that both Conservatives and Liberals seem to object to this bill, while the agreements we have, our free trade agreements with the Americans, cover, well, there's softwood lumber, there's the impact on steel, and this bill is a rather timid measure to help save some jobs, and people seem to be opposed to it. How does my colleague explain this? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I was on the executive of the Canada-US Association for some time, and it was during the time of the softwood lumber crisis. The Americans didn't do us any favors if we don't act on our own behalf. Now, this measure is a very moderate one. It's not dangerous, and I think it's high time that we bring in this sort of bill.
To the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the government to argue against Bill C-306, which the honourable member from the bloc introduced last February. Mr. Speaker, the year is 2009, not 1929. Exactly. We live in a time when Canada no longer needs to prop up its industries with protectionist laws. We live in a time of liberalized trade and increasingly open world markets. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that Canada is a trading nation and always has been. Trade is a huge part of who we are. It is a part of our past, it is a part of our future competitiveness, and it's a key part of our fight against the current recession. In fact, in a recent report by World Economic Forum, Canada ranked 5th among 118 countries in enabling trade. That report measures the degree to which a country facilitates international trade and investment and bears witness to its successful economic development. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada is dependent on international trade, and we export half of all of our manufactured goods. Clearly, our success as a nation is built on increasing trade with other countries, not putting up barriers to trade. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill would do exactly that. It would put up trade barriers by making it the law that federal departments and agencies buy only Canadian-produced goods. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, but buy them at prices of up to 7.5% higher than the competing products of other countries. Mr. Speaker, this is a deeply flawed economics and a very short-sighted response to the recession. But you don't have to take my word for it. Both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have said publicly that protectionism is not the way to fight a recession. Their position and that of the government has been stated clearly. Protectionism would mean recession or worse for a very long time. And just a few months ago in Washington, the Prime Minister spoke out strongly against protectionism in the United States, saying, and I quote, "If there is one thing that could turn a recession into a depression, it is protectionist measures across the world." Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the economic slowdown isn't just a Canadian problem, it's an international one. And all countries need to focus on stimulating the global economy because we're in a global economy, not just our national economies. And one of the ways we're doing this is by keeping protectionism at bay. This is the point that Bill C-306 completely fails to grasp. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine what would happen if Bill C-306 did become law? First of all, Canada would be made an international laughingstock. After all, at the November summit of the G20 countries, we and all other countries agreed to avoid a return to protectionism. That the honourable member opposite would table such a bill shows you how out of touch she and her party are. At a time when the world needs less protectionism, the honourable member produces a bill that would force government departments and agencies, crown corporations, and even foundations to buy Canadian products at inflated prices and invite retaliation. That is woolly economics, Mr. Speaker, and from the point of view of our trading partners, it would be a subsidy. And our trading partners would have a field day with it the next time we find ourselves in front of an international trade tribunal, which will be soon if this bill passes. Mr. Speaker, what kind of retrograde thinking is this when the countries of the world are acting together to fight the worst economic crisis in a generation? If you want to protect jobs today and position the economy for growth in the future, you don't do it by hiding behind artificial barriers to trade. That is totally wrong-headed. For one thing, you're not helping your industries become more competitive, you're coddling them. For another thing, adding a price preference for Canadian products essentially adds 7.5% to the operating costs of government at all levels. I can't believe that a member of this House thinks that's going to make our economy more competitive. At a time when Canadians are sacrificing and when governments have put their costs under the microscope, to suggest that we pay a premium for bad economics is the height of absurdity. Mr. Speaker, our government is not looking backward like this. We are looking forward and outward. We are against protectionist policies, and we are determined to respect and uphold our trade commitments with our partners. Hear, hear. That's why our Prime Minister was in Europe earlier this month, opening doors on trade talks with the European Union, potentially worth $12 billion in new Canadian exports. Mr. Speaker, the government has a perfectly good plan to fight the recession. It's the Economic Action Plan. This multi-year plan outlines the steps we will be taking to stimulate the economy, to protect Canadians during a global recession, and to invest in our long-term economic growth. As a result of these actions, Canada will emerge from this recession with better infrastructure, a more skilled labour force, lower taxes, and a more competitive economy. To finance this plan, the government is making a deliberate choice to run a temporary deficit to help stimulate our economy. There will be no long-running or permanent deficits because the approach we're taking emphasizes capital expenditures rather than increasing the operating costs of government. This allows us to meet short-term needs while serving long-term goals. It helps sustain and create jobs during the global recession, and it allows us to build the infrastructure our country needs for long-term growth. As the economy recovers, we fully expect to emerge from deficit and return to surplus within 5 years. And we will use future surpluses to pay off the debt incurred during this recession. Mr. Speaker, this plan will get money into the hands of individuals, families, and communities in all provinces and regions of this country. The measures we are taking are necessary, affordable, and short-term. I want to emphasize that point. It is temporary. It will not permanently increase the cost of government. We will continue to avoid a long-term structural deficit that we cannot afford. The amount that we borrow this year will remain affordable and reasonable by international standards. Let me also assure the honourable members that the Economic Action Plan contains measures, many measures, to support industries in difficulty, including the forestry, manufacturing, tourism, agriculture, fisheries, and the automotive industry. At the same time, we need to focus on keeping our markets open and continuing free trade with our American partners. When 80% of our manufactured goods are dependent on the U.S. market, we can't afford to start putting up barriers to trade. Nobody can. No. So let's not start with this bill, Mr. Speaker. We need to keep the Canadian market open, and we expect our trading partners to do the same. Mr. Speaker, do the honourable members of this House honestly think that the best way to fight the recession is by increasing the cost of government and putting up new trade barriers at this time? Do they think that's the best way to protect jobs and prepare Canadians for the future? I doubt the majority in this House would agree that this is the best way forward, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask you to vote to defeat this bill that would undo everything Canada and the world is fighting for: more jobs and strong, competitive economies for the future. Thank you.
Well said.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do not support Bill 306. Frankly, the bill seems aimed less at being passed than as a medium for certain partisan discussions, and its purpose seems to be to implement Buy Canada legislation in response to the Buy America provisions in the recently enacted U.S. budget. And it is for those very reasons that we object to it. We are in the middle of a worldwide recession. Protectionism is widely regarded as the worst possible thing that countries can engage in a worldwide recession. We are in the throes of objecting strenuously to the American Buy America provisions. As an aside, we on this side of the House are very upset with the fact that this current Conservative government has not done nearly enough in anticipating these Buy America provisions and working in Washington before they were in fact enacted to make sure that they weren't, and we are seeing many manufacturers in Canada already suffering as a result. So, concerned that the current Conservative government has not done nearly enough to deal with these protectionist measures, but our position is very strongly that they do not belong, and they certainly do not belong in a time of worldwide recession. So in that sense, for a Canadian bill to suggest a similar approach is completely opposite to what makes sense from an economic perspective. We have some significant concerns with the way the bill has been drafted. There is no empirical evidence or sound economic reasoning behind what the bill is supposedly trying to achieve. The 7.5% price differential this Act wants to apply seems to have been completely pulled out of a hat. There's no logical way of measuring the Canadianness, and an attempt at measuring this for the 50% and 75% requirements in the bill is comical at best. The agreement certainly doesn't provide any indications of anything otherwise. The Act purports or attempts to say that the provisions of NAFTA would still apply, but they, in our view, certainly this contravenes NAFTA, and it certainly contravenes the spirit of our free trade agreements with the United States, Mexico, and others. The Act is poorly and vaguely drafted to allow for interpretation that may be inappropriate in our opinion. Ultimately, if protectionist measures are imposed, our significant concern is that this will harm Canada's economy, not improve it. We have been on record as saying that free trade is important for economic competitiveness, economic sustainability, and indeed, ultimately, economic prosperity. And we object strenuously to the American attempts at protectionism. We have done so publicly. For Canada to be seen to be attempting to do so is completely flies in the face with our public position. Not only would it be damaging to our economy, but it would be extremely damaging also to our international reputation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I neglected at the beginning to ask to split my time with my colleague from York South-Weston. If it is all right with the Speaker having neglected to do so, may I do so at this point and ask my colleague to step in?
As a member may know, because we are in a private member's business, she would need the unanimous consent of the House to share her time. Did you say the colleague York South-Weston? Okay. Is it the pleasure of the House to allow the member for Willowdale to share her time with the member for York South-Weston? Yes. Agreed? No problem. Agreed.
I thank all of my honourable colleagues in the House.
I believe you just did. I recognize the honourable member for York South-Weston.
Thank you. Thank you. Let the record show that that wasn't totally unanimous. There was some latent undercurrent there, but thank you to the members of the House for allowing me to say a few words on the subject. How much time would I have, Mr. Speaker? Just 5 minutes? Thank you. Speaker, I think that the Bloc is well motivated, in my opinion, with respect to the desire to remind Canadians that within the whole global economic picture, there still is an element, albeit in a permissive way, for there to be a concept of buying local, buying for example, buying agricultural products that are produced by our farmers, that best agricultural products in the world. We are reminded of our forestry industry. We have the best fiber. in the world, and yet we have an industry that is in a serious decline and affecting towns, communities right across the country. And so I do appreciate, and I'm sure the House appreciates, the spirit, the motivation with respect to why the Bloc has brought this motion forward. But within the context of globalization, the movement of capital, the serious competitiveness of the movement of capital, and God knows, Mr. Speaker, that we need to have capital invested in the commercialization of technology. We're trying to transform our economy. At the time when we need to identify these global trends and not only stay within the spirit of the WTO and globalization, but the law itself, this is not the time for us to disaggregate our capacity with respect to competitiveness. And I would suggest, if I may, Mr. Speaker, that while the Bloc may not intend this, that we could in fact see a disaggregation with respect to our national strategy to compete in a global sense at the very time when we think that we're doing the right thing for our regions and our provinces. We in fact would be doing the very opposite. So, Mr. Speaker, while I do understand the motivation, I would think that the Bloc should reconsider this particular issue. Very recently, and I know for different reasons, we have been looking at drawing closer relationships, for example, with the CARICOM countries of the West Indies. We have been looking at more of a hemispheric approach with respect to our ties with Colombia. Peru is coming on. And I know there's a serious debate in terms of why we should embark upon that particular strategy. But the reason I mention that is that those particular initiatives are in keeping with globalization and to where there is a balance of payments and a capital deficiency with respect to investment, to open doors that in fact would redress that and to bring Canadian products into a competitive mode and in fact to balance that out against our interests. Mr. Speaker, this bill, while it may not intend to undermine or to be contrary to what our global strategy should be, in fact does that. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, from my particular perspective, it invites a retaliation, because if it isn't seen and deemed to be in the interest of our national policies, in fact, if it's deemed to be protectionist, then the perception of that will drive those who we're attempting to reach out to be in trade relationships, and the extension of that to drawing capital and investment here, we in fact will be going the very opposite way. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I believe the Bloc is well intended on this, but in actual fact will have exactly the opposite reaction to what the Bloc is hoping to accomplish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking my colleague for Rivière du Nord for bringing this important issue before the House of Commons today, and I want to thank her for saying what we're all thinking. When we've all been thinking in recent years and months that Canada's procurement policies go beyond stupidity. Sometimes they border on economic treason. And I would like to use one case study to illustrate my point, Mr. Speaker. I should point out as well that NDP feels so strongly about Canada's faulty procurement policies that our member from London, Fanshawe, has introduced a similar bill to be debated in the House, Bill C-392. We see many parallels. These two bills complement each other because the issue is poignant for those of us in London, Fanshawe, and the rest of Canada, as it is for my colleagues in the province of Quebec. And I am pleased to see that my colleague from Rivière du Nord is generous in her spirit by saying that her Canada includes Quebec. Her Quebec includes Canada. Let me put it that way. Mr. Speaker, the one illustration I'd like to point out is something that happened recently in my home province of Manitoba. We believe there, Mr. Speaker, that good government means putting the interests of Canadians first. And that I use that as a quote from the president of the Manitoba Federation of Labour. What happened was the government of Canada needed new troop buses for its Canadian military. So they put out a tender. And I should point out, Manitoba builds the best buses in the world. The second best buses in the world are built in the province of Quebec. There's 2 bus companies in Canada. Both build excellent buses, first-class buses. In fact, the Canadian military uses nothing but buses built in Quebec and built in Winnipeg for the rest of their troop carrying. They put out a tender for 32 new buses. Only 2 Canadian companies bid on it, Quebec and Manitoba. The third company, a German company, the Daimler Chrysler. The low bidder, get this, a $32 million contract. Mercedes-Benz won it by $60,000 on a $32 million contract. This is 1,000 Canadian jobs. We got screwed for less than the price of a set of tires. The government of Canada chose to give that contract to Germany, so our tax dollars are creating jobs in Germany, and unemployed Canadians in Quebec and Manitoba could have and should have been building those buses. Let me expand on this folly. Let me expand on how stupid that is. And I don't use this term lightly, how fundamentally stupid that decision was. Because now we've said to the rest of the world, hey, if you want a good troop carrier, buy German. That's what our army did. So now all of our NATO allies in Afghanistan in the field are being ferried around by 32 buses made by Mercedes-Benz. We also had to build in a whole new parts regime. We had to train our mechanics so they could fix the Mercedes-Benz buses as well as the good Canadian buses that they used to drive. Mr. Speaker.
It's becoming increasingly difficult for the Speaker to hear the member who I can normally hear with no problem, so I'll ask for a little bit of order until the member has done his remarks.
All right, stupidity, very likely. Yeah, I have the floor, Mr. Speaker. We should point that out to the hecklers on the other side. It's my turn to talk, and this drives me nuts. We started a postcard campaign. 5,000 postcards came into the Government of Canada to explain the folly of this decision. And this is only one. This is only one concrete example, because it happened just last year that is a top-of-mind issue. This happens all the time. My colleague from Rivière-du-Nord put forward a bill that respects international trade agreements. It simply says that preference should be given to made-in-Canada products providing it does not offend existing or future trade agreements. Where is the problem with that? What's the matter with being patriotic enough to say that we are going to the greatest extent possible, show preference to Canadian-made products? We should declare that with pride, you know, instead of being on our hands and knees to some phantom God of the free market that these people are foisting on us. This is folly. The rest of the world does not play by these rules. The United States has had a Made in America procurement policy since 1927. And they're not in any contravention of NAFTA with that. In fact, they ignore trade agreement rules whenever it's convenient for them. We respect trade agreements, but we're not going to be suckers either. And this bill makes me proud, frankly. And I want to thank my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord again for raising this on behalf of all of us. I have a picture on one of these postcards. It's a picture of 3 monkeys, Mr. Speaker. One is supposed to illustrate the Minister of Public Works. One of them is supposed to illustrate the Prime Minister. And one of them is supposed to illustrate the Minister of Defense. And all 3 ignored reason and logic and even economics by giving these buses to Germany. $60,000 difference on a $34 million contract. The military officers that go over to inspect the manufacture of those buses during their construction would have spent more than $60,000 going back and forth. It's completely irresponsible. Whoever was in charge of that file should be dragged into the streets and well, they should be fired at the very least, Mr. Speaker, because they're not representing the best interests of Canadians. We were sent here for a specific purpose by the people that we represent, and that's to look after their best interests. And you can't tell me it's in anybody's best interest to give our job away by some blind ideology that has not even borne results or borne fruit, because the people at Motor Coach Industries are the ones bearing the brunt, and the people at Prévost Manufacturing in Quebec, who also could have quite capably built those buses to carry our troops, are the losers. So it falls to us, the two smallest parties in Parliament, and once again, to stand up for the best interests of the Canadians. These guys are playing games that no one can understand, that certainly don't advance the interests of the manufacturing sector in this country. My colleague from Rivière du Nord and my colleague from London Fanshawe have crafted bills that are very careful to be able to succeed without offending existing trade agreements. My colleague from Rivière du Nord went further to even say that these jobs, to the greatest extent possible, should be spread amongst the regions of Canada. So not too much of it is concentrated at any one part of Canada. These are sane considerations that any procurement policy should be crafted around. I mean, by what pretzel reason and logic is it that Canadian taxpayers are better off using your tax dollars creating jobs in Germany? I know we have agreements with our NATO allies when it comes to military procurement, but this bus contract didn't apply to that. These are troop carriers. We had no obligation to buy those buses. They were the lowest bid by a razor-hair margin, and somehow we got screwed and they got the jobs, and it's fundamentally wrong. I'm going to be voting in favor of this bill when the first opportunity arises. I'm going to vote in favor of Bill C-392 when it comes to the floor, and hopefully our relentless pressure on the Government of Canada's procurement policies will bring some reason and some logic and some patriotism and some nationalism to our procurement policies, and not be strangled by some misguided ideology and some Boy Scout attitude that we play by a set of rules that even the rest of the world ignores. Nah, that's a sucker's game, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the people of my riding of Winnipeg Centre, I'm going to spend what little time I get to spend in the House of Commons protecting their jobs, standing up for their jobs, and looking after their best interests. Canadians don't need representatives to come to Ottawa to sell them out. They need Canadians to come to Ottawa, representatives to come to Ottawa to look after their jobs, not trade them away to a low bidder like that. For the price of a set of tires, Mr. Speaker, we sold out the workers at these two bus manufacturing plants. You should read some of the comments on the postcards that I've brought in today, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps the one that sums it up the most is in large font. It says, "We got screwed." And that's a quote from, the member for Winnipeg Centre. That's actually my own opinion, Mr. Speaker.
Order. 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 Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part today in the debate on Bill C-03, which was tabled by my colleague from Rivière du Nord. I had a speech prepared for this morning with regard to this bill, but after having listened to the Conservatives and the Liberals, I think that I won't need my speech. I'll just speak a little bit off the cuff to say that if people representing the ridings throughout Canada were aware of the fact that what it means to vote against this bill, would those members are close to their constituents or not, or are they here in Ottawa? Be they Conservatives, Liberal members, if they stay in Ottawa and they don't go back to their ridings, well, then perhaps that's the reason they don't realize what's happening. Because if the people here really met with their constituents and the workers in their ridings, they would see one thing, and that is that the people themselves think that even if we're talking about protectionism, they want to keep the jobs here. With Bill C-306, it's not the end of the world. It's not 40%. It's not the Buy American Act. we're talking about a small amount, a small percentage, but we need to ensure that we do something. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to project jobs. And when we talk about $600 million, you know, it's 21,000 jobs per year that would be created. 21,000 jobs, and every day the Liberals are asking the Conservatives, so what are you going to do given the crisis in the softwood lumber industry? What are you going to do to try to find more jobs? And well, what about the other side? Well, here we're talking about 21,000 jobs that could be created in a reasonable fashion. But no, these political parties, one which is in power, is rejecting it, and the other one, which wants to be in power, is also rejecting this bill. If we really want to create jobs, it's not by sitting on our hands that we're going to do it and think that the rest of the world's going to do it for us. Well, earlier the Liberal member said that everybody was laughing at us. You know who is the laughingstock here? The laughingstock is when you have people, Olympic athletes, who go to another country and their clothing is made by another country instead of here in Canada. That is what is being a laughingstock is all about. Our own Olympic clothing for our own Olympic athletes are being made elsewhere. Well, listen, we should do a little bit more. And the reaction that we saw from the NDP for the buses is the same. Because, yes, I defended this bill, but buying buses in Germany, well, listen, this is ridiculous. We have companies here in Canada who make such products, but no, we're going to give the contract to Germany. I can't believe it. We're talking about jobs that we have here in Quebec and Canada, and we have to keep them here. Well, the Conservative government, it doesn't matter if it's Conservative or Liberal, but the Conservative government doesn't want to do anything, and the Liberal Party, which hopes to be in power, can't even stand up to the Americans and say, well, I think that for steel products you have to buy our products. It's reasonable and fair to do such things. We're talking about $600 million. We're not talking about $600 billion. We're talking about $600 million. So, on that basis, I think it's quite reasonable, Mr. Speaker, to want to go forward with such legislation as we have here in C-306. I think the Conservatives and Liberals are afraid of the Americans, what they're going to do, what they're going to say to us. Well, I think that Canada has to stand up. But we can't stand up to those people. We're not even able to stand up for our workers and say, well, listen, I think that we're going to try to protect your jobs. We're going to try to do everything, put everything in place to keep your jobs here. And then also to create new jobs. And create those new jobs goes through Bill C-306. Because it's unequivocal. I think I can't understand the fact that we can't have free trade agreements with Peru and Colombia and do all that. The Conservatives and the Liberals have greater interest in other countries. But what about our workers? People who are trying to make ends meet on a daily, monthly basis. And they give half of their paycheck to the provincial and federal governments, and then they're laughed at. I'm very disappointed, and I hope that the people who are listening to us, who are watching us on TV, will see the inaction of the party who wants to be in power and the other party who is in power. And this party needs to ensure that they protect the interests of their constituents. The official opposition should ask the population to re-elect them or to form the next government, and yet they're not even able to stand up and ask for the $600 million that we're trying to ensure for Canada. If they want to start an election campaign, I would say to those poor Liberals who can't even stand up, I can tell you one thing, that in my riding, people will know that we're talking about a small measure in order to keep the jobs that exist here and to create jobs here at home. But there are two political parties in this House who are strongly opposed to the fact that we are, in fact, a laughingstock. But we're talking about both the Conservatives and the Liberal Party, both of them together. We could do even more than what's being asked for in Bill CO3, but we have to understand that things could change quite quickly. And I can tell you that if this bill would pass, if the parties would accept this bill, and it goes on to second reading, it could go to committee. And there in committee, we could really look at the relevancy, rather, of this bill. And they're saying no. Both those parties are saying no without really taking the time to consider it, without letting people come before the committee to testify and tell us. And we're talking here about union representatives, companies, industries, and they all could come and appear before the committee and say, yes, it's a good bill. Yes, I think it's a good start. And I think it would be a good start, Mr. Speaker. And already we're talking about just sending it to committee, but they just want to cut our feet out from under us because they don't want to disappoint or fall out of favor with their American friends. I'm asking on behalf of Quebecers, it's important to ensure a certain level of protectionism to keep our jobs here. And I can tell you that all those people who are sitting in this House of Commons have not been to talk with their constituents to determine whether those individuals are in agreement or not with this type of protectionist measure, which is C306. I strongly believe that those people are sitting on their seats today and they're listening and they're saying, well, maybe it's not good, and there are people who won't like what we're saying, but at some point, people will have to stand up and we'll have to make sure that what the country next door is doing, our neighbor to the south is doing, they are helping their population. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the constituents. There are people who aren't thinking of their constituents. We have been recognized as a nation in Quebec, but they don't even respect our right to speak. But now we're asking for a little bit more. We're wanting to do more for our workers who are suffering because there is a recession. And the Conservatives have proposed measures. They've been supported by the Liberals, and they're saying now, well, we don't know what we're doing, and we're even more in debt. So I must say that I fully agree with C306, and I hope that it will move forward. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
We'll now go to the Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings, who will have about 3 minutes before private members' hour is concluded. The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will take the opportunity to certainly start my conversation here today and to speak about this bill. I rise today, of course, to speak to the Honourable Member's bill that is before us, and this bill clearly it's a protectionist bill which the member is regretfully presenting for the third time. Mr. Speaker, it is no coincidence that both the NDP and the member presenting this bill have never or will never form a government, for the simple reason being they have a myopic approach to this which simply looks after their own backyard rather than the common good of the Canadian people. And that is the responsibility that responsible members in this House have. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I certainly will be speaking against this bill. For the simple reason, Mr. Speaker, this bill will require that every department and agent of the Government of Canada give preference to Canadian products when purchasing goods, services and natural resources. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this preference would be in the form of a price premium of up to 7.5% across the board for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this bill also contains the option of giving Canadian products either exclusive access or a price preference exceeding 7.5% when deemed advisable. Now, this bill, though, regretfully again, would not only apply to every department and agency of the Government of Canada, but to any Crown corporation as well, and any foundation or trust with 75% of its income or its funding from the government. And it would also require, Mr. Speaker, that the government ensure an equitable distribution of acquisitions across each and every province in this country. So the grounds for opposing this bill, Mr. Speaker, are many. And today, with the limited time I have, I will certainly start on one, and should I get to more, I would be delighted to proceed at a later time. But today I'd like to focus on the major one, of course, the perils of protectionism. And this, of course, has been commented by members across from the House, and we welcome their I suppose, like-mindedness on an issue that occasionally we do find that we share the common good of the Canadian people. So I encourage the honourable member across who presented this bill, though, to read her history books. It was protectionism that helped end the golden age of trade in the 1930s. And it was protectionism that turned a severe recession into the Great Depression. And even the sectors that demanded protectionism ended up then, regretfully, losing from it. Trade, on the other hand, is vital to our well-being. Some would say it's really our true lifeblood. Trade touches all of us, and each and every Canadian somehow share in its benefits. Trade does reduce the cost of living. Protectionism, on the other hand, it raises prices. And we're not just talking about goods in front of us like computers and television, but we're talking about services as well, Mr. Speaker. For example, trade liberalization and telephone services have made phone calls cheaper. Well, Mr. Speaker, I see I'm winding down. I thank you for your courtesy in allowing me to get started today, and I'll certainly finish that at another time. Thank you.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes left in his time slot the next time this bill is before the House. But now the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government bills, Commons.
The Canada-Peru Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Please do débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today. I have a lot of convictions about C-24. It's an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru, and the agreement on the environment between Canada and, of course, the Republic of Peru, and another parallel agreement on labour cooperation between both countries. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the environment and labour are parallel areas of work. And, of course, we don't necessarily seek to promote environment or work labour rights in these countries. We want to set a strict minimum standard in those areas under these agreements. And of course, the investment component of each and every free trade agreement is important. Everyone agrees that when we invest abroad, we need to have our investments protected, and this needs to be subject to a framework. Now, Chapter 11 of NAFTA sets out limits and benchmarks with respect to this. Mr. Speaker, this is an era of innovation, not just in the area of science, not just in the area of the human sciences and the social sciences. We need to be innovative in the way we actually create free trade agreements, particularly bilateral agreements like this one. So we need to be innovative and creative. We need to promote environmental rights, workers' rights, and in some countries, human rights, of course. And this kind of innovative approach can start right from today with this free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru. All we have to say to the government is go back to the drawing board and do your homework. Be innovative, be creative when it comes to this free trade agreement, which is a bilateral one. And I should point out as an aside, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois would prefer, as I said, a multilateral framework for agreements. Under multilateral agreements, there are the same rules which apply to all. And even at the WTO, we should be promoting the protection of human rights, labour rights and environmental rights. There's talk of trade liberalisation. I think there's an author, someone from the United States, that said 1% of an increase in the Trade Freedom Index will increase to a commensurate level the level of trade. And of course, this is why we see this a race towards liberalisation by a number of countries which are seeking to enter into bilateral and multilateral trade agreements. But this kind of trade freedom also requires responsibility and accountability. This government needs to be responsible. We need to make sure that the agreements are responsible agreements, because there are a whole host of difficulties which may arise from these kinds of agreements, especially for emerging countries which are trying to improve their plight. Now, a particular example is mines. Currently, Canada has, of course, mining countries which work abroad. They create damage, environmental damage, and endanger the population to an extent. They are subject to the environmental legislation in other countries. This agreement does not promote environmental rights sufficiently, nor does it do so in a sufficiently it doesn't do so in an acceptable manner. And many mining companies throughout the country, in fact, are upset with Canada because we don't take a responsible approach oftentimes. These companies can save considerable amounts of money, and of course they end up creating these they end up creating disasters which they leave in their wake. Now, I'd like to come back to testimony that we heard before the International Trade Committee. This was testimony that came well after the agreement was signed and after many of the various parties gave their input with respect to this agreement. Now, I have notes that I took on many of the witnesses' comments, not on all of them because it would have taken me a whole day to go over those, but there were many things that were said in committee that unfortunately not all Liberal members or Conservative members heard. So I think that it was this agreement is an ideal opportunity to create a model for future Canadian bilateral agreements, but we are against it at this point. We believe that there should be more innovation. There needs to be more of a creative approach. Even if we do proceed with bilateral agreements, we do prefer multilateral agreements, but when there are bilateral agreements, we have to make sure that we have the best possible ones. Now, there was a witness who came before us on the 7th of May, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, which is the biggest farming association in Canada with about 200,000 farmers as members. There is an expression in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, and this witness used that expression. At the beginning of his testimony, he said that this agreement is not le Peru. Now, what he meant was that it was an agreement made with Peru, but it wasn't a silver bullet. It wasn't a panacea, and it wasn't going to solve all the irritants that currently exist. So what he meant was that it is far from being perfect, but in the interests of his farmers, it needed to be moved forward as rapidly as possible. He also criticised the negotiators. Now, there are negotiators that negotiate, but often negotiators negotiate what the government asks them to negotiate on. Often negotiators focus on things that the government asks them to focus on. Negotiators also fail to focus on certain things because the government has asked them to not focus on those things. And this is regardless of whether the final decisions are favourable to the populations of these countries and the business community in those countries. Now, if you look at the agreement that was signed with this country, with the United States, there was a far more rapid reduction in the United States than in Canada, and the quotas were much bigger. There was no clause about the most favoured nation, for example, either. There'd be barley, wheat sectors that would benefit more under the agreement, others that would not do well. From the negotiators, from the government, unfortunately, we never actually got an impact study. They said that there would be a lot of winners, there'd be a lot of losers, but we were never privy to an impact study which laid out the effects not only on exporters and importers, but on all the workers throughout Quebec and Canada. Now, impact studies like what would occur in various sectors, subsectors, what would be the benefits, what would be the drawbacks, what are the priorities, and why those areas are being prioritised. So impact studies were never tabled with respect to these free trade agreements. Now, I don't think it's about not having a crystal ball. I'm sorry, but only a couple of weeks ago, this government said they wouldn't post a deficit, and now they have a $50 billion deficit they've announced. So clearly there are no... the crystal ball that they used was a faulty one in the first place, so we'll set that aside. Now, the president of this federation of farmers was aware of the environmental and labour shortcomings. Of course, he was standing behind his farmers, despite the fact that they wouldn't benefit as much as their American counterparts under this agreement. There was no impact study on the farming community, but also no impact study on the general population. And one would expect under such an agreement that they would have their quality of life improved. Now, let me give you an example. On some products, such as pork, the United States tariffs will be eliminated within a 5-year period, whereas in Canada it will take 7 years. So that's a bit of a gap, Mr. Speaker. The President of the Federation also said that he agreed with a multilateral approach and favoured that over a bilateral approach. But he came back to one point, and that is that negotiators must change their approach. And if you read between the lines, the government also, he was suggesting, would need to change its approach. There were other witnesses. The Wheat Board, of course, they'll benefit from this agreement in a big way. Now, earlier I talked about pork. Mr. Jean-Paul Pamarlot, the Director General, said that he knew we would never enjoy a similar treatment to that of the United States, and as a result, our negotiators were very imaginative and at least got some benefits under the agreement. They agreed to a longer period for the elimination of tariffs, 17 years instead of 10. But they also got a free quota provision that would enable our businesses to better position themselves right from the outset. Now, I asked this gentleman a question, and he said, and I quote, "You need to admit that this 325-ton Tota, which would go to 520 tonnes over a 10-year period, is quite small for an industry that exports over 1 million tonnes on an annual basis." So there's 325 tonnes under the quota currently. And I asked him this question candidly: what do you currently export? He said 47 tonnes out of a 325-tonne quota. Now, this doesn't mean that if you increase the quota to 505 that there'd be any improvement. So that was an example of an aberration which I just wanted to point out to you. Of course, there are individuals and groups such as the Chamber of Commerce of Canada which made one argument, and that is that other countries shouldn't have a competitive advantage. Other countries that may seek to sign a free trade agreement with Peru, for example. The same is true with respect to other agreements. If you look at Colombia and the United States, there was an agreement that the Congress hadn't concluded, but this is a race, as I said. Canada wanted to sign this agreement before the United States did, because the government sees this as of great importance. Even if it comes at the expense of human rights and the populations of these countries. So as I said, there is a race on here. Everyone's trying to get ahead of each other in this globalized world that we have, and every country wants bilateral agreements with all the other countries and nations of the world. So there will be various differences in all these agreements.
And mainly having to do with multilateral agreements. So I think that would be the most sensible way of going about things, Mr. Speaker. I spoke earlier about environmental laws, and we had the Canadian Association of Environmental Law appear before us. And one of the witnesses, the executive director, appeared, and this is what was said. The director deplored the fact that investors had access to the states, and when we talk about investors, you have to go back to the agreement about investments. And this is something that's based on the model of Chapter 11 in NAFTA, and this could be a problem. We also know that if investors want to sue states for various reasons under the rubric of expropriation, and in an expropriation there are two elements. There's direct expropriation, as most people understand it, and secondly, indirect expropriation, which has to do with the loss of profit for a company by whatever means this happens. Now, there's the free trade agreement between Australia and the United States, and by virtue of this agreement, these companies did not couldn't go after states. So if there was something, for example, under labor legislation or other kind of legislation, Canada can still have its companies operate in another country. 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to get back to the subject of mines, because with respect to mines and corporate responsibility, you know that at the present time there's a motion tabled by the Liberal member for Pierrefonds-Dollard, and also C300 tabled by the member for Scarborough-Guildwood. And in both these motions, we agree with both these motions because it would make companies responsible in countries like Peru or Colombia. So if the Liberals are consistent with the bills and motions they put forward, they should, for that reason, vote against this implementation bill. So the Liberal members, particularly those from Quebec, we would hope will vote against Bill C-24. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke. I work a great deal with him and have worked a great deal with him on the International Trade Committee. And I like the Bloc's position. It isn't the same thing as with the soft wood lumber agreement. This was voted against in the House, which led to a loss of jobs in Quebec. But with respect to this, the Bloc is on the same wavelength as the NDP. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to put a question to my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, because he spoke eloquently about labor rights. And we know that Peru, according to the ILO, they have to, or because they are a member of the ILO, they have to allow people to organize collectively. And it is this protection that should exist internationally. And we heard witnesses before the committee say that these rights had been completely ignored by the Peruvian government. So if there's no protection, and if the government of Peru dismisses these agreements out of hand, well, we have to ask the question, what real protection exists? And I'd like to ask my colleague from Sherbrooke the question, will there be the least bit of protection for people? Will there be any more protection for these people? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I work with the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster. And let's not get involved in the question of who followed whom and if we're on the same wavelength or not. I think we are inspired by these same principles. There are other things that create a distance between us. But this, with respect to this bill, we are against it. We have denounced it and will continue to do so. We think that now is the time for innovation, and if they're going to come up with parallel agreements, and the important word here is parallel, and what parallel means is that the two tracks never join. So I think that these parallel agreements must be included in the main agreement and should include obligations that are clear, because with parallel agreements, what they basically are good intentions, where they say, well, do we agree with the principle of international environmental rights? Nobody is against that. But do these agreements allow us to improve legislation, be it labor legislation, human rights legislation, environmental legislation? Everyone, or at least on this side of the House, at least half of this side of the House, are convinced that we shouldn't go forward because labor rights, human rights, and also the power given to investors is not what we want. And the essential part of a good agreement is when both countries benefit from it, and particularly the people of both countries. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Mesquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend my colleague for his speech on the Canada-Peru agreement. It seems that it's, again, an agreement which provides for mining companies being able to set up, and it especially favors investors who don't always comply with human rights, labor legislation. And there is Chapter 11, which protects investors against policies which might support workers in the country in which the mining company is operating. There is Bill 306, which the Conservatives voted against, put forward by a colleague of mine. And I think that there are people who think that this sort of thing would help in the light of the free trade agreement. But my colleague put forward, there was a member of the Liberal Party who put forward a motion talking about corporate responsibility, and they voted for that. The Liberals voted for that piece of legislation. But here we had a motion which would have corporations be more respectful of human rights, and they wouldn't vote for it. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is quite right. There is a real disconnect here. I would say there's a problem, and a serious problem. It seems that there is the government's the direction the government is taking in these free trade agreements. So, be they parallel agreements, for example, on labor rights, and there's also the chapter on investment. So, these are fine intentions, but which hide the possibility of there being real slippage in terms of respect of various rights. Now, the Liberal Party, with its bill which would make mining companies more responsible. They're voting for this implementation legislation. On the other hand, so there's something. There's what you are, and then there's what you appear to be. So in the one case, there's what you appear to be, there's appearance. And in this case, they also want to meet the expectations of big business. But if the Liberals, who presented this motion on mining companies and oil and gas companies, a bill that would make them more responsible from a corporate point of view. But here we're dealing with a free trade agreement, and here's a chance for them to show that they're different from the Conservatives. And I would suggest that the Liberal Party vote against this agreement, because if they want to, especially if they want to respect their own bill and motion.
Honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Alors, on a vu que pour les droits des travailleurs, des travailleuses.
We saw that there was nothing for workers in this legislation, and we know that this bill is inferior to what the American Congress was able to obtain. So if there's fewer rights for workers and less protection for the environment, it's obviously an inferior agreement. So why does the member for Sherbrooke think that the Liberals are still going to endorse this agreement, which is clearly inferior to what the Americans obtained? And the amendments they were able to bring in. The honourable member for Sherbrooke has 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very basic question. What inspires the Conservative government to give instructions to its negotiators? What inspires them to do this? There's a word that comes to mind, but it's unparliamentary. I think that the Liberals didn't want to put the brakes on this bill, but I did hear the leader of the Liberal Party say something else in a speech. So they were aspiring to power, because they're aspiring to power, but shouldn't they have values?
Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise this morning to voice my opposition to Bill C-24. And one of the things I was reminded of as I sat here is in the early to mid-'80s, we started a free trade agreement with the United States. And I recall a certain conservative said it was like sleeping with an elephant. If the elephant rolls over, you're in some difficulty. And in that particular debate that went on, and ultimately the free trade agreement was signed, and the elephant rolled over, and Canada lost 524,000 jobs, manufacturing jobs, from '88 to 1990. And so we've progressed, some people might say, to NAFTA, and the repercussions are still being felt. But what I see as a change in this particular document, or the particular proposed agreement, is that we're now somewhat of a dominant partner in this one. And with that dominant partner status comes a responsibility. We could have been, as a nation, taking a lead on environmental. We could have been taking a lead on labor rights in this particular country. We know that many of the South American countries have some tremendous problems in the area of human rights. The records are disastrous down there. Now, this particular bill, C-24, is an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and Peru, the Republic of Peru, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Peru, and the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Peru. Labor cooperation. We had an opportunity to enhance the labor standards in this country by setting benchmarks that should have been in the agreement. Now, nobody in this place will dispute the necessity of trade. We all understand that Canada is a trading nation, but part of our responsibility is Canada has taken a leadership role in human rights in the world for many generations now and is highly regarded and highly respected. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a lost opportunity. We had an opportunity to move the benchmark forward. Similarly, in the negotiations around the free trade agreement with Colombia. Colombia, as you know, has the worst human rights record on the face of the earth. Now, some will say, and I'm sure they're sincere, some will say that by having trade and having an agreement with Colombia and Peru and other countries, that will enhance and bring forward their human rights. Personally, I believe that we should have been pressing for the human rights prior to it, prior to entering even into negotiations. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that there was a document prepared, a report called on the corporate and social responsibility. In fact, I believe the member from Sherbrooke commented on it in his remarks. Well, that particular report to this House, never made it to this House, I should say. That report was returned to the government a year ago, last November, in which it was talking about the situations, particularly of Canadian enterprises operating in South America and other countries. And there's been a question out in our communities as to why that was never tabled in this House. Why was that document not brought forward? The NGOs, the civil society, and other people came together across this country to prepare it. Well, I think the evidence is now here as to why the government would not want the corporate and social responsibility document tabled, because it would directly impact on these two agreements. From time to time in our offices, we're visited by guests from other countries. Just last week, we had a young woman, Jessica Morales, who visited us from Colombia. And Jessica's father was shot and killed by the paramilitaries in 2001. And she came to us very concerned about that particular trade agreement with Colombia. And the great fear that they have in that part of the world, and in no way am I suggesting Canadian companies are complicit, directly complicit, but in South America, if you have a corporation from any part of the world who is working there, and if the corporation would be somewhat like King Henry, when King Henry said, "Would nobody rid me of this troublesome monk?" and Thomas Becket died, in a similar fashion, if the executive board or the executives of a mining corporation or other enterprise were to suggest that there's any kind of a problem with a labor leader, that labor leader would be gone. The example being Colombia, 2,690 trade unionists have died since 1986 in that country. Now, some people say, well, how do you know that it's all part of it? Because in the same period, about 17,000 people. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and others have documented these particular cases. So again, Mr. Speaker, we had a great opportunity here with this dominant position I referred to before to take our place as an international leader on human rights, to sustain that position, to move forward, to help countries like Peru, and we failed to do it. And in the particular agreement, once again, labor rights, environment rights are moved as side agreements. Well, I come from the labor movement, and in my time in the labor movement, I was part of negotiations between Bell Canada and the union on the union side. And one of the things I noticed in that negotiation, it was 1988, one of the last time, 1988, then again in 1990, when we would go to the employer and we would have a list of our proposals, they would have a list of their proposals. It's interesting how ours were called demands and theirs were called proposals, another issue. But at some point in the negotiations, you reached a place where you said, we can't resolve this, but we got to have something. Well, guess what they do? They write a letter of intent. We intend to do this. Well, that's all well and good when the collective agreement's signed and you're back in the workplace and a worker's rights seems to be impinged by that statement, and they go to the union and say, well, we want to grieve it, and they say, well, I'm sorry, we can't. That's only a letter of intent. It's not binding. Well, these side agreements are exactly the same thing as this letter of intent. It's a nice way of masking over and smoke and mirrors over the fact that you don't have any powerful, sustainable actions that you can take to protect the environment in Peru, or to protect the workers' rights or the workers' lives in many cases. So it's very troubling when you look at an agreement of this nature that could have been. And part of the problem, I think, is happening, and again, I'll give some credit to the government here. They have moved somewhat away from the Bush agreements of the past, and I think you'll find some of those have been getting a very rough ride in the Congress of the United States, but they have moved somewhat past that. But still, it does not do what is needed to protect the workers of this country. And as we demean or lower the rights of any nation in the world, it takes the rights of all nations and lowers them. And again, one of the things that is important to consider is who will benefit from trade agreements of this nature. I'll give you an example of what's one company that seems to be, and that's the Bank of Nova Scotia, is going to be moving to higher investments in Peru. And I'm sure that on the investment front there will be some reciprocal trade that happens that's to the benefit of the countries involved. But I must point out, Mr. Speaker, Peru is not a major trading partner with Canada to begin with. Our two-way merchandise trade between the two countries only reached $2.8 billion in 2008, and over $2 billion of this money was Canadian imports, of which 50% was from Canadian gold companies operating in Peru. And again, I take you back for a moment to that corporate social responsibility, and that highlights the importance of having a framework of the responsibilities that we expect of Canadian companies when they operate in a nation like Peru, no matter whether we have a trade deal or not. Now, that initial trade deal, in fact, the negotiations were set about as far back as 2002 under Mr. Chrétien and the Liberals at the time. They first held discussions with Peru, Colombia, and Ecuador and Bolivia. And, of course, our trade minister in 2007 announced that we'd launched the formal trade talks with Peru, and this government signed in May of 2008. Now, there's critics around the world on trade issues and trade agreements, but some of the commentary that came out, and Mary Theron, the COHA Research Association on Hemispheric Affairs, was talking about the U.S.-Peru Free Trade Agreement. And what she has suggested is that agreement has given the president of Peru the excuse he needed to start dismantling labor rights, start dismantling what regulation that they did have on the environment in Peru. And from my perspective, the good news is since he started to do this, his approval ratings dropped, but that's we're all but vanished. But we're not talking a democracy like Canada here when we're talking about the impact that would have on him and how that might sway him not to proceed to a greater degree of damaging those particular rights. Now, in the United States in 2007, there was a considerable debate, and as indicated, there was some compromise made there, and they approved a free trade agreement with Peru designed drastically to reduce import-export tariffs. Now, hypothetically, putting an end to protectionism on both sides. And we hear in this place, coming from the government side, well, we can't have a buy Canadian strategy because that's protectionist and it's the worst of times. Well, as the member from Winnipeg pointed out earlier in his remarks, in 1927, the United States undertook protectionism, if you want to call it, but it was Buy American, where if your procurement of your government, your local governments and your state governments were intended to spend their taxpayers' monies on, heaven forbid, American goods, which is precisely what we should be doing in this country, in my opinion. Now, the approval for that free trade agreement in the United States have been delayed by both the Senate and the House due to concerns mostly in the part of the congressional Democrats, I would say, about Peru's environmental and labor standards. And it took quite a while for that to ultimately get resolved. Now, despite the free trade agreement's conditions, and they state in the agreement that labour standards must not be lowered, a number of the President Garcia's recent decrees have put the country's public service workers in jeopardy. In May, the Confederation of State Workers got to the point where they felt desperate enough to organize a strike. And the whole problem, Mr. Speaker, is with these agreements, they're about trade at all costs. Think about that for a moment, at all costs. Yes, I said in my opening remarks that trade is important and we all accept the necessity of trade. But Canada as a country has always been a country that took principled stands, a country that stood up for human rights and for the values that are necessary to sustain a healthy country. In our country, workers can go, and just tomorrow there'll be a demonstration outside of this place by some labour unions and labour activists. And as we close in on June 6th, the anniversary of D-Day, we're reminded how the veterans of this country have fought in the war against Nazi Germany to have Canadians sustained and have the right to demonstrate outside of this place. Canada has gone far and wide to protect the rights of citizens in other countries and our own country, and done a wonderful job in doing so. But clearly, when you move to agreements with nations with questionable human rights records, questionable records on the environment, and you fail as the dominant partner in those negotiations to improving areas of the environment, environmental regulation and labor laws and rights, when you fail to do that, you fail as a nation. And I am really troubled at the two agreements, the agreement with Peru, and more particularly with the agreement that this country has with Colombia. I think our government has failed us. And in the particular case of the free trade agreement with Colombia, I'm quite ashamed of the fact that we would even negotiate with a government that is tied to the drug trade as that nation is. And I see I'm getting close to the end of my time, Mr. Speaker, so thank you very much.
Questions and comments, please. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his cogent comments on this bill. I've had the benefit of 4 years in working in the Commission for Environmental Cooperation under the NAFTA agreement. And after 2 decades of recommendations by public advisory boards actually appointed by this government and the governments of Mexico and the United States, calling for stricter adherence to the environmental agreements, in fact taking a step further and incorporating the side labor environmental agreements into the agreement, could the honourable member please speak to that issue of whether or not it's appropriate that we're still sidebarring environmental impacts and labour rights in our trade negotiations?
The honourable member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated in my remarks, the history I have in the labour movement with negotiations and the very failure of having a letter of intent in a collective agreement, that it minimizes and it's worse than not having something in the agreement that states what you need. It is masking over the fact, and these side agreements are doing something very similar. They're not addressing the issues in a substantive way to move the mark forward on either the environment or on human rights or labour rights in this case.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate my colleague on that excellent speech. I know that there are unions who are very aware of the importance of respect for human rights and environmental protections. I was listening to you and I agree with you. You're saying it's a bit of a disguise because the spin-offs for Canada in this type of trade, or as a result of this type of trade, is quite minimal. And We're talking about having agreements with countries like Colombia and Peru that don't respect human rights. We want to improve social and labor conditions for workers. But what I'd like to know, and I'd like to hear your comments on this, is how in this type of trade with little economic impact, we're not doing anything. And there is, of course, the United States was a large country, and there is a bill that was discussed this morning, and the opposition parties voted against it. We see that our borders are closed. There is protectionist measures. I think that we could protect our economy better with such a bill rather than by having free trade agreements with such countries like Colombia and Peru. I'd like to hear your comments.
East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. In regards to the bill we debated here this morning about a Buy Canadian strategy, as I indicated in my remarks, in 1927 the U.S. started such a strategy. They buy locally. They're proud to buy American products. We should be proud to buy Canadian products. And in fact, in my community of Hamilton, in my riding of Hamilton East Stony Creek, we've been decimated on the manufacturing front. And it's tragic at times. We see the flow of vehicles crossing the border into the United States to purchase there and then come back. And all of my life I've spoken to my friends about, please, buy Canadian. We used to have a textile capital of Canada in Hamilton. It's no longer there. Steel is at risk in Hamilton, although at this point the indications are it's because of the market downturn. But still in all, it's a major, major concern. So I am not opposed to having a free trade agreement with any nation so long as we set a standard in that agreement, so long as we ensure that that agreement enhances environmental regulation, enhances human rights. And where human rights are in question, we should never be signing the agreement until we're satisfied that there's a basic, fundamental set of human rights in any given country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his remarks. And in looking at this agreement, one of the concerns expressed is a decree by the Peruvian government, Decree 1015. And that particular decree was designed to facilitate the privatization and stripping away of communal lands held by indigenous people and allowing them to farm, do the subsistence farming that supports their communities. That particular decree was pushed back, but there are many others that are coming forward by the same government that our government seems to feel that business as usual or doing business with this government is just fine. And these new laws, as I said, are meant to facilitate the expropriation of the country's land. Now, interestingly enough, a similar thing happened some years ago in Colombia, where basically that government, in order to facilitate trade agreements with the United States, privatized land, took land away from indigenous people, lands that they were farming on. And in the case of some of the people living in the mountains, territories that had gold mines on them. And of course, Canada jumped in on the gravy train on this one. And what essentially happened was these people were stripped of a livelihood that was centuries old. And Canadian and American mining companies went in and simply grabbed whatever they could. Now those people, like the people of Peru, stood their ground and literally stood at the entrance of their villages and said to the junta, said to the death squads, "You're not coming in here. We don't care whose businesses you seem to feel you're protecting. You're not coming in here and killing our children." This whole reality in terms of how we deal with South America seems to be repeated in this Peruvian agreement. And I wonder, as a human rights expert, if you could comment on what we are seeing in regard to these trade deals and the abuse of human rights.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the tragedy that's unfolding in South America in regards to the displacement of people, in the case of trade unionists who are disappeared, it's interesting how we get these words that, you know, they're not murdered, they're disappeared. And there's tens of thousands of them across South America that it happens to. The tragedy, of course, is that when, again, a dominant nation such as Canada goes into a negotiations with a particular country, that a lot of things start happening in preparation for that agreement. You quell the people who are on those farms and say, you know, like, move them off, get them out of the way, get it done before the agreement. You have trade unionists who disappear. And an example being, I used earlier of Jessica Morales' father. He was, 2001 he disappeared, and 4 years later a colonel quietly told her that his death squad had killed him. And this is horrific. And the essence of where we are as a nation in any trading agreement is we have a responsibility. Our government has a responsibility to enhance human rights wherever we travel and to set that example worldwide and to live it every single day in the protection of our own human rights here, our own labor and environmental rights here, and those of any nation that we do business with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, it is with interest but also concern that I want to take part in today's debate on this bill, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru, the agreement on the environment, and the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the same Republic of Peru. When we look at the debate surrounding this free trade agreement with Peru, there's a little that is specific to this country in Latin America. In other words, this agreement is part of the trade policy pursued by this federal government for the past few years in the Americas. So the criticism that I will talk about today in this debate might seem similar to criticism that I might be able to present regarding free trade agreement with Colombia, for example, which was talked about in the House recently. In both cases, the Conservative government presented Parliament with agreements that had already been negotiated and reached before Parliament even had the possibility of studying these agreements and making recommendations or amendments. So I myself was a part of a mission that went to Colombia, and we met with unions and community groups, other community groups, political leaders, and I was with a member for Sherbrooke at the time. And there were some important comments that were made, and I think if the government had taken the time to really analyze the agreement and the report that was produced by the Standing Committee on International Trade, it's not certain that this agreement would have come before the House today. So with regard to Peru, it was on January 28, 2008 that the federal government announced that it had reached an agreement, a free trade agreement with that country, and it presented parliamentarians with a done deal. As a representative, an elected official from Quebec, I can say that we cannot accept this contempt for democracy that we are seeing from the Conservative Party by presenting us with this done deal without any substantive debate.
This contempt for institutions is surely not the best way, in my opinion, of serving democracy, and I deplore the fact that the Liberals are backing this conservative approach. And yet you aspire to take the reins of government after an election in the Liberal Party. Now, the Bloc Québécois is very much against this implementation act because it doesn't meet a number of criteria and objectives which, in our opinion, must be met before free trade agreements are entered into, particularly with developing countries. You know, as a parliamentarian and in the name of international solidarity, it's our responsibility to condemn bilateral agreements in the area of free trade when they go against workers' rights, environmental rights, and the ability of various states and nations to enjoy their sovereignty. We believe this in the case of the current agreement between Canada and Colombia, and or the previous one rather, with Colombia, and we are reiterating it today with the agreement with Peru. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is often put in a position where it is a smaller country placed in relation with a bigger country. And this kind of dynamic is sometimes dangerous. It can backfire. We must respect workers' rights in developing countries, for example. Oftentimes people are exploited. They have terrible conditions. Companies don't respect the environment. And at the end of the day, it's easier for these companies to operate without adhering to environmental and rules. The Bloc Québécois has always believed that the principle of trade between peoples can contribute to the socio-economic enrichment, but trade agreements must also contain measures for sustainable development and the development in general of the populations that are affected. And this is particularly true when the bilateral agreements affect countries that are developing countries, such as Peru. There is an investment protection clause. This clause will enable companies to initiate legal proceedings against the governments based on Chapter 11 of NAFTA. The chapter on investment protection may in fact be a roadblock to socio and economic development in Peru. Any legislation which prevents investors from operating in a fashion which will maximize investment may lead to legal proceedings or compensation. And quite frankly, this isn't a normal state of affairs. For example, an environmental act which would prevent a company from operating in the mining sector. The law wouldn't be upheld because there would be an environmental provision which would prevent such action. The agreement also increases the compensation amount which would have to be paid. Not only would the initial amount that was invested be factored in, but all the revenue that the contractor or a business person sought to benefit from in his or her investment. So this is all contained in Chapter 11, and it's shameful. It's absolutely shameful. This kind of agreement has no limits, and this government seems to be in favour of this kind of agreement at the expense of multilateral agreements. Now we're opening the door to legal proceedings. The amounts will be so high that they will deter legislators from adopting any legislation if they, in fact, displease multinational companies in their countries. Given the vulnerable situation of the Peruvian economy, Peru may suffer from such an investment protection clause. In Canada, which is a developed country, there will be a lesser effect, especially since there are no Peruvian investors investments here. In Peru, obviously the situation is quite different. Any environmental legislation adopted by the Peruvian Parliament may be challenged by a Canadian multinational, which may legitimately argue that it is preventing it from benefiting from its asset. We know that Canadian assets in Peru are primarily in the mining sector, which is a big polluter, and that means that we have cause for concern. In fact, Peru's mining capacity is substantial. There are over 80 Canadian mining companies that are present there. Canada is the major mining investor in Peru. Given the poor roadmap and record of mining companies and the total lack on the part of the Canadian government to regulate their actions and give them investment protection, additional investment protection under the new Chapter 11, I don't think this is the best thing to do in order to improve the social, environmental and economic conditions of workers in Peru. And as you know, this agreement, in Berthier-Baskin-Angers, I don't think this investment is having much of an impact on the economy of my riding or throughout Quebec. We fear protective investment protection measures which will provide disproportionate protection to Canadian investors and where local populations and the environment will be the big losers. The danger resides in the fact that the Peruvian state doesn't have the necessary resources or infrastructure to appropriately monitor its lands as far as the operations of these companies are concerned. The Bloc Québécois is not in agreement with this clause. Of course, we are in favour of investment abroad, but not when it hurts the local populations. Canada's primary interest here is investment in the mining sector, so the Bloc Québécois believes that there needs to be a real, genuine accountability policy for Canadian mining companies. Not the type that the Liberals tabled in the House a couple of years ago. They talked about the social responsibility of Canadian companies working abroad. It was not adequate. We really need a genuine social responsibility policy. It needs to have teeth. And so when we sign these bilateral agreements, and as I said before, we prefer multilateral agreements, but if there are going to be bilateral agreements, Chapter 11 should not be in effect. As of 2007, and this is in agreement with the advisory group on national roundtables, the Bloc Québécois has called on the federal government to adopt mandatory standards and accountability measures with respect to mining companies working abroad. These measures must include punitive measures for companies at fault. For example, these companies would not enjoy tax benefits, loan guarantees and other types of assistance from the federal government. Often these companies are supported by our governments financially. Unfortunately, in March, the Conservative government rejected the vast majority of the recommendations that we made. The Conservative government decided that social responsibility standards would be voluntary instead of mandatory. The Liberals support the free trade agreement with Peru, despite their rhetoric in the House about respecting the environment, companies' social responsibility abroad, and so on. Without this kind of social responsibility, mining companies can carry out their activities without being subject to rules or consequences when they pollute or hurt or have an effect on human rights. Any company which believes that the government is contravening the investment provisions can seek direct recourse between a tribunal in this country. And under this chapter, there are specific provisions for hearings. There are hearings for specific disputes set out in this chapter. The deliberations of these arbiters are secret unless both parties in dispute decide otherwise. Now, although the free trade agreement with Peru includes a number of some progress in terms of transparency, the Bloc Québécois believes that dispute resolution must take place in a centralized multilateral fashion rather than in an ad hoc fashion between various signatory states of bilateral agreements. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept the fact that multinational companies not only have privileges with respect to the society in which they are operating, but also privileges in the courts of these sovereign states. Our opposition to this free trade agreement is not just about the investment protection measures. We believe that the federal government's strategy is to engage in piecemeal agreements which will not lead to fair trade that benefits every one involved. The federal government is not doing a good job because at the end of the day it is not serving local populations. When what our government does affects salaries in other countries, it pushes wages down, this kind of pressure affects all workers throughout the world. We don't believe that these people should be exploited in any way whatsoever. And these companies are pressuring the governments, in effect, to reduce the conditions, to worsen the conditions of these workers. In addition, with the federal government is currently negotiating free trade agreements with about 20 countries and has signed agreements with 4 countries from the European Free Trade Association. But no studies have given us opportunity to determine whether these agreements will be beneficial for the economy. We're not against all kinds of agreements, but we need them to benefit all stakeholders. So no studies were carried out, as I said. Whether it's good or not, the Liberals and the Conservatives are prepared to enter into all kinds of bilateral agreements without knowing whether they will have a beneficial effect. I was on the International Trade Committee last year. We had government specialists ask questions about, and we asked what the benefits would be for Quebec and Canada. Would the agreements help our workers, or would it lead to job losses in Quebec and Canada? And what did the specialists say? Well, they didn't really have a response. We signed free trade agreements with these countries without really knowing what the economic and social and political ramifications are of these agreements. And it's inconceivable, Mr. Speaker. As I said, and my colleague referred to the Colombia agreement, there was a parliamentary delegation. We were going to meet people in this country to determine what the impacts would be, but the agreement was signed before the government even got its hands on the committee's report. It just is completely unbelievable. Now, the Liberals and the Conservatives sign off on these agreements whether or not they're beneficial. In a report presented by the International Trade Committee, the Conservative government is even considering a free trade agreement with China. Can you imagine? What sort of effects and ramifications will this have? In my riding, there's the furniture and textile sector. And could you imagine the effects it would have in these sectors? They're considering a bilateral agreement with China. The government isn't thinking straight here. They haven't thought about human rights, environmental rights, and respecting workers throughout the world, not just in Canada and Quebec, but elsewhere. In addition to weakening the multilateral agreements, this is what bilateral agreements do. I think that these bilateral agreements often benefit richer countries, and it's the poorer countries that lose out. I'm not the only one that said this. A former advisor to the Clinton administration has condemned this kind of bilateral agreement. And this is the problem with the agreement with Colombia. I have 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker. I'd quite simply like to say that the proliferation of these kinds of bilateral agreements isn't good. I don't think that they have had much of an economic effect on Quebec, especially the agreement with Colombia. I think that we need to work harder alongside our US counterparts.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Southwestern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening carefully to what the Bloc member has been alluding to, and I've been trying to understand the thesis with respect to how he views free trade agreements, and I would like to think that they were fair trade agreements to some extent. He has argued that because there isn't a strong multilateral framework, that these bilateral agreements will supersede issues as they relate to the environment, as they relate to human rights, and so on. And my question, Mr. Speaker, and I think the House is impressed with the knowledge that the member has, but my question is that is there any other alternative? The terms and conditions with respect to NAFTA, the principles of the WTO, in fact, where there have been, never mind between underdeveloped countries or developing countries, but when Brazil and Canada were engaged in an aerospace situation between Embraer and the charge that Bombardier was unfairly, and the government of Canada was unfairly bonusing one of our industries. In fact, Canada was able to, through the WTO mechanisms, bring attention to that issue. Now, there was a degree of voluntary acceptance with respect to the findings, and I think the House is seized with the argument that the member has put forward. But my question to the member would be, without these kinds of agreements, for example, with the Caribbean countries of the CARICOM, without the ability to stimulate capital transfers and investments in those countries, where would those countries be? And so while he has argued that there's this $2.8 billion balance that is favorable to the mining interests and so on, given that there can be strong human rights legislation and so on in Peru, and I would argue that the Peruvians have capability in the area of labor jurisdictions, labor law, and so on. Does it not give more protection to those countries to enter into these kinds of agreements, for example, with Canada, such as the Canada-Peru agreement?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What I would say is this. You know that there are bilateral agreements with countries which often have very difficult living conditions. And you know that in the mining sector, very often, bilateral agreements are not complied with. And these companies don't always respect environmental legislation. You know that the Americans, well, you know that through the World Trade Organization, you can ask for a remedy. So this is where we feel that the concerns of countries aren't always respected. There are a lot of rich countries who have agreements with very poor countries, and I think it's easier to respect the rights of the people. Now, as I've said often in speeches here, if we have only to look at the softwood lumber case, it's been a very difficult issue, and we have a certain measure of protectionism on the part of the United States that has an influence on our industry. Well, we have agreements with other countries that are supposed to favor economic growth in our country. Not necessarily, it may protect investors. They're happy with the agreement. But the economic impact for us is minimal at best.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. I am very concerned with a number of issues in regard to this particular agreement, perhaps because I, with many of my colleagues here, have lived through the less than stellar agreements of the past, the Free Trade Agreement, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and in both of those cases, we've seen Canadian workers and labor rights in Canada decline. And now we're living in a reality where Canadians are suffering quite significantly because of the North American Free Trade Agreement. And despite all of the claims that it was somehow going to improve employment and improve our standard of living, we see a rapid and quite disastrous decline. And so in this free trade agreement with Peru, we see that new laws have been put forward, decrees by the government, and they call this to modernize the public sector. Unfortunately, this so-called modernization seems more punitive than positive. And in fact, these new rules have given the National Civil Service Authority the right to negotiate with workers in Peru and skip the collective bargaining process entirely. I wonder if the member could please comment on the fact that collective bargaining is being undermined and how important collective bargaining is to the rights of workers.
The Honourable Deputy Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. There was Joseph Stiglitz, an Economic Nobel Prize winner. He wrote his doctorate on globalization. Stiglitz is someone I read a great deal. He writes about labor conditions, collective agreements for the most disadvantaged. And he says that more and more we are finding that we need rules to govern the globalization process and to create organizations to make it work. But these rules are too often decided on by rich countries to serve their particular interests. So that's really what my colleague is saying, that in this kind of situation, with these agreements, there's enormous pressure on these countries and their governments, so that in a country like Colombia, unions cannot necessarily negotiate their labor conditions, and some trade unionists are threatened, and people have been assassinated. So this is not something that would favor good working conditions. There's enough time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. At the end of his speech, he said that we've never seen in free trade agreements negotiated by governments. We've always seen a report stage that would contain information on possible impacts in the country concerned. Now, the Conservatives and Liberals seem to be agreeing that in the next 5 years we'll come up with a report on what happened and what needs to be changed. So I'd like to ask my colleague about this lack of vision on the part of the government. 30 seconds for the Honourable Member. Well, very quickly, yes, these reports, there's this process of the agreement being amended with respect to labor legislation, human rights. Now, even though this kind of thing is often included in agreements, I think the very least we can do as parliamentarians is to make sure that this is followed up on.
Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak on this bill today. It's of utmost importance to not only Canadian workers and Canadian society, but obviously to Peruvian workers and Peruvian society as well. You know, Mr. Speaker, quite often the government is really fond, as well as their new coalition partners, the Liberals, to talk about rules-based agreements. And when one thinks of those terms, it sounds rather magnanimous. We're going to have rules. And the first thing that comes to mind is that somehow the rules will be even-handed. Because most of us as children, when we were children, grew up playing games that had rules in them that were about fairness and about equity, and making sure that those who were not as gifted as others when it came to the games that we're going to play could be included. So we developed rules for that. So here we have, Mr. Speaker, this agreement that's based on rules, but we have to ask the fundamental question, who set the rules and for whom did they set them? And I think when we look at this particular agreement, Mr. Speaker, the rules are set, but clearly they're set for one group to dominate another. And we didn't learn anything from NAFTA's Chapter 11. We might have learned to do it a little bit better in the sense of making sure that those who could take advantage even more. So what we have inside this agreement is indeed still that style of chapter investor protection that we all have come to recognize doesn't work well. So if it doesn't work well and the rules aren't working for Canadians and for other trading partners who sign on to those agreements, then why indeed will we continue to make them part of the rules? Why wouldn't we amend them? Why wouldn't we indeed change them drastically and make sure that they aren't in there? In fact, as we can see, Mr. Speaker, in other more modern agreements where my colleagues in this House quite often tend to use the term fair trade, they still use fair trade with Chapter 11 type agreements, whereas a fairer trade would actually eliminate those types of provisions and deal on a more even-handed basis with all participants in trade, which include workers, which includes the environment, civil society, and communities as a whole. But that gets lost in that, Mr. Speaker. So when one asks, well, who sets the rules? Well, in this particular case, the government of this country bargained this agreement with the government of Peru. So do they have the ability to do that? Yes. But do they have the moral authority to do that? Well, in Peru, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, they don't. Clearly, President Garcia, whose most recent poll ratings are 19%. Now, one can say, well, a poll is a poll. Well, you know, that gauges public sentiment, at least. And the public sentiment clearly shows that less than 1 in 5 Peruvians agree with the leadership of that government. So if they're about to set the rules for Peru in the labor movement and workers and general society, and 4 out of 5, 80% of the population is not in agreement with them, are they going to be setting rules that really are about fairness for all of those citizens of that country? I think when one does the arithmetic, one would have to come to the conclusion, no, that's not the case. So here we have a rules-based agreement being set up by a group, in this particular case the Peruvian government, that really has no moral authority to do so. Consequently, how do we know what they're saying to us is really representative of what Peruvians are saying to their government? And I think we have to doubt very much what exactly they're saying to us. And we need to look no further than what is it they do in their actions inside their own inside the government and inside the country for us to take a look to see if indeed we should believe the things that they're telling us they will do, when indeed inside the country itself they're doing the opposite of what they're telling us they will do. You know, as my colleagues have pointed out earlier, this whole sense of how they treat trade unions, especially in the public sector, where basically they're taking away the right to collective bargaining. But one of the rules in the rules-based agreement is to protect collective bargaining. The Garcia government says, we're going to protect that type of right. We're going to enshrine it as a piece off to the side of the agreement, and I'll get back to talking about why it should be in rather than out in the side. But yet, by their deeds, they're actually taking rights away from collective bargaining and from workers in general. So here we have the government of Peru saying one thing, and some folks would say the old acronym talk is cheap, is saying one thing. But when it gets to doing the walk and doing the deed, we can see the dastardly deed they do when they take rights away from workers and they take collective bargaining away from workers, and they put processes in place that will affect those workers, the very workers that they're supposed to represent, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that's supposed to protect their workers, as we should be doing here for ours. But then again, that's a debate of probably another bill for another day as to how well this government and the preceding one actually protected workers under international trade agreements. And one would argue, I would say very successfully, that that didn't happen in this country either. So when you look at that sense of, you know, where workers are in Peru and the fact that only 9% are really covered by unions, and that minimum wages cover a certain portion of the population, one would say, well, that doesn't seem so bad. It looks like it's going to go up. In fact, I believe the statistics talk about it went up to $176 a month. And I know that's a very paltry sum in this country, Mr. Speaker, but that's a different society. But then again, if we delve much deeper and we actually look at what is that minimum wage and who does it cover, we find by the very deed that it, in fact, covers very few people at all. Because the vast majority of folks work in what's called an informal economy. You know, up here we might have called that under the table, the gray market, which usually is a market that people go out and subsidize an already established income. They have a job and maybe they work to the side. And dare I say it, Mr. Speaker, the gray economy is usually to avoid taxes in this country. But the informal economy in Peru is the majority of the economy, Mr. Speaker, where wages aren't the paltry $176 a month. They're $20 to $30 a month. About not quite 15% of the minimum wage. Now, we all know that minimum wages are really established as the floor. And really what we have, Mr. Speaker, is we have folks now living on the floor but living underneath it. The vast majority of them, indeed, are living underneath it. And here we have this agreement entered into by this government and the government of Peru to somehow do something to help folks who are below the floor, when we see the government isn't enacting legislation to help them rise up, even though they say in the agreement, we will definitely do that. So, Mr. Speaker, when one looks at what is said in agreements and the words that are written, it's to the deeds that are done by government that actually tell you whether their words will ring true or they'll ring hollow. In the case of the Garcia government, clearly they ring hollow, and the echo is deafening. They don't protect the workers in Peru, civil society in Peru, large tracts of the indigenous population in Peru are saying, we don't want this agreement. It isn't good for the Peruvians. And I would argue it isn't necessarily good for Canadians either in certain aspects, because it didn't get rid of the Chapter 11 situation. It didn't get rid of that whole sense of investor rights, and I would call it investor privilege, because the labor organizations and workers in this country don't get treated on equal footing. And if you can't equate the two, and you can't make them equal, then you can't have fair trade. It will always be free trade for some, unobligatory trade for others. Those of us who have to live under the rule and those who get to write the rules. And that will never make agreements fair for all of us who participate in them. So, Mr. Speaker, when one looks at this agreement, and there are a number of folks who have, and we're looking at implementation of this agreement, not the debate of the agreement, obviously, but simply the implementation of it, one looks at it and says, is this in the best interest of those who are there? You know, my colleague, I believe from Scarborough, I believe it is Scarborough-Gilwood, has a private member's bill before here that talks about mining companies and talks about how they should behave in a manner that's fair and equitable, similar to what they do in this country when they're in South America, places like Peru. And I myself, Mr. Speaker, in my own riding, I've received thousands, literally thousands of signed signature cards from young people to their parents, to their grandparents, in some cases their grandparents, great-grandparents, who are saying to us, until you can make sure that workers in Peru and other parts of the hemisphere are treated fairly and are treated the same as they're treated up here for the same corporations, then we shouldn't be dealing with them. So what they're telling me, Mr. Speaker, is they don't agree with this agreement by signing the cards. They don't agree that this agreement is actually a good model for the Peruvian workers and the Peruvian society. So, Mr. Speaker, when you get that outpouring of support, which wasn't generated by me as the MP, but by civil society in my riding, and the private members' bill that talks about that, and is supported by literally tens of thousands across this country, that should be telling us something about what they feel about what they intrinsically know is not a good deal. And so should we. You know, as parliamentarians, we should know it's not a good deal. We should know that if we're going to have labor standards and environmental standards, why are we any different than the U.S. when the U.S. actually signed a deal, albeit flawed? They signed a deal and enshrined the labor standards and the environmental standards in the body of the collective agreement. And I call it a collective agreement, Mr. Speaker, because it is bargained between two countries. And normally what you do in collective bargaining is when you find something that's intrinsically important to the parties, you put it into the body of the agreement, because that's how you define it and enshrine it as being that important. You don't put it as a side piece. You don't put it as an addendum. You don't add it on at the back. You don't refer to it in a chart. You make sure that it's in the body of the agreement, because that's the weight you give to it. So when we look at this agreement, what do we find in the body of the agreement? Well, we find the usual platitudes of the back and forth between two governments. And then, of course, we find the investors' rights enshrined right in the heart of the agreement. We don't find that as an addendum. We don't find that as a chart. We don't find that tacked on as a little piece stapled onto the back of the agreement. But yet when it comes to the fundamental situation of labor and workers' rights, it's tacked to the back. When we look at the environment, the very place in which we live, and we've all heard the horror stories about environmental degradation throughout this entire world, and Peru is not immune to that. They indeed are in the same situation as other countries where environmental degradation has taken place, all against their best interests and against their wishes in a lot of cases. So why wouldn't we have enshrined that in the heart of the agreement? We tacked that one on the back as well. And when the questions are raised, well, why not in the body of the agreement? The answer is, trust us. We have your best interests at heart. But again, Mr. Speaker, I go back to, those are words. And the words we've heard from the Peruvian government about trust us are not matched by the very deeds that they talk about, where we see indigenous people forced off their land, the attempt by the Garcia government to actually change the Constitution so that it would take a different voting structure to remove people, which they eventually lost in a constitutional challenge. And good for those who challenged it through the Peruvian Constitution that said you cannot do that as the president of this country. Unfortunately for them, the constitutional courts upheld that and said, no, you have to go back and you have to enshrine and you have to make sure you secure all of those pieces that you said before, where it takes 2/3 of a vote to remove people and give up land willingly. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we'd left it to Garcia to do, he would have removed indigenous people in favor of mining corporations. In fact, he's quoted at one time as telling a mining company, don't worry, I'll take care of it, you'll get your land claimed, you'll be able to set up your mine. But he forgot to ask the folks that actually owned the land and lived on the land if that's what they wanted. And of course, up until this particular point, Mr. Speaker, they've told him no. And so that mine hasn't established itself yet. And good for those indigenous folks who live there and who farm there, that they ought to do that. So from our perspective, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Canadian agriculture, we didn't get the same deal that the Americans got. So if we were to look at some of the pieces that perhaps may be of benefits to Canadian agriculture, certainly there's some issues around the grain sector and the pulse sector, but when it comes to the red meat sector, we didn't get the access that Americans got. Wonder why we didn't do that, why we would sign a deal that's inferior to the Americans. So here we have on one side, we're not able to actually get the open access that we say we want. I mean, this government says it wants open markets, and yet is willing to sign a deal that doesn't actually open the market the way they want it to. Now, you know, there is the old adage that half a loaf's better than none, but I would argue half a loaf that's actually gone bad is probably worse than none. Because at least if you start at the beginning, you have an opportunity to craft something that makes sense, to craft something that's of a positive benefit for all the parties. In this particular case, it seems to me this particular bill is not going to do that. So we didn't get the open markets. We've got the Peruvian government talking about saying it will do certain things, and then we find it restricts things when it comes to workers. They agree to a settlement process that says, well, you might have to pay a fine, but yet they turn a blind eye. It reminds one of the old Monty Python sketch of nudge, nudge, wink, wink. You know, so it really has become one of those things of this really is between the mining corporations and those who are benefiting directly from this agreement, because really that's the ones who will benefit in this country. It really has become the nudge, nudge, wink, wink of an agreement. We'll pretend that we've got this agreement. We'll put this piece on the back about labor standards and the environment standards, but don't worry. We're not going to make you walk the walk. We're going to be able to tell our friends in international labor organizations, look, we've got this as a part of the agreement. But really they don't. It's just simply an add-on. The Americans didn't do that because the agreement was going to be held up in the U.S. Congress. They enshrined the labor piece and the environmental piece inside the agreement to make sure that it would actually pass through the House when it came to the House of Representatives of the United States. Albeit it's still flawed, Mr. Speaker, because those same provisions about the same penalty still apply, and no one's certain how you're going to be able to actually exact that penalty and enforce it, because there's no teeth when it comes to those particular pieces. And that's the problem. The investor piece gets an arbitration panel, gets to go before it, gets to make charges before it, and the labor and the environment pieces, well, we'll fine you. We'll put it over here, and maybe we'll fine you. Again, a flawed agreement, Mr. Speaker, that's weighed on one side, not on the other. So one wonders, is this the future for us, Mr. Speaker? Are we going to continue down this path of constantly opening up free markets and free agreements that aren't fair and aren't balanced? And it would seem that's the case. We have not learned anything from the previous ones, it seems, Mr. Speaker. We've learned to perhaps placate those of us who say those are the wrong-headed agreements. But we've never learned to fundamentally change the direction so that we actually develop fair trade agreements. And if we're not going to do that, Mr. Speaker, why indeed would we sign flawed agreements? I mean, that's a fundamental question I think all members should ask themselves. If we know the agreements are flawed, and I've heard many get up in the House and say, well, it's not exactly what we want, it isn't quite what we'd like to see it, if that's the case, why sign it? Why not take it back and start again? Why not listen to those parties in this country who are saying it's flawed? And here's how to fix it. It's not just a question of opposing for opposition's sake. It's saying it's flawed. Here are some fixes. The Peruvian population is saying the same. There are things we need to do to fix it. And we're willing to come forward and give you the opportunity to fix it if indeed you can put into the agreement, a number of propositions that will indeed enhance the bill and make it fair for both countries so that we can trade. Mr. Speaker, it should never be confused that somehow those of us who oppose free trade agreements, especially those that have Chapter 11 enshrined in them, are opposed to trade. It's not the case. We all understand that trade takes place in this globe, and it is indeed one of the things that we have done for centuries in this country. So we will always continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. But what we shouldn't allow ourselves to do is allow ourselves to sign flawed agreements that will either not benefit Canadians and those of us who live in this place, or those of our reciprocal trading partners as well. We should never stoop to taking advantage of those who find themselves in precarious situations. It should be about even-handedness, and ultimately it should be about fairness. And that fairness will drive equality for both partners, Mr. Speaker, and ultimately then and only then will we have trade agreements that all of us, I believe, unanimously could stand up and support. And we should strive to be there, Mr. Speaker, because that would be equitable and fair for all the parties and for the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his input on this important bill. Mr. Speaker, Canada does exports about $390 million worth of merchandise to Peru, and we import $2.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's to give an idea of the dimensions that we're talking about. There is a trade deficit. Peru has also, Mr. Speaker, entered into agreements with the United States, Chile, Thailand, Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Singapore as examples of trade agreements with them. The member is well aware that that not to participate in a trade agreement with Peru will put a Canadian business at a substantial disadvantage. And in fact, wheat sales as an example. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member has raised some interesting points about whether it be the Chapter 11 side deal or the environmental side deal. But, Mr. Speaker, if we continue to expect to have 100% of what we want, and every time we want to do a trade deal, Mr. Speaker, we will never be able to negotiate meaningful trade relationships that will help our economy and help us to ensure that the trade deal does operate in a manner which is fair to all stakeholders. So I want to ask the member if he is seriously suggesting that we should not enter into trade agreements which clearly are to the advantage of Canadian business, simply because we want to look at some other areas outside of the trade umbrella, which we think, as Boy Scouts, we should look at. That's what his view is?
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. One could argue that the only Boy Scouts that around here are one sits in government and the other sat in government before them when they bargained the free trade agreement and the North American free trade agreement and actually gave away everything, including the forestry agreement. And then basically have lost nearly every challenge to the Americans since. So one might argue that the Boy Scouts were those two governments giving things away. But, Mr. Speaker, what we need to look at is the sense of this fairness aspect to trade policy, because trade policy is about not taking advantage of one country over another. That's the intent. That's the spirit of the policy when you actually enter into it. My honourable colleague talks about how much we send to Peru through the business route and how much Peru sends back to us, but I would remind my colleague that the majority of that value that comes out, that dollar value that comes out of Peru, is actually raw resource. A lot of it's gold. It comes out as gold and not as finished products out of Peru and heads north. And a lot of it heads back into this country to be reprocessed. So actually what we're doing is we're actually extracting raw materials from them, quite often bring them into the North American hemisphere, to actually reprocess them into finished products of one dimension or another. Peru reminds me of Canada in a lot of ways in its infancy 150 years ago, where we used to extract things, and then again, some might say, well, honourable member, you ought to think maybe this is what's happening to us again, because we seem to be extracting raw materials again and sending them out of the country to let somebody else do things for us. So we see both things happening here, Mr. Speaker. That Peru's actually their extraction industries, which are Canadian-held in most cases. Canadian miners, without a question, Canadian mining corporations are some of the best in the world. And they've understood to go to all of these different countries to set up mine operations. And they have done that in Peru. And what they're doing is extracting that raw material from Peru and sending it elsewhere to be processed. So those figures are somewhat skewed, Mr. Speaker. They don't really give a true indication of what type of trade actually goes back and forth between this country and Peru. So I would remind the honourable member that numbers can look bad or good depending on how one tries to frame them. And in this particular case, it may look like there's a trade imbalance between us and Peru. But then again, by the time we finish the product, it may be indeed more valuable.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek. Order, please.
And to the member, I hear you speaking of the mining companies, the Canadian mining companies that are in Peru. And in my remarks earlier, I talked about the corporate social responsibility report that was never ever tabled in this House. It's past a year since that report was completed. It's very concerning to civil society and those of us that are concerned about the approach that Canadian companies take in different countries. But one of the things that occurred in this place just next door last week is we had Jessica Morales here, whose father was assassinated, a trade unionist assassinated in Colombia, scheduled, I understand, to speak before the Trade Committee, and the door was closed to her. And I have to wonder why in the world that would happen in Canada, a place that champions human rights. We were very fortunate, and I want to give credit to all members of the Subcommittee on Human Rights, because by consensus we had this woman added to our agenda at the last minute. But it just strikes me as so strange that Canada, one of our committees, would do such a thing.
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I wish I could answer the question for you. I really do. I wish I could give you an answer that would make sense and one that indeed would be representative of this House in the sense of it made sense to do that. But clearly, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make sense to do that. One would hope we would want to hear from someone who has intimate knowledge of what happens in the Southern Hemisphere. Colombia and what happens in Colombia, as far as trade policy and the internal things that have happened in Colombia, as much as Peru is not identical to them, there are indeed lessons to be learned and things that we could have learned. And unfortunately, the committee had an opportunity to learn, and it turned it down. And for those who made that decision and turned it down, one should always remember that learning is always a positive thing, regardless of whether one thought you believed in the piece that you were going to hear or not. Because there's always value in learning things that are new and having things validated. And unfortunately, in this particular case, the young woman wasn't heard by the committee, and that did, I think, an injustice to this House, but more importantly, did an injustice to those members who said no.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Speaker, the previous bloc speaker had an interesting thesis in which he argued that bilateral treaties of this ilk should be superseded by a broader regime, a multilateral regime that would deal with environmental and social responsibility issues and so on. I wonder if I could ask the member, rather than focusing on the bilateral relationship with respect to sidebar agreements, would it not be in keeping with his thesis that he backs the bloc member in terms of looking at the International Court of Justice, the International Labour Organization Tribunal, those multilateral regimes that in fact would deal with the kinds of issues that he's raised, rather than suggest that a government should not be entering in the better interests of its citizens into the kinds of agreements for the kinds of reasons that have been put forward by some of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Welland. Order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. In fact, the ILO, the International Labour Organizations, and one always has to be careful of their acronyms because one can get caught up in them, clearly has stated what it believes should be the minimum standards when it comes to labour. And indeed, the Canadian Labour Congress has called for those standards. The difficulty is we've added as an addendum. We didn't enshrine it in the agreement. We could have. We can't say, well, no one else has done it. We would be the first to do it, and we couldn't get it done. The Americans did it. Why didn't we? That begs a simple question. Why didn't we? It wasn't that the Peruvians didn't want to do it. They did it with the Americans. A trading partner of ours, basically, it has the same sort of rules as we do because we entered into NAFTA and the free trade of the Americas with them. So, I mean, it's not as if Peru was find that as a foreign piece. They just simply didn't want to do it. And we said, okay, because I don't believe this government actually believes in enshrining labor's rights inside the agreement. I think that's a fundamental question we should ask. Was it really the Peruvian government that said no, or was it this government across the way that simply said, it's not important enough to do. We don't care. We're not going to put it in. We're going to leave it out. And then when some pressure came, they said, okay, we'll tack it on the back.
Here, here.
Order. Order. We're going to move on to statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, during the month of June, thousands of Canadians hope to draw attention to a little-known but devastating disease called scleroderma. According to some medical experts, it's now more prevalent than muscular sclerosis and muscular dystrophy. And while more has been learned about this disease during the past decade than in the previous century, more needs to be done to end the suffering of thousands of Canadians. Sadly, almost 80% of the sufferers are women, often diagnosed before the age of 50. Mr. Speaker, you know I've told you in the past that my family's had to deal with the devastating effects of scleroderma. This dreaded disease took my mother and now threatens to take the life of many of my friends within the scleroderma-stricken community. I call on my parliamentary colleagues and all Canadians to assist Scleroderma Societies of Canada and the provinces by raising awareness in our communities, particularly now in June, as it's National Scleroderma Awareness Month. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the day when a cure is finally found for this terrible and ultimately fatal disease.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, for over 50 years, Uncle Jim Anderson has documented life in Makkovik on Labrador's north coast. He is a self-taught photographer and videographer who has captured changing ways in his hometown over the decades. Uncle Jim's work was recently showcased in an exhibit by the Rooms Provincial Art Gallery and the Labrador Interpretation Centre, bringing his talents to a new and broader audience. And just last month, Uncle Jim received the Rogers Arts Achievement Award presented by the Newfoundland and Labrador Arts Council, recognising his lifetime of creation through his camera's lens and his vision. Not only is he an inspired visual artist, he is inspiring others. On behalf of all Labradorians and my Liberal colleagues, I congratulate Uncle Jim Anderson on his many achievements.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Loup. Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to celebrate the achievements of a Quebec artist who won two prestigious awards in the first half of 2009. I'm referring to Ariane Moffat. In last March, in the 38th Annual Junior Awards, Ms. Moffat got the award for Francophone Album of the Year for Tous les Sens, and she'll be officially receiving in July the Ratz-par-Liefevre Award at the Francophonie de Spa for the same album. The prize is awarded by a Belgium and Quebec jury and includes a scholarship and financial assistance from the two governments. This author, composer, performer has a great wealth of musical experience. Her album Aquanaut, released in 2002, has dazzled the Francophone world. We discovered her more sensitive side with her second album, La Coeur dans la Tête. Tous les Sens, her album released in 2008, has enchanted the French speakers throughout the world once again. It's an album in the true Ariane Moffat style. Congratulations. May all your hopes and dreams come true.
Mr. Speaker, food is a vital part of our lives, and what we put into our bodies is not only reflected back to us in our personal health, but also in the health of our communities. If we support local farmers, businesses, and craftspersons with our daily purchases, then we will be ensuring the long-term vitality and viability of our communities. We have all become accustomed to instant satisfaction, so what I'm suggesting is that we each take a step back and follow the chain behind our purchases and ask, where does the product you're purchasing come from? Where does your money end up? Does the chain end up in another country or a farmer's field just outside your town? In the Welland constituency, we have 3 fantastic farmers' markets that serve our communities with fresh, healthy produce and meats every week, every year. I encourage all constituents to take the time to check out what farmers' markets have to offer. And remember, if you ate today, thank a farmer. And remember, to buy local, or could be buy local.
The Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, in May 2008, Craig Oliver asked the Liberal leader, quote, "Do you still believe in a carbon tax?" "Of course you do," end quote. The Liberal leader replied, quote, "I do, Craig," end quote. Of course he does. He invented the Liberal carbon tax. And now he claims he knows nothing about it. When the Liberal leader is in America, he's an American. When he's in Britain, he's British. When he's in BC, he opposes loans to the auto companies. When he is in Ontario, he thinks those loans should be bigger. He condemns the economic action plan that he voted for while demanding billions in spending that would make the deficit bigger. He says the coalition that he signed on for would break up Canada, and now he wants to put that coalition back together. Mr. Speaker, if you don't like the Liberal leader's positions on the issues, wait 5 minutes and he'll change them for you.
The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a young man from Winterland, a small community on the Buren Peninsula in the riding of Random Buren St. George's in Newfoundland and Labrador. Gaetan Kenway has been awarded the Alexander Graham Bell Canada Graduate Scholarship, valued at $70,000. The criteria for the scholarship points to Gaetan's exceptional talents. The award is based on academic excellence, research potential, plus communication, interpersonal, and leadership abilities. Gaetan is an amazing young man. After graduating from Marystown Central High School in 2003, he completed a Bachelor of Science in Engineering Physics at Queen's University, and then entered the Masters of Applied Science program at the University of Toronto. A year later, he was fast-tracked into the PhD program at the school's Institute for Aerospace Studies. Gaetan is currently studying multidisciplinary design optimization of aircraft systems program. His parents, Nancy and Morley Kenway, are teachers. They are justifiably proud of their son's accomplishments. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Gaetan Kenway and wishing him continued success.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. the President, the backbone of Canada, what makes this country great is our communities and neighbourhoods which work together in thousands of different ways behind the scenes, unreported by the media. We can all tell stories of the unnamed heroes who volunteer, who coach sports teams, who offer support in hospitals, and who raise money for charitable causes. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, May 15th in Powell River, BC, I had the great pleasure to attend the launch of a cookbook assembled by the Bruce Denniston Bone Marrow Society, an organization dedicated to raise money for bone marrow transplants. The organization was inspired by the life and untimely death of Bruce Denniston, an RCMP officer who died of leukemia. The Powell River community is famous for its spirit of volunteerism, Mr. Speaker, and many people turned out for the book launch. Busy hands prepared almost 50 different dishes based on recipes in the cookbook. The Minister of Natural Resources attended in person, adding to an event which resounded with unity, hard work, and a good cause. A classically Canadian event, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, on 2 occasions this House has voted in favour of a refugee appeal division. The first time, Bill C-280, introduced by the Bloc Québécois, made its way through the House and the Senate, but the government triggered an early election. Reintroduced barely a month ago, my colleague Jean Lebert's Bill C-291 once again got the support of the House. Although they supported Bill C-291 at second reading vote, now the Liberals are working with the Conservatives to block this bill at committee. The Liberals claim they support refugees, and yet they're in cahoots with the Conservatives. Seeing the Liberals, who claim they supported Bill C-291, get into bed with the government is pitiful. Clearly, the Liberal leader's new strategy is to say one thing and mean another, and mislead the people, especially those whose state is precarious, like refugees.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked World No Tobacco Day. World No Tobacco Day is celebrated around the world every year on May 31st. This yearly celebration informs the public on the dangers of using tobacco and what people around the world can do to claim their health. The member states of the World Health Organization created World No Tobacco Day in 1987 to draw global attention to the tobacco epidemic and the preventable death and disease it causes. I had the pleasure of celebrating World No Tobacco Day at the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit with Dr. Charles Gardner and a group of students led by Carrie Marriott in Barrie on Friday. I think we can also be very proud this year of the progress our government has made in combating the dangers of tobacco. The proposed changes to the Tobacco Act by our Health Minister will make significant progress as we are working to prevent the targeting of children and teen smokers through prohibiting candy flavors to cigarillos and blunts. Okay. Great progress for our country and our children.
Here. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, according to the last census, the proportion of Canadians born outside the country is at its highest levels in 75 years. In fact, 2/3 of our population growth comes from immigration. In my home of Mississauga, 52% of the population is foreign-born. It's the 3rd highest amongst Canadian municipalities. Many of these are permanent residents waiting to receive their citizenship, but for some odd reason, living in Mississauga means unprecedented wait times. Many residents wait 4 to 6 months after their files are transferred simply to get their test dates. Had these residents moved to other parts of the country, or even neighboring cities, their files would be processed much more quickly. This is simply unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives don't like it when people who already have a Canadian passport spend too much time abroad. But I would hope that they could find it in their hearts to help future Canadians achieve the dream of citizenship.
Honourable Member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, this week Canadians celebrate the elegance and beauty of Canada's environment in tribute to the landscapes that lend definition and character to our great nation. Canadians are blessed with a rich natural heritage that inspires and helps define the image of our country. Skies, land, water, and wildlife, they all form the natural legacy that we are entrusted to preserve for the next generation. Our government is working hard to protect and preserve our rich and vast ecological landscapes. To date, over 100 million hectares of land, roughly 10% of Canada's landmass, and 3 million hectares of ocean waters have been protected. Canada's Environment Week is an opportunity to focus on our impact on the environment, our communities, and the quality of life that we treasure here in Canada. So let's celebrate all that is unique about Canada's vast environmental heritage. The natural treasures of our land should be cared for and appreciated all year long.
Fantastic. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, recently a gentleman from a prominent seniors organization came up to me and said, and I quote, that seniors feel invisible to this government. In my hometown of Hamilton, Ontario, almost 17% of our seniors live in poverty, well over twice the national average of about 7%. Mr. Speaker, as reported in the Globe and Mail just today, 75% of private sector workers have no pension at all, and many of the existing defined benefit plans are facing significant shortfalls. That is why I've been touring the country, listening to the stories of seniors, finding out what they need from their representatives in Ottawa. After my tour, I will report their stories and their concerns to our leader, Jack Layton, and they will form the basis of the NDP's National Senior Strategy. We are here and we see you. We hear you, and we will not stop fighting for you until each and every one of you is able to live in the dignity that you deserve.
The honourable member knows he must be careful not to mention other honourable members by name in his statements. He'll want to refrain from such conduct. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our Prime Minister was honoured with not one but 2 awards recognizing his strong leadership and decisive action in defending human rights at home and abroad. He received the Canadian Jewish Congress Saul Hayes Human Rights Award, the first serving Prime Minister to ever receive this award, and also the Simon Wiesenthal International Leadership Award. Since forming government, our Prime Minister has led Canada in a new era of principled foreign policy based on Canadian values, taking bold positions on the world stage, regardless of how popular they were at the time. Canada was the first country to cut off funding for the Hamas government and the first to pull out of the Durban Hate Fest. Here in Canada, our Prime Minister has acted to protect the rights and safety of communities at risk through creating the Security Infrastructure Pilot Program. And just yesterday he announced that our government will table legislation that will allow victims of terror to sue those foreign entities responsible for the attacks. Mr. Speaker, it's great to see our Prime Minister acknowledge for the leadership and conviction in advancing human rights. Canada and the world are better for it.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, at a time when CBC Radio-Canada is facing major cutbacks which have led to over 800 job losses, a citizens group decided to mobilise to increase awareness about the Crown Corporation's social and cultural importance. SOS Radio-Canada is trying to convince politicians to permanently increase public funding for this institution, and the Bloc Québécois agrees with this. Now, SOS Radio-Canada is facing an uphill battle because not only is the Conservative government completely uninterested in the public broadcaster and in culture in general, but the Liberal Party is scarcely better on this count, although it sings a different tune. It was the Liberals who, in the 1990s, who had a hand in slashing the annual CBC Radio-Canada budget by $400 million and who preferred to invest in flags rather than in culture, depriving many festivals and cultural events of funding. It's important for as many people as possible to join the movement in support of CBC Radio-Canada. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-la-Grace, La Chine.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the Prime Minister's hand-picked parliamentary secretary twice used the expression tar baby. As a child, I was taunted with this name by people who wished to demean me and make me feel inferior. The mountain of correspondence I've received in the last few days shows my experience amongst black children was not unique. This parliamentary secretary has stated he was unaware the term is also a pejorative description of blacks. I accept his explanation. I am concerned, however, at this MP's tendency to make hurtful statements. 1 year ago this week, he was forced to apologize for his offensive comments towards First Nations people. Now this. Now that he knows the negative connotation of this expression for blacks, Black Canadians hope he will publicly pledge to remove this pejorative term from his vocabulary, and we hope all Canadians will do so as well.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has gone silent and no longer wants to talk to Canadians about his hidden tax agenda. Who's going to pay for the tax hikes that the Liberals want to institute? The poor? The unemployed? Women? Who's going to pay? No one has got an answer on this. He's always tried to make punchy statements. He probably still believes that Quebec is blindly nationalistic and that Quebecers speak the kind of French that he can't understand. He believes that Quebecers are just North Americans who speak French. But does he really understand Quebec? No, Mr. Speaker. For him, Quebecers are just Frenchies. The Liberal leader has disappointed Quebecers, disappointed by the attitude of a man who's trying to conceal his true thoughts about Quebec as he tries to seduce order.
Questions orales. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South. Mr. Speaker, the situation concerning isotopes is urgent every day. 5,000 Canadians and 60,000 patients worldwide depend on Chalk River. The Minister said that this was an issue of life or death. The Prime Minister agreed. This is when they were in opposition, saying that this was a threat to human health. When will the production begin again in Chalk River, if indeed it does? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, AECL is informing the public and ourselves on an updated basis as to their inspection of what has happened at Chalk River and what possible repairs may take place there. They're updating us both on their website, they're updating us on daily reports into us, and it is the same as they reported last week, Mr. Speaker, that they expect for at least 3 months Chalk River will not be in operation. And in the meantime, we are working with our global partners to increase the supply of isotopes.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, 2 million procedures in Canada every year rely on medical isotopes, 80% of which come from Chalk River. Dr. Jean-Luc Urbain, President of the Canadian Association of Nuclear Medicine, describes the situation as a real catastrophe. The Prime Minister has no one left to blame. He has no one left to fire. Since the government does not know when its own reactor will be back online, can the Prime Minister tell us when and from where supplies of medical isotopes will be secured? Will every Canadian who needs diagnostic tests and cancer and heart treatments get them, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Shortage is concerning. However, Canadians can have confidence that this government is taking the short-term measures and looking at long-term solutions. I have been in contact with the provincial and territorial counterparts, as well as the medical community of experts in the field and the natural resources working on the supply issue. I can say that we are also using levers such as the Special Access Program and clinical trials to provide alternatives to Canadians, and I will continue to work with the territories and provinces to address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, just 18 months ago, the Prime Minister's position was that getting back the reactor online was a matter of life or death. MDS Nordion states today that the government has, quote, no long-term plan for the supply of medical isotopes. Dr. Christopher O'Brien of the Ontario Association of Nuclear Medicine states, and I quote, there just aren't enough reactors out there that can take the place of Chalk River. Clearly, isotope supply will not meet demand in Canada or elsewhere. If this is a matter of life or death, where will the required isotopes come from? And if there aren't enough, which patients will suffer and who gets to decide?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we take this matter very seriously, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, regardless of the catcalling from the other side, we think it's very important to communicate this. This is a serious situation, Mr. Speaker, and we have great concern for the health and safety of Canadians. We're working globally with our partners who produce medical isotopes. But as well, Mr. Speaker, we're looking towards the future, recognizing that we need to find that long-term supply. And that's why we called an expert review panel to look at all the options that we have received. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a heck of a lot more than what they did in 13 years, which was nothing.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Order.
Mr. Speaker, 5,000 procedures in Canada rely on medical isotopes every day. It appears that foreign suppliers could supply at most 2,000. This means at least 3,000 procedures a day in Canada will not occur through June, July, August, who knows how long. Patients will be moved onto waiting lists that are already too long for other types of tests and treatments that aren't as good. This will put more stress on patients, families, and medical professionals. How could the government have failed to see this coming?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Provided advance warning and regular updates to the provinces and the territories and worked with the isotope experts to develop medical guidance on dealing with the shortage, including examining other possible isotopes. Many tests can be completed using other options. What this means for Canadians is that we're making alternatives available so that medical isotopes can be used where most needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
You didn't answer the question. Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, la ministre
Mr. Speaker, the Minister announced last week that his department was going to get together a group of experts to look at ways of obtaining isotopes for Canadians. So experts in nuclear medicine have said that the situation is a disastrous one. The department chose these experts. Why did it ask for their advice a year and a half ago? Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Remember, he may be confused between the two processes from last year and this year. Last year, Mr. Speaker, there was an expert panel in terms of discussing the issue, and we've learned from those lessons, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we are working with the globe in terms of dealing with the shortage in isotopes. And in fact, I have a call scheduled tomorrow morning, Mr. Speaker, with the other isotope-producing countries in order to discuss what kinds of maintenance schedules are. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, even though there is a great need to be catcalling to me as I'm trying to tell the important issue regarding medical isotopes, I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to remember the fact that we're...
Order
the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the government has been giving all these billions of dollars to General Motors. In comparison, the Conservative budget is only giving $170 million to the forestry sector. In the Quebec City region, the government has added $100 million for silviculture, but it's nothing compared to what's going to Ontario. Given all our trade agreements, will they say how they're going to help Quebec industries starting now? Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, the auto sector is something that is governed by a bilateral agreement. The forestry industry, at its own request, with respect to a request made in 2006, our government got together with their partners in the United States. We support the industry, and we're going to continue to do so through our programs. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, federal lawyers are saying exactly the same thing than the minister here in the House. The Minister of Finance says that the government has no choice but to help the auto sector, otherwise thousands and thousands of jobs will be lost. Now, there have been thousands of jobs lost in the forestry sector, half of them in Quebec. Does the minister not realize that as for the auto sector, it has to help the forestry industry in Quebec in order to put an end to the loss of jobs? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote someone in the forestry industry. The government, it's not that the government isn't supporting the industry, it's a question of markets. Where pulp and paper exports is a question of markets. The Americans don't want to buy our products because we're in the middle of a global recession. So there's a committee, the Canada-Quebec Committee, that is studying this now, and we'll hear from them shortly. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The Minister responsible for regional development said falsely that there was $9 billion going into the forestry sector in Quebec, but this was contradicted by officials in his department. So what is the real amount of money going to the forestry sector? Why won't they give us the real figure? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, to follow up on my colleague's question, this official made a mistake. Perhaps he didn't read that particular article. We're talking about what was being provided in various services. So $9 billion to the forestry sector of Quebec in 2008, and we will continue helping this industry. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Can the Minister tell us what logic lies behind the assistance going to the auto sector, and why the amounts given by the Economic Development Association are so little to the forestry sector. The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, there was an agreement signed in good faith by two governments, the Canadian and the American, on the subject of softwood lumber. We have to comply with this agreement. And the government, because of this, has to respect this agreement. With respect to the auto sector, this is an issue of markets. There will be an announcement soon made by the governments of both countries. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, I think the Conservatives have been beating all records in dismal economic performance. Record losses of $24 million for the CPP, and yet their top executives have been getting bonuses. $6 million for David Dennison, Mark Weissman, $5 million, another executive, $3 million. Why does the government refuse to act? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board operates by law, Mr. Speaker, independently and at arm's length from both the federal government and the provincial governments across the country, and that's something that the member opposite has not put on the floor. But it also deals with taxpayers' money, and any compensation for its executives should reflect that reality, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, these managers have wiped out 4 years of Canadians' contributions to CPP in that loss of $24 billion, and yet they're going to haul in bonuses of $7 million this year. That's added to $23 million that these executives took in bonuses over the last couple of years. It's offensive, and public outrage is growing about it. Why? Well, because the average senior gets $500 a month from this pension plan, and yet these guys can raid the bank for millions even when they lose money.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, just about every pension plan in every corner of the world is facing the reality of the economic downturn that has taken place right across this continent and right around the world, Mr. Speaker. Canada's economy is doing demonstrably better than most countries. If you look at what Patricia Croft from RBC Global Asset Management said, she said, Canada continues to be the envy of the world in regard to our fiscal position. And we can get out of it without having to raise taxes. That's an important message for Canadians, and it's a very important message for the leader of the Liberal Party who wants to raise taxes on hard-working middle-class Canadians.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
I note that the minister can't get the words $24 billion lost by these managers out of his mouth, and he also can't even describe the magnitude of the bonuses, because if he ever said it, he knows that Canadians would be upset about it. It's time they took some action. This is Canadians' money we're talking about. Month after month they pay in. We leave seniors living in poverty, and these guys reach out and grab millions. If they're doing such a great job, let them find a job somewhere else.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the leader of the NDP wants to make derogatory comments about those people who work in the public service and work in the benefit of Canadians. I think what is increasingly clear, Mr. Speaker, is that maybe the leader of the NDP who's looking for a job before anyone else in that regard, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said no recession. There is one. The Finance Minister predicted a surplus. Wrong again. Then he said we would have a $34 billion deficit, and it's now over $50 billion. This government has lost all credibility when managing Canada's financial crisis. Is the Industry Minister any better at math than the rest of the Conservative bench? Canadians now have $9.5 billion on the line with GM. Can the industry minister assure Canadians that he will keep his promises made, get every penny back, and that the deal protects Canada's fair share of jobs and 20% of production?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. Of course, as every member of this House knows, the automotive sector here in Canada is facing difficult times due to the global crisis. The announcement today was the result of a significant amount of work, a significant amount of sacrifice by auto workers in this country, by the CAW and the UAW, by auto executives, hard work by governments on both sides of the border and the Ontario government as well. And, Mr. Speaker, we think we found the best way forward for Canadian industry and for Canadian taxpayers.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will become part owner of both GM and Chrysler as Canadian taxpayers provide 20% of the rescue package. The Council of Canadian Academies recently pointed out that private sector R&D investment in Canada is low. This is a priceless opportunity for the government to ensure that both GM and Chrysler commit to performing some of their R&D in Canada in proportion to Canada's investment. Canadians can and should contribute to developing the cars of tomorrow. Will the Conservatives seize this opportunity and make it happen?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Speaker, again, I thank the honourable member for his question. And, in terms of the deal that was announced today, there's a couple of aspects that are important. One of them is that it maintains the long-term viability of the industry. That was one of the things that we said was important in this deal. The other thing is the proportionate share. One of the other things in answering the member's question that I would point out is that there's $1 billion committed to R&D in this country, investment in this country as part of this deal. Good point.
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Canada's border with the U.S. gets thicker today. For the first time, Canadians and Americans will require a passport to travel between our countries. With only a quarter of U.S. citizens holding one, it threatens billions in trade and countless jobs that depend upon spontaneous travel. The Conservative government did nothing to prevent this. They've left it to provinces to scramble for solutions, while for 3 years their inaction has created the most closed border in generations. When families get turned away, when businesses close because of reduced travel, when people get laid off, will the government look them in the eye and tell them just how little they've done?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I have to refresh the honourable member on the actual history of the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative. It was actually adopted by the Americans not while the Conservatives were in government, but rather while his party was in government. And do you know how many Liberals went down to Washington to make their case to Congress, to make their case to the Senate and the House of Representatives? Zero. Not one, not one word. They didn't even know it was happening. When we became government, we achieved a number of extensions on implementation. We managed to get flexibility with an enhanced driver's license as alternative travel documents. We've done a lot to make it easier for trade to flow across our border.
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering. Order.
Well, it may come as news, but the minister has been there and the government has been there for 3.5 years. Yep. And in fact, in that period of time, they've done so little, and maybe they're proud of this, that the former president of the United States, who left office just 4 months ago, and the former president, whose wife is the Secretary of State, said that they had no knowledge of these conditions, that it was completely new news to them. How could Conservatives stand up and said they did anything when our largest trading partner knew nothing about an issue that put thousands of jobs at risk? Why have they failed to defend Canada's interests or even make it aware those interests exist?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Order.
Well, clearly the awareness of the former president's matches that of the Liberal Party when these initiatives were being put in place. However, in our 3.5 years, we obtained successive extensions related to the air provisions. We obtained 2 extensions for implementation of the land provisions. We obtained permission for alternative travel documents. We actually did some things to make it better for Canadians. We actually delivered some results. And this past week, we delivered with the Shipwriter Initiative jointly with the Americans, with a joint emergency protocol with the Americans, and as well with an agreement to a joint threat assessment. So we'll have a common approach to managing our border. We're delivering real results where they just ignored the problems and never did anything about them.
Honourable member for
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, today the Quebec component of the consultations by the Nuclear Waste Management Organization will begin. Now, Quebec produces only some 3% of nuclear waste and doesn't want to become Canada's garbage can. In 2008, the National Assembly wanted the federal government to interdict the disposal of nuclear waste in Quebec.
The honourable member is referring to the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, which is in charge of implementing a safe and secure plan for managing nuclear fuel waste over the long term. The key part of this mandate, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, is that it's outlining its process right now to identify an informed and willing community to host a repository for the safe and secure management of nuclear fuel. This will not be forced on anybody, Mr. Speaker. This is for the community to be informed and make a conscious decision if they would like to be the site for this disposal.
The honourable member for Quebec. Quebec has made its will clear. It does not want to store other people's nuclear waste, especially since the amount of nuclear waste has been falling.
Mr. Speaker, while I respect the pronouncement by the member opposite, I will indicate again it's the actual community within Quebec that gets to say whether or not are willing and informed, and will negotiate with the communities, not with the bloc.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. March last, the Minister of Culture of Quebec wrote to the Minister of Canadian Heritage saying how concerned he was concerning the new program called Canadian Media Fund. The Quebec Ministry said that the new means of attributing funds, which would have to do with viewership, would not help Quebec. Does the Minister not realize that this way of allocating funds is not what is necessary for Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Introduction of the Canadian Media Fund was much celebrated by producers right across this country, Mr. Speaker. It's a way of moving forward because that's what our government is doing. We're looking forward to new technologies, to new platforms in this country, and we're supporting them, and we're supporting Canadian artists. Now, of course, specifically related to Quebec cultural policy, Quebec, of course, has control over its cultural policy. They control whether they will allow tax credits at a provincial level, and federal tax credits for in-house productions are allowed, Mr. Speaker. We're working with the government of Quebec, and we're working with Canadian artists.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Now, if I've understood, Quebec will now be excluded from funding by this media fund. Creators and producers and independent filmmakers will have a problem. What will they do to protect the interests of independent producers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member has it wrong, as a matter of fact. Federal tax credits for in-house productions are allowed, and of course the Canadian Media Fund will give all broadcasters the opportunity to participate on a level playing field. Mr. Speaker, a level playing field, that's how the Conservatives roll.
Honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, the premiers of British Columbia, Alberta and Saskatchewan have all called for reform of the EI system. They've asked the federal government to ensure that Canadians living in their provinces do not have to work more hours to qualify for EI than Canadians in some other parts of the country. That makes 3 fiscally conservative premiers in this country that are asking for this government to deal with the hurt and the suffering of Canadians. When will this government respond to the suffering Canadians and make changes to the EI system so that everyone is treated fairly and equally?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Liberal member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour pointed out, if we were to make such a move, the areas that would be hardest hit would be those of high unemployment. Mr. Speaker, what the Liberal Party fails to recognize is that the majority of people who are unfortunate enough to lose their job during this global recession are people who've been at work for a long period of time. They've been paying into EI for 10, maybe 20 years. Now they may not be having a job in the future. We want to help them get the training they need for the jobs of the future. That's what we're doing to help them and our economy.
Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, this government's insensitivity never ceases to amaze me. Premier Campbell called the EI rules discriminatory. Premier Stelmach said he would expect to see some common ground in the coverage for the unemployed. Premier Wall has emphatically expressed similar sentiments in Saskatchewan. British Columbia's welfare rolls are up by 77% this year over last. When will this government stop being insensitive to the suffering of Canadians, sit down with the provinces of this country, and make the EI system fair and work for all Canadians?
Right. Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do is help those who have been unfortunate enough to lose their jobs by preparing them for the jobs of the future. Too many of the people who've been laid off will not have a job in their industry where they came from because those jobs are gone permanently. That's why they need new skills. That's why we're investing over $2 billion in helping those who are on EI and even those who aren't to get the skills they need so they'll be able to look after their families in the long term. It's time the Liberals stopped ignoring those people and started working with us to help them.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, last November, the Minister of Finance told us that there would be a technical recession and that there would be slight negative growth. Today, we see that Canada has just had the worst 2 contractions in history in consecutive quarters. Are we finally going to be able to convince the government to make sure that the stimulus package will go out and be used to create jobs for Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
It's always encouraging when that honourable member is talking down the economy. But speaking of that honourable member talking, let's make a quote from one of his pronunciations. And I would quote the honourable member for Markham Unionville. Nobody knows where the bottom is. This is a global economic crisis, so it makes such forecasts very difficult, Mr. Speaker. If that honourable member would talk positive about some of the positions that this government has taken, our economic action plan, we have not seen a plan yet from any one of the opposition parties. We put one in place, Mr. Speaker. Let's have a little support for it to help Canadians.
Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
I'm glad he can read, Mr. Speaker, but it would be nice if he could count. The budget shows the Finance Minister planned for employment insurance claims to increase by 12% this year. Here we are, in the middle of the sharpest recession on record. Unemployment is 30% higher than a year ago. And he's surprised that he grossly underestimated EI revenues? How can Canadians believe anything this government says?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me continue on with some of the pronunciations that honourable member has made. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we try and put forward some positive news. The IMF and the OECD have said we're going into this in the strongest position. We're going to come out of it in the strongest position. But that honourable member says alarmist statements about the federal deficit may be useful if the purpose is to frighten the public. They can only be counterproductive if the object is to rebuild consumer confidence and create jobs. Mr. Speaker, that was a member from Markham Unionville. That is not helpful.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake. Order.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the beginning of Environment Week, a week championed by our Conservative forefather, Prime Minister Diefenbaker. Even back then, Conservative governments realized the importance of protecting the environment. After more than a decade of Liberal neglect, will the Minister of the Environment please tell the House how this Conservative government is continuing this environmental tradition?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Having just returned from the climate change negotiations with our international partners, including the second major session of the Major Economies Forum, I can assure the House that Canada is well on track. As each major economy has promised, Mr. Speaker, in those international discussions, we will table all of our post-Kyoto climate change policies prior to the Copenhagen Conference this December. As promised, in 2010, Mr. Speaker, we will gazette the CEPA regulations which are necessary to implement those policies, and those regulations will then be brought into force sector by sector. Mr. Speaker, we are on track to achieve our 20% reduction by 2020, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, we have a healthcare crisis in this country since all Canadian production of isotopes has come to a halt. The Conservatives like to blame Liberals. Well, you know, it doesn't really matter who's at fault, either Liberals or Conservatives. What really matters is what is available for cancer patients and others desperately needing isotopes for medical images. My question to the Minister is, what plan does she have for the some 30,000 Canadians this week whose appointments will be cancelled because isotope production has stopped and this government has no plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I concur with the member. This is a concerning issue. I have engaged with the provincial and territorial ministers in regards to this issue. I can say that since 2007, governments and healthcare providers have developed contingency measures to minimize the impact on patients, and that includes using alternative isotopes such as thallium. We will continue to work with the experts on medical isotopes to assess the situation and to seek their advice on alternatives, and I will continue to work with the provinces and territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Alternatives that won't come on the market for another year won't help cancer patients. A study that doesn't even have members' name to it, that won't report until next fall, doesn't help people right now. What will it do to help those people who depend on isotopes for detection of tumors, who depend on isotopes for the movement of cancer to the bones, who depend on isotopes for the detection of pulmonary embolism, which, Mr. Speaker, you will know is a fatal disease when a blood clot moves to the lungs. All those treatments require diagnostic analysis through isotopes. What does the minister say to those? How do they sleep any better tonight knowing she's studying something in the...
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, since 2007, governments and healthcare providers have developed contingency measures to deal with the issue. As well, there is an expert on medical isotopes to assess the situation, who I've had conversations with this last week. Mr. Speaker, there are many tests that can be completed using other options. What this means for Canadians is that we're making alternatives available so that medical isotopes can be used where most needed, and I will continue to work with the provincial and territorial ministers on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, before the Prime Minister starts free trade agreement with the European Union, an anonymous source in the government wanted to reassure supply management producers that supply management would be protected. Reading the preliminary report on negotiations between Canada and the European Union, we have reason for concern. Supply management has always been excluded from bilateral trade agreements, yet this time everything is on the table, including supply management. Why?
L'Honorable.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House that there was a unanimous resolution by the House of Commons to protect supply management, and that's what we are doing in our negotiations with, of course, the WTO, and also, of course, with the discussions that we're beginning with the European Union. Our intention is to protect supply management, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. And yet the Director General of Milk Producers, Mr. Chardoy in Quebec, told the Standing Committee on Agriculture that unlike other bilateral agreements, supply management has not been excluded before the beginning of negotiations, end of quote. The Minister of Agriculture should realize that we need more than one anonymous source to reassure producers. Officially, supply management must be excluded from all negotiations. Will he do so? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, once again, when we undertake discussions with the European community, of course, we have an objective to increase our exports overall to all those countries, as well as because we are an exporting country. I want to remind the members that this was a resolution passed by this House of Commons to protect supply management.
Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 years, we have had 3 ministers and 3 plans to address climate change. These Conservatives acknowledged last week that federal rules to limit industrial greenhouse gas emissions won't even be developed for another year, nor will they be implemented for another 6 years, because they want to wait for the U.S. Why are the Conservatives still waiting for the Americans to create Canadian climate change policy?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I would refer the honourable member, I'm sure she wants to be helpful, I would refer to the previous question that was posed and the answer that was provided. I can assure her that Canada is on track. We will develop climate change policies, Mr. Speaker, that are appropriate to Canada's national interest and reflect our national interest. We will fulfill our international commitments. We are engaged at the table internationally, including in the Major Economy Forum. The major democracies at that forum, Mr. Speaker, have committed to table their plans post-Kyoto at the Copenhagen Conference. That will be done in the following year, in 2010. The detailed regulations will be developed, and in the year after, sector by sector, Mr. Speaker, we'll proceed with the enactment of those in the...
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, instead of adopting its own policy on climate change, the Conservative government is waiting to copy the American policy. At the same time, we're losing a lot of precious time to cut greenhouse gases. This is another example to add to the Chalk River fiasco, which shows the government's inability to take positive action on anything. This government is the champion of inaction. Could it not make an exception once and act proactively once in its life? Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward to reach another objective of cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by 2020. I have already made public regulations concerning car emissions, and soon we will announce regulations on coal plants, as well as the government policy on other measures. In order to protect jobs, we are making sure that regulations are compatible with those of our international partners, Mr. Speaker.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, last week I, along with the Minister of Environment, attended meetings with world and industry leaders discussing the climate crisis. There, we witnessed joint calls by industry and governments alike for expedited action for science-based greenhouse gas reduction targets, a cap-and-trade regime, and shifting investment to clean energy sources. While other countries have already passed laws and committed spending to reduce greenhouse gases, can the Minister explain why he has returned to announce a further 6-year delay before this government will finally act?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no such thing has been announced. There's been no delay announced. I continue to say exactly what I said when I became the Minister of Environment, and that is that we will develop our climate change policies with the effect of significantly reducing greenhouse gases in Canada. We'll do that through the clean energy dialogue that President Obama and the Prime Minister have struck. That holds incredible promise for our country, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to be a constructive partner internationally in all of the international forums that are taking place. And in the time after Kyoto, in the time, Mr. Speaker, after the Copenhagen Conference, Canada will proceed with the commitments that it has given, sector by sector, with detailed regulations.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Globe and Mail reported that Canada Post entered into an untendered contract for airmail services worth more than $100 million. Since the story was published, Canada Post has admitted that this is true. Competing companies say that they could have met the timeline and requirements, wanted to bid on this golden tender, and would like to have had a fair shot at the work. Why has the Conservative government chosen to follow the Liberals down the path of lucrative untendered contracts? Didn't they learn anything from the Gomery Commission?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is a Crown Corporation, arm's length of the government. My responsibility as Minister is really to make sure that their mandate is followed in a commercial way and that they keep all the rules and laws and regulations. I have chatted with the chair of Canada Post. He'll be getting back to me on that, but I'm confident that he has assured me that that is the case.
Honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I read that the current National Sex Offender Registry has not helped to solve a single crime since it was set up 5 years ago. This registry, which was created by the Liberals, simply doesn't work. It seems that more than 40% of those persons convicted of serious sex offences were never listed on the registry. Can the Minister of Public Safety explain what this government is prepared to do to ensure that the Sex Offender Registry operates in a manner that better protects our children and our communities and provides the police with another...
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the National Sex Offender Registry isn't working right now. Almost half of all convicted sex offenders actually escape registration. That is simply not acceptable. The international sex offenders returning to Canada also escape registration, and what's more, our police aren't permitted to use the registry for prevention or for community safety. We're going to be taking action as a government to correct these deficiencies. We're going to be taking action to do that today.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, in 2006, the Auditor General raised serious concerns with regard to the tendering of the contract for the relocation service for armed forces, RCMP, and the public servants. The government responded that it would ensure fairness the next time the contract was tendered. Now it appears that the timeline provided by the government is so short, only Royal LePage, the incumbent, will again get the contract. Will the minister responsible pull the tender and allow all interested parties a fair opportunity to bid?
Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
We're tremendously concerned and obviously want to ensure that all processes are followed and that the very best value can be made for the taxpayers, and that's something we'll continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Rimouski Nejet, Misquara, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, I recently asked the Minister of Fisheries with regard to the state of the port in Rimouski. The minister said that security only counts for 20% in the determination of criteria for modernization projects for small craft harbors. Does the government intend to take its inspiration from the bloc's phase 2 of its plan to invest in small craft harbors to ensure that these small craft harbors can be updated? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this member should know, we take our commitment to small craft harbors very seriously. That's why in our economic action plan we put $250 million over a couple of years into that, and so we're continuing to work on those. And in particular project, there's a whole process that's involved in deciding which project should take priority, and we continue to work on it in that way.
Well done. Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, today the Canada-U.S. border became thicker. The U.S. passport policy that took effect today will cause travel delays, gouge Canadians, and damage our tourism industry. It is this Prime Minister who hoisted the white flag instead of the Canadian flag when he first accepted and agreed to this policy, done on March 31st, 2006 with President Bush himself. His records of advocacy was best exemplified when former Presidents Bush and Clinton spoke in Toronto last Friday. They were not even aware of this new passport policy. This from the policy's architect. Can the minister tell us why he would accept a border policy that threatens our Canadian tourism and jobs when he's not even being taken seriously?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, in no way did we accept the policy. In fact, we worked very effectively once we became the government to try and correct the deficiencies that were allowed to arise under the previous government. We did that in a number of ways, by putting in place a number of extensions on implementation of the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative, by creating the opportunity to utilize alternative documents such as an enhanced driver's license. We actually engaged the Americans in a way that no other party did, and in doing so we were able to significantly advance Canadians' interests. We will continue to do that on a number of fronts because guess what? Our relationship and our trade across that border is very important.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thousands of Allied veterans who fought alongside Canada in the Second World War in Korea were abruptly cut off from potential federal benefits in 1995, Mr. Speaker. These brave veterans fought against the same evils Canadians did. They stood up for the same values we did. In fact, a number of them had already been living in Canada before they returned to serve with the armies in their native countries. Others came here later at our request to build Canada. Can the Minister please tell this House what the government is doing to keep its promise to Allied veterans? A promise to restore benefits to the deserving group of people who fought side by side with Canadians.
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee and all members of this committee on both sides of the House that do such good work for our veterans, our men and women in Europe. Mr. Speaker, as the member indicated, it was the wrong thing to do in 1995, so we are going to restore those benefits to our Allied veterans, and it's the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker, and for the obvious reasons.
Minister of Veterans Affairs has the floor. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this very seldom happens in question period, but I thank all of my colleagues for that standing ovation, because we're really, when they're doing that, Mr. Speaker, they're not saluting us, they're saluting our men and women in uniform, and I thank every member for that. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, the cooperation of the House, I'll introduce that bill following question period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think we'll move on to that very shortly. But I wish to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of three guests from Nunavut. First, the Honourable Eva Auriak, Premier, the Honourable Peter Taptuna, the Deputy Premier and Minister of Transportation and Economic Development, and the Honourable Louis Taparjuk, Minister for Culture, Language, Heritage and Youth for Nunavut. And I also wish to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jim Kenyon, Minister of Economic Development of the Yukon Territory. And tabling of documents will be next. Order. À l'ordre.
Order. Tabling of documents.
Documents. The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table the annual report 2008-2009 from the Transportation Safety Board, September, in both official languages. Copies of the report are submitted to the House. Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the War Veterans Allowance Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Sur de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and Other Acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Van Loan, appuie.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
De projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, Asbestos. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise today to introduce first this bill and then a second that are the product of a competition we've called Create Your Canada. We've been running in Skeena Bulkley Valley for the last year or so. It's the first time we believe in Parliament's history that a competition has been run amongst young people to come forward with their best ideas for the country. And this idea, presented by Hale McDermott, Claire Hinchcliffe, and Chloe Stegler, that are looking on right now to ban asbestos in all its forms. It's backed by my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, who's worked long and hard on this issue. And it presents to Parliament, in all clarity and purposefulness, the vision of what young people in Canada look for, which is leadership. Leadership from this House to protect the health and welfare of Canadians and also those of our trading partners, so that we don't export our cancer overseas, that we don't export misery to the countries that we deal with. And these young people have shown us the way. I look for the full and confident support of this House. Thank you.
Order. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted. First reading.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Cullen, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Promote the Development of Bicycle Paths. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the second winner of our contest. A young man, Luke Saturno, who's here with his mom, was able to come forward with a bill that's backed up by my colleague from Ottawa Centre, a strong advocate of bicycles in Canada. And this young man has realized that with all of the infrastructure development that's either been promised or committed to in this country, there's almost no consideration for those who wish to use bicycles, those who wish to get themselves to and from work on another means of transportation other than the automobile. And this young man's come forward and said that all future considerations of funding coming from this place must consider the use of bicycle lanes in all of those infrastructure implementations. This, again, is the young people of Canada coming forward and pointing us in a direction, showing us what the generation to come wants to see now and in the future. And it is incumbent upon us as parliamentarians to consider that voice, give strength and power to that voice, support this bill, and let's get it done.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des...
First reading. Introduction of private members' bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Wascana is rising on motion.
Mr. Speaker, if I could refer back to an item that was dealt with moments ago, the introduction by the Minister of Veterans Affairs of the legislation pertaining to veterans' allowances, which he referred to in question period and which achieved a very warm reception from the House. I wonder if I could simply have clarification from the Minister. I take it that bill is in a condition where it could be proceeded with expeditiously, and I wonder if he would consider this a candidate to go to the House Leaders meeting tomorrow to see if there's a way that we can bring that bill to a speedy conclusion in the House and expedite the parliamentary process to get it done.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, unexpected good news. But I think we're willing to take the House Leader of the Opposition up on that, Mr. Speaker. But I believe And I think the member would understand there's a technical correction that has to be made to the bill, which I think what I should refer to his officials and our officials and the House Leader's officials so that we can make sure, Mr. Speaker, that's considered before the bill is we expedite speedy passage of the bill. But I appreciate the generosity, and but I think once officials get together, they can determine how we best proceed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Motions, motion, présentation.
Presenting petitions.
For Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition pursuant to Standing Order 36, certified by the clerk of petitions, on the subject matter of public safety officers. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the firefighters visited Parliament a couple of weeks ago, and they inspired this petition signed by a number of Canadians. And these petitioners like to point out to Parliament that police officers and firefighters are required to place their lives at risk in the execution of their duties on a daily basis, and that the employment benefits of these public safety officers often provide insufficient compensation to the families of those who are killed in the line of duty, and also that the public mourns the loss of police officers and firefighters killed in the line of duty and wish to support in a tangible way the surviving members in their time of need. Therefore, the petitioners call upon Parliament to institute or establish a fund known as the Public Safety Officers Compensation Fund for the benefit of families of public safety officers who are killed in the line of duty.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, last month, which was the month of multiple sclerosis awareness, this is something that I care about. My daughter has it. I'd like to table a petition signed by many thousand residents in Quebec that are supporting the MS Society's call for a relaxing of the EI program so that disabled people can work part-time, receive part-time benefits, so that a tax credit for disabled persons be made refundable so that they can have an increase in their earnings, and so that the individuals can receive a tax credit for caregivers.
Two petitions. The first petition has 4 pages of signatures from people mostly in Toronto, collected by Women in Solidarity with Palestine and the International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network of Toronto, and they call upon Parliament and the Government of Canada to immediately undertake a change in its position regarding the Middle East and to initiate concrete action to hold Israel accountable for its ongoing violations of international humanitarian law. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is signed by many people in Alberta and elsewhere across the country who support the need for a national housing strategy that will, in consultation with First Nations, harmonize the work of all levels of government to ensure secure, adequate, accessible and affordable housing for all Canadians, and ask for Parliament to ensure the swift passage of Bill C-304, which is an act to ensure secure, adequate, accessible and affordable housing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm holding in my hand, Mr. Speaker, the signatures from 3,678 Canadians from all across Canada that are calling upon Parliament to support mandatory minimums for traffickers of children 18 years and under. And clearly today I present in committee on Bill 268, and the public is very, very aware of how parliamentarians are going to address this initiative, and urging all parliamentarians to support this very important initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of hunters on the south coast of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. These hunters feel that the migratory bird hunting season, allowable hunting dates in Zone 3, should be changed from its current dates of November the 25th to March the 10th, changed to January the 1st to April the 30th. This area, Mr. Speaker, of the province is open to the Atlantic Ocean, making it extremely difficult for hunters to participate. What they're asking here is for those who are unable to hunt for ducks and turs for food because of these high winds, They're asking that consideration be given to the situation in which they find themselves. Therefore, they're asking the House, we the undersigned, are requesting that consideration be given to this change of date that will allow hunters to fill their quotas and participate in the seasonal activity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Welland.
My honour to present a petition on the Columbia Free Trade Agreement signed by numerous Canadians from across this country who clearly are suggesting in the strongest possible terms that this government revisit what it's doing with the Columbia Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, as we know, there have been numerous petitions handed in by numerous members of this House, to which I add one more. And I think it's incumbent upon this government to hear what Canadians are saying from coast to coast to coast about this particular trade agreement. And in light of what we've seen today in the debate, and the debate we're about to continue on with another agreement, one ought to pay close attention to that, Mr. Speaker. Thanks very much.
The honourable member for Tibbik-Mac-Taquack.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and as was noted, that May was Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month, and I'm presenting a petition today. A number of people who've signed from clear across Canada, individuals concerned about the hardship that MS places on their families, and have suggested a number of means, including EI as well as tax reform, to allow them to make their lives better. And as a person whose family was impacted by MS with my sister, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to bring their concerns to the House of Commons. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to present a petition signed by residents of the Lower Mainland who believe that George Bush was guilty of war crimes, should not have been allowed into Canada and arrested when he was here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand today to present a petition signed by literally thousands of Canadians who draw the attention of the House to the fact that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known, and yet that Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos. They point out as well that Canada spends millions of dollars subsidizing the asbestos industry and even blocking international efforts to curb its use. So these thousands of Canadians are calling upon Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to ban asbestos in all of its forms and introduce a just transition program for the workers who may be displaced, to end all government subsidies of asbestos, both in Canada and abroad, and to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege today that I rise and present a petition on behalf of my constituents in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. And it comes to be that whereas Canada is a country which respects human rights and includes in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that everyone has a right to life. And whereas it has been 40 years, in fact, in May of '69, when Parliament changed the law to permit abortion, and since 1998 has had no law to protect the lives of the unborn child. Therefore, my petitioners are calling upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception until natural death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Leeds, Granville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to submit a petition signed by members of my constituency of Leeds and Granville and from others across Canada. This petition calls upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception until natural death. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q136, Q137, Q144, and Q153. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q107 and Q129 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Questions enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it agreed that questions Q107 and Q129 be made orders for return? Agreed? And so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government business, number 4, consideration of a motion regarding the passage of the Official Languages Act by the Legislative Assembly of Nunavut.
Order. Ms. Gluckak, seconded by Mr. Kenny, moves that in accordance with Section 38 of the Nunavut Act, Chapter 28 of the Statutes of Canada, 1993, this House concurs in the June 4, 2008 passage of the Official Languages Act by the Legislative Assembly of Nunavut. Debate? Is the House ready for the question? Bon, la question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Is it necessary to read it again?
Entendu la question?
Everyone's heard the question?
Adopt the motion? Agreed? Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, Government Bill Commons, resuming debate on C-24, bill to implement the free trade agreement with Peru. Resuming debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I moved, seconded by my honourable colleague, the member for Edmonton St. Albert, that this question be now put. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And seconded by Mr. Rutgaber, moves that this question be now put. Pardon? Oh, questions or comments? Questions or comments sur le discours de l'honorable député?
On the honourable member's speech.
Oh.
Questions or comments? Okay. No? Then resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable...
Resuming debate. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-24 proposes the implementation of the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru. Also on the agreement on the environment between Canada and Peru, and the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Peru. Mr. Speaker, in order to explain the Bloc's position, and the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this implementation legislation for the agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru. I would like to take as inspiration a statement of the Canadian Labour Congress, and what I found most interesting was on the part of trade union centers in Peru, and also the Free Trade Union Association of the Americas. And they all have to do with the same agreement. I found this very interesting because we noted that the new Democratic Congress of the United States had forced President Bush to review the agreement that had been negotiated, not directly, but which had been negotiated with Peru, because they wanted the agreement to give greater rights to workers and a greater level of social protection, and this was done. Since these amendments are sufficient for our agreeing to accept this free trade agreement, Or are they sufficient? And I'd have to say that no, they're not, and I'll explain why. And this is a text that I'm giving a free reading to, given their collective experience with free trade agreements and given investments such as, or given the way investments are treated in free trade agreements, for example, in NAFTA, in the free trade zone of the Americas, in the free trade agreement between the United States and Peru, and the free trade agreement between Canada and Peru. The organizations I named earlier state that they strongly disapprove with agreements of this sort, which put the rights of investors above the rights of workers and social, cultural, and democratic rights of citizens. These agreements should be concluded between countries which have comparable levels of development, and that's why we came to a free trade agreement. We're starting to negotiate a free trade agreement with the European Union. So this, because at the present time there are disparities between countries like Peru and other countries like Canada and the United States, whose development is 100 times higher than countries like Peru. And the signatories to this statement are not in agreement with the American-Peruvian agreement. And the Canada-Peru Free Trade Agreement and the Agreement on Labor Cooperation were signed in record time without having consulted workers' groups or others, and before they analyzed the impact on production, the rights, human rights, and the rights of workers. So first of all, negotiated in record time, no consultation, and no analysis of the consequences. This kind of agreement compromises the democratic process by giving fewer rights to citizens. It would lead to unregulated activity and to activities that would make jobs even more precarious. It would have negative effects on the environment, particularly in Peru. And since we are undergoing a global recession, it's not the right time to ratify this kind of agreement. There is an association of the Americas which states that to be acceptable, a free trade agreement has to create jobs and has to favor sustainable development. It has to respect international labor standards in the signatory nations. In the faint hope that there would be free trade agreements that would have these things, free trade agreements such as NAFTA are not expected to improve labor standards, so there's really no incentive to implement labor legislation. The government shouldn't have agreed to this free trade agreement until it had been sure that job stability, labor conditions, and environmental concerns were dealt with. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is against the implementation of this free trade agreement. And this, based on the arguments I've mentioned, and also because the Bloc Québécois is against the government's strategy of signing one free trade agreement after the other. The Bloc favors a multilateral approach. And multilateral may seem complicated. It's not a word we use every day. But what it means is a strategy that would include all parties. The present economic crisis shows that a market economy cannot work unless it is regulated and stabilized by institutional, political, and ethical agreements. So Canada will have to work within the ILO to make sure that international rules and standards are the same for everyone. Now, free trade can contribute to development and to the betterment of people's standards. I think it's important to see who these free trade agreements favor. Now, in order that ordinary people be able to benefit from these agreements, they have to include measures that ensure sustainable development and also the development of the people involved. Now, this free trade agreement with Peru contains an investment protection clause that would allow businesses to sue governments, as is provided for in NAFTA's Chapter 11. I'll be talking about this later, but I'd like to say straight away that the free trade agreement between the United States and Canada, which has been in effect for some time, has favored the development of both the United States and Canada. But this free trade agreement included a clause on investment. This free trade agreement between Canada and Peru contains a kind of Chapter 11 provision, which the Bloc Québécois is against. It makes us stand against this bill. In Chapter 11 on the protection of investments, and the part of the free trade agreement before us, which includes a similar clause, would put the brakes on development within a country like Peru. Now, Quebec's exports to Peru represent only 0.4% of Quebec's exports. So it's a very small, it would be a very small loss for Quebec. And it should be added that Canada's principal activity in Peru is mining. And Peru has a very dismal record with respect to workers' rights in that particular sector. So in order to make corporations more responsible, well, there's nothing there. It's something that's mentioned, but there was a report on the need to create obligations for mining corporations that set up in other countries. And this agreement will allow mining companies to extend their activities without their being subject or without their being responsible for the consequences. Mr. Speaker, How much time do I have left? 7 minutes. So I'll continue along. In Peru, this agreement is not going to better the situation of people in need, and it won't help Peruvians who, at the present time, are those who are most active in defending their rights. And I'm talking about native Peruvians, indigenous Peruvians. There are approximately 600,000 native Peruvians, and these are people who live along the Amazon and who live in a situation of great inequality. And yet these are the people who are most targeted by this Canada-Peru Free Trade Agreement, because the extractive businesses, the mining companies that set up in these in areas where natives live will destroy their habitat without any compensation or without any consideration of their welfare, as is usually the case. And these are people who are already in a very weak position when it comes to defending their rights, and now they'll be in an even more fragile position. Now, we can't simply say it's up to the Peruvians to deal with this issue, the protection of indigenous people's rights. But the various products that come from mining or mining corporations or oil companies, forestry companies, well, these companies are hardly doing native peoples in that country a favor, and an agreement that would provide for a significant increase in investments could only lead to making the government happy and to making it favorable to this, but it will not be something that helps indigenous peoples in Peru. And that should be something that weighs in our deciding to come to a free trade agreement with these countries, when we know that there are companies who will displace native populations. And these are the people in the weakest position when it comes to defending themselves. Now, I thought I would talk to you I thought about letting you know about a study that was made about children dying at a very early age.
In this time when we have a lot of influence and now the survival rate is higher. So this means that when kids are born around the national capital, they have double the survival rate, but those who are born outside that region have a survival rate that is 2 times lower than that national average. And this inequality reflects the social inequality that itself is the result of the way that there is an unequal social system in place. This is a study that is a couple of years old, and We cannot say that these figures cannot be used today to understand the situation of Aboriginals. We know that in Lima, the capital, the government and the Indian communities are meeting this week, and there is growing tension in the northeastern part. The state of emergency has been declared after Aboriginal protests against oil and gas companies operating in Peru. Mr. Pizango qualified this as an act of aggression. Pizango and other Aboriginal leaders are to meet with the Prime Minister, Simon, today, without any hope of making any progress. The government has always treated us like second-class citizens, said Pizango. His organization represents 65 different ethnicities and 600,000 Aboriginals throughout Peru. For the past month, blockades at ports and airports have increased in the north to ask for the withdrawal of these decrees that, according to these communities, are suffering from these controls over mining, development, forestry development, and other types of development of their ancestral lands. So already we see between 3 and 10 protesters were injured on Sunday. The Aboriginals have received support from international human rights organizations and are asking for changes. So a free trade agreement that allows all Canadian investors, and they could be quite good people, that allows these people to continue and to accelerate the development of the lands in those regions. It's a sensitive issue. These people need protection, as do their lands. And this is one of the reasons that we are speaking out against this free trade agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
From Elmwood Transcona. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. I'd like to ask her whether she's aware or what sort of geopolitical drivers or events have driven this agenda in favor of this agreement at this time. It seems that the government is very eager to get this agreement signed, and we want to know what's in her mind, what's driving this whole agenda.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. That is a very interesting question. I cannot say that I have a specific answer to that question. However, the answer that seems to be the right one is quite certainly that of following the American policy. That seems to be the position taken. It's clear that Mr. Harper wants to negotiate a free trade agreement in keeping with the American free trade agreement. But now the conditions have changed. And I hope that Canada will take another look at its policy. We wish that this free trade agreement will not be ratified. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with a great deal of attention when the member for Pointe de l'Île was talking to us. And the impression that I get, and I'm going to ask her if I'm right or not, but we have just talked about a free trade agreement with Colombia. And here we are talking about a free trade agreement with Peru. And it seems, well, I don't feel sufficiently a sufficient amount of transparency in the negotiations to believe that it's for the well-being of Colombians and Peruvians or even Canadians. I think that what is being sought here is resources. Quite simply, it's as if we want to play colonialism, go back to imperialism, a type of colonialism, if you will. And this is what I am getting. This is the impression I'm getting. Does the member have the same impression as I do? And perhaps she could give me some comments on this. The Honourable Member for Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, that is an interesting thought because in reality, I said on a number of occasions, and the Bloc has said it, and others certainly have said this, that a free trade agreement is something that is negotiated between countries, generally between groups of countries that have approximately the same conditions in place. It's not negotiated between one wealthy country and a poor nation, because at that point the risk is great that the country that will benefit is not the country that should in terms of social justice anyway. So when we look carefully at the two agreements in question, what is happening is that we are committing ourselves to multiplying investments, mining investments in this case, and multiplying investments in development. And we can think that this might help develop the country. But in the cases that we looked at, and there are a certain number of them, what is happening is that there are peoples being displaced, people that are being forced to leave and abandon their means of living. They can't find another way to earn a living, and there is no conditions on the investors. There are no conditions allowing workers to unionize and to ensure their protection. And when there are such protections, it's extremely difficult to ensure that the rules are respected. So the words that the member in question used are not incorrect. We are in a situation where there is a type of new colonialization, if you will. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her intervention, the member from La Pointe de l'Île, and she raised a question. She asked, who benefits from this agreement? Who benefits? Is it ordinary people? And I actually have in my hand here a copy of a press release from some critics of the American-Peru Free Trade Agreement. And these critics are ordinary people. They're workers. And some of the problems that they point out with the U.S.-Peru agreement, they list that foreign investors based in Peru would have the right to question domestic laws and get compensation if those laws actually undermined corporate profits. They cite that nothing would change for the 33,000 slave laborers cutting down the Amazonian rainforest. And they cite that subsistence farmers would be forced off their land because cheap U.S. food produced by agribusiness would actually undercut their prices. And they actually cited NAFTA as an example because they say this is what happened with NAFTA, and it resulted in millions of poor Mexicans leaving their farms. So my question to the member is, that's the example in the U.S. Does she see any hope for things being different if we do have a Canada-Peru free trade agreement?
The Honourable Member for Pointe de l'Île. I don't see why it would be different, because the conditions that are being given to investors are conditions that I think that Canada are the reasons why Canada wants the agreement. But I didn't talk about Chapter 11 of NAFTA, against which we have fought, and which is copied in this agreement. And Chapter 11 allows, and that's why it's difficult to understand this as a country when we're talking about a developing country, that here I'm not talking about our opinion, but if the company itself is harmed by legislation in force in that country, legislation seeking to improve the labor conditions or legislation on social legislation, they could identify the cost that this would be to the company, and they could take the country to court. So it's not one government against one government, no. It's the entrepreneur themselves who could go before the courts in order to ask for justice, and this has happened in a number of cases. So not only does this have the consequences that I outlined earlier, but this takes away from governments the ability to improve the living conditions of individuals living in that country and workers. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief to allow my colleague to respond because I know there's little time left, but I'd like to know if she doesn't have any concerns with regard to workers and children in particular, because we know that often we're talking about terrible working conditions. Here we're talking about the future of this country. The Honourable Member for Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague for that question. Yes, I spoke earlier about the situation concerning children who were being born in the forest compared to those who were being born in urban centers. This situation has perhaps improved a little, but the situation of children in this kind of situation is in general unacceptable. So be it the problems given the use of chemical products, the fact that the children are being kicked out of their homes, the fact that the government, or that rather that the people can't work in conditions that ensure their health and safety. Well, yes, children are suffering.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to Bill C-24. Bill C-24 is an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru. And there are two side agreements, the agreement on environment between Canada and the Republic of Peru, as well as the agreement on labor cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Peru. So if we start with a little bit of background, a little bit of the history of how we got here to debate this bill. Bill C-24 is actually the implementation legislation for the free trade agreement, the Canada-Peru Free Trade Agreement, but it does need enabling legislation or implementation legislation. Canada is following the United States, who completed an FTA with Peru under the Bush administration in December 2007. And this was in spite of strong opposition from trade unions, from civil society, and from Democrats who really viewed this bill as an expansion of NAFTA. Free trade negotiations with Peru date back to 2002, when the Chrétien Liberals first held discussions with the Andean community, and the Andean community is Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, and Bolivia. On June 7, 2007, the then Minister David Emerson announced the formal launch of free trade negotiations with Peru, and this government signed the bilateral agreement in May 2008. The NDP opposes NAFTA-style treaties that put big business interests before workers and the environment at all costs, and that have increased inequality and decreased quality of life for the majority of working families. In the case of Canada-Peru, our concern is that a larger and much more economically developed country would take advantage of a country from the global south, and that large corporate interests will end up shaping the so-called free trade architecture to serve their needs and not the interests of the public or the interests of the two trading nations. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues from the NDP and from the Bloc have spoken to some of the problems with this bill. They've spoken to the problems from the labour perspective, the problems with the environment, the impact on environment, and the problems regarding human rights. And I think that they have spoken the truth. And their words have been eloquent as well as compelling. I would like to speak to a possible solution, because New Democrats aren't anti-trade. The trade we want to see, trade is good, but the trade that we want to see is fair trade. And I've heard in question period, the ministers and the Prime Minister, they have their stock answers to our questions. And the Prime Minister, as of late, has been answering so many questions with this response. It used to be that the NDP stood for something. Now it's clear that the NDP stands for nothing. If I had a nickel for every time I've heard that answer to a question that deserves a real answer. But we do stand for something, Mr. Speaker. We stand for trade that is fair, that takes into account workers and farmers, that takes into account the environment, communities, wildlife. Now, it's actually fairly easy for me to talk about what fair trade would look like, not as some pie-in-the-sky theory or some untested utopia, because it's something that's real, it's something that works. And I have an example of fair trade right in my backyard in Nova Scotia. Just Us Coffee Roasters, it's a co-op, and it's Canada's first fair trade coffee roaster. It's located in Wolfville, Nova Scotia. Not in my riding, but not too far away. And it actually is the riding for the Liberal member from Kings Hants. And I'd strongly encourage this member, who happens to be the Liberal international trade critic, I'd encourage him to go down right there in his riding and meet with the folks from Just Us Coffee, because they would be able to present him with a different view on international trade, one that's innovative and one that works. Just Us has a very firm belief in people and planet before profits. That's their motto. They're a fair trade coffee roaster. Well, what does that mean, fair trade? Well, it's an innovative model for international trade. It offers not only a fair price to the workers, but respect and empowerment for Global South producers. This little coffee co-op is a great example for us to look at, because all of their products, they have coffee, tea, sugar, and chocolate. All of their products are grown naturally, without chemicals, and they're grown to enhance the well-being of farmers, of community, of environment, and wildlife. Could you imagine a world, Mr. Speaker, where we had governments signing fair trade agreements that kept to these principles? Could you imagine a North American fair trade agreement? Could you imagine a Canada-Colombia fair trade agreement? Fair trade is a trading partnership. It's based on dialogue, transparency, and respect, and it seeks greater equity in international trade. It contributes to sustainable development by offering better trading conditions to and securing the rights of marginalized producers and workers, especially in the Global South. Fair trade organizations, which are backed by consumers, are engaged actively in supporting producers. They're engaged actively in awareness raising and in campaigning for change in the rules and practices of conventional international trade. The strategic intent of fair trade is threefold. Number one, deliberately work with marginalized producers and workers in order to help them move from a position of vulnerability to one of security and economic self-sufficiency. Number two, to empower producers and workers as stakeholders in their own organizations. And number three, to actively play a wider role in the global arena to achieve greater equity in international trade. So to put it more simply, Mr. Speaker, fair trade is an alliance between producers and consumers that cuts through the middlemen. In the process, it empowers producers, it gives them greater dignity and a fairer price for their product. And it provides the consumer, so you and I, with high-quality products that they know are sustainable from a social and ecological point of view. I commend Just Us for leading by example. They were the first. And we're really proud that they're a Nova Scotian company, and it's interesting when you go around Nova Scotia, you can go to the smallest little coffee shop or the biggest chain, and they're all serving Just Us coffee. And I would invite you, Mr. Speaker, to 519 Confederation, my office. It's always stocked with Just Us coffee because I am very proud to support the work that they do in ensuring fair trade for our coffee growers. Now, this operation is located in Wolfville, and it's actually just off the highway. And Wolfville's outside of my riding, but I'm in the Annapolis Valley fairly often, and I always try and stop by. And in their shop, they actually have a fair trade museum. It's quite something to see because it tells a story of fair trade from the perspective of farmers and women, the elderly, and children. And it's a really innovative way of looking at history, and it's a wonderful story that they have to tell in their museum. So congratulations to Just Us for leading by example, but also for trying to educate us, for trying to make us conscious consumers, and for trying to make us conscious and conscientious trade negotiators. But if we go back to the agreement, pardon me, the Canada-Peru agreement is a somewhat improved copy of the outdated Bush-style approach to trade. It still puts big business before people. There's no effective human rights and enforcement of human rights, and it pays lip service to environmental protection without any real tough measures or dispute resolution mechanisms. And these type of NAFTA copycat agreements are meant for trade between highly industrialized and highly developed countries. But Peru is a developing nation. We don't like to use that word, but they're still working on industrialization and they're still developing economically. This trade deal will not help Peru grow sustainably. It will not help increase the standard of living for its citizens. Instead, it's going to open up the country to exploitation by multinational corporations like, sadly, Canadian gold companies. Canadian corporations are very active and large investors in the natural resource sector in Peru. The fact that this trade deal will not help Peru grow sustainably and increase their standard of living, that implicates us. We're complicit, Mr. Speaker. We're not only not helping Peru, but we're making sure that it doesn't grow sustainably, that it doesn't advance economically. I'm sure if you stopped any Canadian on the street and you said, what do you think about free trade? That, probably a lot of people are going to say, yeah, trade's a good thing, I'm all for it. But I'm sure if you took the time to actually explain what the implications of these trade deals are, I'm sure you would get a different answer, because Canadians are compassionate to each other and they're compassionate to their international friends and partners. I'm pretty sure that most Canadians would support fair trade over free trade given the option. This kind of trade regime, this free trade regime, is strongly opposed by civil society groups, trade unions, environmental groups, and citizens from both Canada and Peru. This trade deal was negotiated in record time, without any consultations of trade unions, environmental groups, civil society, or citizens. Now, another issue with this free trade agreement is the structure of it. It actually is in 3 parts. Remember when I read, this is a bill about all these different parts of a free trade agreement. Why aren't things all in one package? Why do we have these separate parts? Well, there is the main text of the FTA, and then there's a labor side agreement, and there's an environmental protection side agreement. So labor and environment, I would think, would be fundamental issues to any trade agreement, but yet they're put in these side agreements. They're on the side. They're not central to what's happening. If we consider labor, the CPFTA doesn't include tough labor standards. The labor provisions are in this side agreement. They're outside of the main text, and they're without any vigorous enforcement mechanism. Trade unions in Peru have expressed concern because Peruvian labor law and arguably human rights law is deficient in several areas. If you look at environmental protection, by addressing the environment in a side agreement, there's no effective enforcement mechanism to force Canada or Peru to respect environmental rights. The Canada-Peru Agreement on the Environment commits both countries to pursuing environmental cooperation, sounds nice, and to work to improve their environmental laws and policies, sounds nice, but it can only ask their parties to enforce their own domestic law. Pretty please, will ya? If they don't, there isn't necessarily a consequence, so it's hard to imagine how this is actually going to be effective. Now, we can look at the situation in the U.S. And learn from them. Sometimes we learn from their successes. Sometimes we learn from their failures. And I'd argue that this time we should be looking to their failures to try and learn. I have a great article by this woman named Mary Theron, and she's a research associate from the Council on Hemispheric Relations. And she wrote an article in October 2008, and it was titled, "Can Free Trade Be Fair? Lessons from the Peru-U.S. Free Trade Agreement." And I'd encourage members to have a look at this article because it really does take the U.S. experience and draw out the lessons from this agreement. Now, she notes that the United States has been complicit in Peru's legal and economic deterioration. And that's a fact that needs to be taken into account before any further FTAs can be signed. I'm going to quote from her article, quote, "The Peruvian government is beginning to unravel as corruption charges and scandals threaten to completely discredit the already unpopular leadership of President Alan Garcia," end quote. She talks in this article about how Garcia's Minister of Mines and Energy, as well as other top energy and state oil folks, they were fired in response to allegations of favoring a foreign energy company in exchange for bribes. And Garcia also has a history of putting economic growth before the welfare of the population in Peru, before the welfare of the people. For years, the Garcia administration has been manipulating Peruvian law in an attempt to draw foreign investment, while at the same time completely failing to alleviate domestic poverty and therefore sacrificing the government's legitimacy in the eyes of the public of Peru. However, Ms. Theron argues that the United States, instead of taking a stand against Garcia's mishandling of the economy, because they could do that, they could stand up and say, no, this is not the way we conduct business, and we don't want to do business with a country that behaves this way. Instead of taking a stand against the mishandling of the economy, they've actually contributed to the problem by signing trade agreements with this unpopular government. And approval of this FTA in the U.S. have been delayed in both the Senate and the House due to concerns mostly on the part of congressional Democrats about how Peru's environmental and labor protections would be affected by the agreement. And those are just a few of the problems with this agreement, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, I think it would be incumbent upon all of us in this House to vote against this bill, considering the human rights violations that have been spoken about from my colleagues, the labor issues that have been spoken about, the environmental issues, and we should be looking to what's happened in the U.S. and taking our cue from the failures there with this agreement, and we should be looking to the successes that we can see with fair trade, right here in Canada, right there in my home province of Nova Scotia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I couldn't help but notice when the member from Halifax was speaking, and she seemed to be emotionally charged. I noticed that you needed to go to your water from time to time, and it struck me that Halifax was an area where people from so many countries in the 20th century came to Canada to get away from human rights violations, and Pier 21 in Halifax would have been one of the very first places that they would have seen. And this member represents the very area where that pier is located and where we memorialized those trips, and to have us talking today in this debate about human rights and labor rights and the violations that have gone on in Peru and the situation today. And seeing that passion, is very touching. But the reality is, when you talk about labor rights, there is a tendency, I'm to some degree guilty of that. I tend, because I came from the labor movement of Hamilton, with such a proud history, of focusing and framing a lot of my arguments from the perspective of organized labor and people who have been fortunate enough to have a union. And I just would say, what does the member see the situation for non-union workers in in Peru?
The honourable member for Halifax.
I'd like to thank the member very much for his question and let him know not to worry about Halifax. Things are under control there. But as far as this agreement goes, there has been a lot of criticism and a lot of outspokenness, which is amazing, from organized labor, whether it's organized labor in Peru or organized labor in Canada, and rightly so. They have problems with this agreement. The problems that labor has with this agreement are significant, but there is a much larger problem, I think, that plagues the majority of Peru's population. And I think I actually have an excerpt from a 2007 human rights report, and I believe in that human rights report they found that only 9% of Peru's population actually is unionized. So you have to think about, well, if there are problems with labor law, if there are human rights violations of workers, how will these workers be able to collectively protest? If they are just scattershot and probably many of them working in the underground economy, they don't really have the ability to collectively protest when labor laws are changed. But even more than that, this human rights report that I was looking at, it says that 70%, more than 70% of Peru's workforce is in the informal sector. So that means that any regulations about minimum wage or working conditions aren't even going to cover them. So concerns over labor law almost seem to be a moot point when you consider these folks that are working in the informal sector. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I very much appreciate the comments made by the member from Halifax about the matter of fair trade versus free trade. She did mention a particular trading company, coffee trading company in Halifax, and I am curious why, if she can explain, sir, why under the former Liberal government, when the member from King's Hants was attempting to secure $300,000 for Just Us Coffee from the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, her party, the NDP party, would not support the application for funding.
The honourable member for Halifax.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, as I wasn't actually around when that was happening, so I don't have an answer to his question, unfortunately. I will look into that. I thank him very much for the question. But whether or not a company gets money secured from ACOA or any other funding body is one thing, but what we aren't doing here is looking to the model that works. I mean, how it got started is irrelevant. What really matters at this point is it's working. It's working, and yet we have this public discourse, and we also have this discourse in the House that if you question free trade, first of all, you're off your rocker, and that you can't possibly be supportive of business, you can't possibly be supportive of development or of economic progress, and I say that's completely not the case. This is a very successful company. It's run as a cooperative. It takes these values that we hold core to us as Canadians and turned it into a successful business model. And so despite having these successes right here at our fingertips, right here in front of us, we're still going back to these old models, and we're scaremongering, we're fear-mongering, saying that if somebody speaks out against this free trade, then they must be against Canada developing and against Canada being economically secure, but that's not the case at all, and the examples are right here in our backyard.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member from Halifax. We've had free trade agreements with other countries such as USA and Mexico, and we've seen what's happened to our auto industry, some jobs moving to Mexico for cheaper labor. We've seen what's happened with our forest industry, where trees have just been cut and branches and all put on ships to be shipped to overseas. We've seen what happened to John Deere, a very profitable company in southern Ontario that moved to Mexico. And in my riding, we've seen Valley Inco transfer jobs, profitable, good-paying jobs from Sudbury to Brazil. Can the honourable member tell me how Canadian workers are going? How many Canadian workers are going to lose their jobs if this agreement is signed?
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, and if I had a crystal ball and could see into the future, I'm sure it would be, whatever the number is, it would be pretty grim. Earlier today, one of our colleagues spoke about how Winnipeg and a company in Winnipeg and a company in Quebec lost a contract for building buses, and that contract actually went to Germany over the fact that it was underbid by $60,000, something that our colleague argued would be about the price of a set of tires for these buses. It just makes no sense, right? We need to keep jobs here in Canada. We need to keep our workers who are paid fairly, who we have human rights standards, we have labor codes, we have minimum wages, and so we need to keep a lot of those jobs here. And I'll actually add to that, because some people have said that this Canada-Peru, the labor standards agreement that's tacked on to the side that I was talking about, that it's actually an improvement on NAFTA. So hooray, we've won. NAFTA just focused on the enforcement of labor standards, while each trading partner retained full regulatory control to establish or modify its labor and employment standards. And so this agreement is more substantive because it seeks to prohibit violating core International Labor Organization labor standards. So it's trying to say, we don't approve of this. We need to stick with international labor standards. So it's making the attempt, but there's absolutely no empirical evidence that this kind of enforcement mechanism even works. So great, we got a little bit more language in there, but where is the proof that this is actually going to do anything? Where is the proof that this is actually going to help workers in Canada, help workers in Peru? There's no empirical evidence at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Elmwood Transcona, short question, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her presentation. I just wondered how she would want to approach this whole area with Peru in sort of a better approach than the government has taken, and whether or not she thinks there's any amendments that could make this agreement a little more palatable, because clearly at the end of the day the Liberals are going to be voting with the government and this thing is going to go through with only the Bloc and us opposed. So does she consider any possible amendments that could make this agreement a little more palatable given the circumstances that we find ourselves in right now?
The Honourable Member for Halifax. Short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a good question. Is this amendable? I think that there is a duty for us to consider amendments to try and make, to take into account labor standards and environmental clauses. I think that there's a duty for us to consider this, but frankly, I think the best thing to do at this point is to hoof it out and actually have people engage with this process, engage with the agreement process. What about the workers? What about environmental advocates? What about women? What about seniors? Why aren't we talking to the people who are actually affected rather than just the gold mining companies that are going to be able to reap great profits? So I think we should be looking at amendments, but in a perfect world, we'd start from scratch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I will inform the House that the question for adjournment this evening will be the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Foreign Affairs.
Vancouver Quadra, Science and Technology. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, are we continuing the debate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're at second reading of Bill C-24, an act to implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru, and the Agreement on the Environment, and an agreement on labor cooperation, all between Canada and the Republic of Peru, and that's what we're debating today in the House of Commons. So I can say right away that the Bloc Québécois is opposed to the implementation of these three agreements, and I'll explain why. The bilateral aspect of the agreement, to begin with, the Bloc Québécois thinks that we should give precedence to multilateral agreements. There is also the absence of measures ensuring sustainable development and the self-actualization of the people involved. Also, the presence of a investment protection clause that would allow businesses who feel that their rights have been flouted, would allow them to sue the Peruvian government. And this would clearly put the brakes on social and economic development in Peru. There's an absence of corporate responsibility on the part of mining companies within the context of the Canada-Peru agreement. And mining is the main trade activity between Canada and Peru. And there are people in various ridings who sent us postcards talking about working conditions in mining companies in Peru, and it is the main economic activity. So today I'd like to bring up 2 points. The fact that we would prefer multilateral agreements, and also this sort of piecework negotiation of agreements that don't respect human rights and labor rights and other rights. So I would also like to talk about Canadian corporate responsibility abroad. As I said earlier, this is especially mining companies in this case. So I think that the fact that we are seeing all these bilateral agreements means that multilateralism has been abandoned. I think that the government is favoring bilateral agreements, and it's because it's easier for a country to come to these piecework agreements because it's more advantageous for that country. And this is a tactic that was used a great deal by the United States. It's a means of benefiting as much as possible from an agreement with doing as little as possible on the other hand. Clearly, the Harper government has decided to abandon the multilateral option in foreign affairs. And the proof of this is that it's now negotiating with 22 countries individually to sign free trade agreements. This means that these agreements can be made outside of an institutional international trade framework. And this kind of agreement allows for the liberalization of trade and doesn't necessarily include rules that would civilize this trade. This means that we're not controlling certain companies, obliging them to follow the rules and respect rights. And this means that there could have been obligations for these companies to respect the environment and various rights, but they aren't there. I think that they also completely ignore standards, working standards, and human rights standards. So the Bloc Québécois cannot accept this kind of trade, which would bring human rights and environmental rights down to their lowest common denominator. Further, there is constant violation of human rights and personal rights in these countries. And this is, for us, a kind of unfair competition with countries like Colombia and Peru, who have even used child labor or forced labor. And this amounts to a complete refusal of respecting fundamental rights, such as the rights of, to form a trade union, because it's to the benefit, the economic benefit of our businesses, and that's why they'd like to settle there. It's much more advantageous for them. So if the government were sensitive to these local populations, they would work within the World Trade Organization, which is the international institutional framework for trade. In these countries, there are people working for businesses, for companies, without any protection. And countries can go to court against countries which allow for advocacy of better working conditions and advocating for human rights. So these businesses, instead of setting up shop in Quebec or Canada, go to other countries. Peru isn't the only one. Isn't the only one that these companies go to. And if this government were truly sensitive to the local populations, it would work with the WTO. It would make sure that the rules governing labor standards would be the same. So this is a bill and an agreement which is sort of a one-off and not really within international standards. And if this government were serious about respecting the rights of the people in Peru, it would have had provisions regarding certain standards with respect to working conditions, human rights, and other rights. And this is notably absent in this agreement. So the government seems to be turning its back on the kind of protection that most would have expected. It's this bilateral agreement is such that there's also a lack of provisions ensuring respect of the environment. And this shows just how far this kind of agreement does not integrate international standards. Now, mining companies are the main Canadian investors in Peru. They exploit natural resources there. And we know that this makes them about $5 billion a year. This makes Canada the major investor in mining in Peru. There are major companies present there. And the free trade agreement between Canada and Peru is very far from being a fair one, an equitable one. There are companies that invest in the mining sector to the disadvantage of people in Peru and in the areas where these mines set up. And the protection of investment has a disproportionate has a disproportionate significance. And the lack of respect for human rights leaves people concerned, and they have reason to be so. Because, as I said, there are hundreds and hundreds of citizens in Quebec who've written to their members talking about their concerns for the lack of human rights protection in Peru and in other countries. So people in the constituency talked about a report of 2007, which resulted from a national roundtable on corporate responsibility on the part of the mining sector in developing countries. And the industry was represented at this roundtable that came up with this report. There were concerns voiced about a violation of human rights. They also talked about the fact that there should be a protection for human rights that was more clearly, which was made more clear in the agreement. I think it's a shame that the Canadian government does not show greater sensitivity with respect to human rights and the environment. And when the government here in the House answers questions by members on EI or on the environment, well, we can say that this government, through their responses, are completely indifferent to the impact something will have on the environment or on the lives of workers who may not have access to EI and who will have to be on social assistance, and the increase in numbers of unemployed people, and all this within the context of a global recession. I think we could have expected a great deal more sensitivity from this government with respect to these two areas, EI and the environment. There was a group at the University of Quebec in Montreal having to do with the defense of human rights and the fact that they're not well protected in bilateral agreements. So it's not only the Bloc Québécois who is debating this, but also within civil society groups are criticizing the government. And again, this is why we are opposing this agreement. And the philosophy subtending this agreement is that they're leaving it up to mining companies to respect human rights. And how can you simply give all this latitude to corporations to respect human rights when the very countries they've set up shop in don't necessarily respect human rights? I think that Canada we should not tolerate these practices. Now, very often in countries like this where human rights are violated and where the justice system is a little iffy, so whether it has to do with the infrastructure to ensure safety or other realities, we cannot be sure that in another country, Canada should be able to ensure corporate responsibility, because we know that there are mining companies which operate abroad. But if they aren't properly, if they don't have the proper regulations, there can be problems. We know that very often we have a hard time here making sure that corporations are responsible. And even the government. For example, the irresponsible attitude of the government with respect to the environment and of certain corporations with respect to the environment. I know that there are contaminants in water, our waterways and in other areas, and I know the minister would say that we're doing something, but we still have contaminated water because of toxins and contaminants going into the groundwater, and I'll be talking about that a little later this week. With respect to the recommendations of the round table on corporate responsibility in developing countries, the Bloc Québécois feels that Canada should strike a multi-party committee made up of representatives of the mining industry, among others, which would advise the government when it comes to implementing social and corporate responsibility, to adopt standards with respect to social responsibility, and to come up with punitive measures for those corporations who don't respect rights. We could, for example, envision they're not getting tax benefits or loan guarantees if they don't respect human rights. We would also need an ombudsman who would monitor complaints. So we have all these recommendations of civil society, which are also our recommendations. Instead of acting and priding ourselves on our reputation as a defender and promoter of human rights, this government has decided to leave this up to companies to voluntarily respect human rights, environmental rights, etc. And there are representatives of the people who will get people to work and work cheap. So it's one thing to allow companies to do things voluntarily, but I think we should make it obligatory, because then we could be sure that these corporations would be acting in the way that we would like to see them act. There was a committee that had a committee struck to deal with the corporate responsibility of the mining industry. But at the present time, there can only be an investigation of complaints if the mining company accepts the investigation. So this hardly holds water. Imagine there could be a mining company that would flout human rights and environmental and labor standards, and they would only have to say, well, I sort of was a little out of line in terms of corporate responsibility. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that a mining company would never accept having its misdeeds investigated. So we have to make mining companies more accountable. They abandon responsibility by not adopting standards which are not present in this free trade agreement. And so the Bloc Québécois is categorical in deploring the lack of standards. This agreement will allow companies to extend their operations without any consequences if they violate or flout human rights. And I know that Chapter 11, this sort of copy of Chapter 11, which gives companies the right to take a government to court if they dare create obstacles to programs or, by the way, programs or policies, either governmental or others, that might cut their profits.
So perhaps the government is going to is going to ignore what a company wants to do, and therefore the company could take the government to court. So the government could be taken to court. There are a number of cases where the Canadian government, among other governments, has been sued for millions by companies. And I can say that this is unfortunate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her presentation. We know that this legislation will probably pass the House with the support of the Liberals and the government, and with the Bloc and the NDP voting against. I'd like to ask the member whether she thinks that there are any amendments that would make this legislation more palatable that could be possibly introduced to make changes, and could, you know, make us at least. Well, I think that we would probably like to adopt a different approach, and I'm sure the Bloc and the NDP would have a totally different approach to a free trade agreement. But I'm asking in this specific piece of legislation whether there are any amendments that she sees that could be made to make this more palatable.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Quebec. Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, if there were measures ensuring sustainable development and the development of peoples, and well, also there is a lack of a policy. If there was a policy to ensure responsibility by mining companies, so we see here that it's really all of it that causes a problem for us. There is this approach of negotiating bilateral agreements, and we feel that the multilateral approach is a better approach. So if everything was taken into consideration with regard to the signing of multilateral agreements, I think that it would be better. I think that the Conservatives want to protect industry abroad, but this isn't right. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Quebec for that speech. She talked. Well, I've been listening to her very attentively, and I would say that she talked about the mining industry, and we know quite well that two Liberal members presented a motion, 293, I think, and as well as the member for Scarborough-Guildwood introduced a C-300. One was a motion, the other a bill, and they dealt with the responsibility of mining companies. How, on the one hand, can the Liberals be preparing to vote for the free trade agreement between Canada and Peru when they know full well that one investment agreement under Chapter 11 can allow mining companies to initiate legal proceedings against a state if the state increases or hardens legislation concerning the environment, as well as implements stricter legislation ensuring workers' rights, health and safety. And they want to liberalize trade, but if you say liberalize trade, you also have to increase responsibility. So how can they vote on one hand for something to make mining companies more responsible, and yet on the other hand vote for this free trade agreement when the government should go back and do its homework when it comes to negotiating free trade agreements? The honourable member for Quebec. Well, I think that my colleague is quite correct. It's a paradox that we're seeing here in the House. It's like saying Well, the companies are right, even if they violate environmental legislation and human rights. Well, it's like saying, well, you can go ahead, and yet it gives all the tools to companies that are operating at the expense of governments that are trying to do good. So I think that my colleague is correct. The Liberals will have to do this over and seriously think about their approach. Often, we think that the Liberals are quite are big social democrats, but they often have attitudes that are quite similar to those of the Conservatives. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Westmount, Ville-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have listened to my colleague, and I would like to ask her quite simply, why does she see that this is a contradiction or a paradox between an approach that ensures free trade with another country and at the same time ensuring respect for social responsibilities by Canadian mining companies? The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer my colleague, the Liberal Party colleague, by saying that their party is the one that's not doing its job. What we want is to ensure there is a framework for action that is implemented by the government in order to give companies some guidelines. There are rights that are in force here, and these same rights should exist elsewhere, and perhaps a company might find it less profitable to operate outside Canada and take advantage of the fact that there are no protections for workers, among other things, no environmental legislation. And instead of telling these companies that they have to do their homework before they go elsewhere, they should fix their situation here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member if she has any experiences that she can share from observing our experience under NAFTA and the side agreement on environmental protection. Do we appear to have learned anything in the crafting later agreements, including this one?
No.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that under Chapter 11, well, I think the nerve center is that companies have all the latitude they want to sue governments, and we could give some examples of where there were legal proceedings. There was an American company that took to court the Canadian government. So there was something that occurred over a 2 to 3 year period. So there were a number of similar cases. There's also Metal Clack, a corporation, regarding a toxic waste dump site. So there were damages awarded of $16.7 million, and I think British Columbia was involved in that case. So we could give a number of examples to show the latitude given to companies, the possibility allowed under Chapter 11 of NAFTA to initiate legal proceedings against a government. So I think there is nothing. Well, for example, if we provide certain guidelines, then if for environmental reasons certain measures are considered necessary, then there is protection. I don't see, well, we're really not surprised by the Conservative government's approach, but I have to say it's true that we need to ensure that Canadian companies have a certain amount of latitude to ensure their development, but not just any amount of latitude. People are aware of what is happening, be it with regard to the environment, and you know, with the economic crisis, there needs to be a change in people's mindset, and when there are political parties in power that are proactive and that aren't afraid of doing things, things will get better.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising in the House today to express my profound opposition to this bill. And my opposition is premised 100% on the failure to yet again address environmental issues in trade agreements. 20 years after signing the NAFTA Free Trade Agreement and the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, we appear to have failed to learn any lessons. That is despite review after review of the failings of taking the approach of simply making environmental and, frankly, labor issues simply a sidebar, non-binding part of these agreements. We've seen trade agreement after trade agreement coming before this Parliament repeating the same mistakes and the refusal to listen to the input provided by Canadian experts over the last 20 years on the failings of the NAFTA agreement. Instead of strengthening the environmental provisions of our trade agreements, we're moving to further, more and more, water them down. So, while the side agreement, the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, the NAIC, despite its weaknesses and recommendation after recommendation to strengthen that agreement, we're going in the opposite direction. This government has chosen to further downgrade any responsibilities for environmental protection, either on this country or on the countries that it's signing trade agreements with. In place of non-binding side agreements, why did this government not take the environmental provisions and incorporate them into the text of the trade agreement? That is precisely what President Obama raised during the last election. His issue with the NAFTA agreement was this very issue, the fact that environmental and labor issues had been sidebarred and that we really should be revisiting these agreements, not to open up and provide for even freer trade without any limitations, but in fact to reconsider them and make these environmental conditions binding. There seems to be an absolute inability of this government in power to understand that it is not economy versus environment. Having just come from the privilege of attending with the Minister of Environment meetings of world leaders and industry leaders in several countries in Europe and hearing from world leaders and CEOs of major industries, including the major coal-fired power companies, that we must incorporate environmental considerations into our economic development. We must shift to incorporating environmental considerations in any economic or trade policy. This government has turned a blind eye. We've simply got blinkers on what is happening in the rest of the world. We seem to have blinkers in our attitude towards negotiating trade agreements. We need to enter this century. We're mired in old concepts, and it's incumbent upon this government to take back this bill and reconsider it, rewrite it, and negotiate it with the Canadian public and with the public of Peru. The rest of the world agrees. We need to step up to the plate, we need to shift our economy into the new green economy, and we need to make those kinds of negotiations open and transparent and include the very people that are impacted, our Canadian industry and our Canadian public. Let me talk about some of the provisions of this sidebar agreement on environment to the Canada-Peru trade agreement proposed under this bill. And that's what it is, a sidebar, non-binding document. This agreement, as with similar agreements, as with the NAIC, the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, does not demand, does not compel Canada or Peru to protect the environment. It merely encourages the parties not to weaken or derogate from their environmental or health laws or measures to attract or encourage investment or trade. So we're simply saying it might not be a bad idea as a sidebar to give a thought from time to time to thinking about maybe we shouldn't downgrade our environmental and health standards to get a trade or investment advantage. Absolutely reprehensible. This is the kind of measure that should be at the heart of any trade agreement that this country is signing. Secondly, this sidebar environmental consideration to this trade agreement, similar to the other trade agreements that we signed, commits Canada and encourages Peru to ensure environmental impact assessment processes are in place. Forgive me if I hold back a deep laugh. We have just witnessed in this Parliament the demise of federal environmental impact assessment law. And we have the guile to propose signing off an agreement where we will hold Peru into account for implementing environmental impact assessment laws. I think that we better step back and take a look at the record of our country before we make recommendations to other nations that are looking to trade with us and benefit from our experience. The provisions are non-binding and non-enforceable. They provide for absolutely no recourse or penalties if they're not abided by, unlike, as the previous honourable member mentioned, the provisions in the agreement where a private business can file a legal action for compensation should we not abide by these agreements. There is absolutely no mechanism in these sidebar agreements to hold either government into account for abrogating its environmental assessment or environmental standard setting laws, or for the failure to enforce those laws. As I've mentioned, we've mentioned the record of this government in relegating our 30 years of development of strong, laudable environmental laws to mere red tape. Is that the lesson that we're taking to the table with Peru? Is that the example we're setting? Is that our expectation of Peru? Sure, go ahead and pass environmental impact assessment laws, set environmental standards, but do as we do. Or should they do as we say, not as we do? The sidebar agreement also commits, not requires, Canada and Peru to comply with and effectively enforce their respective domestic environmental laws. As above, we have witnessed the actions of this federal government in the failure to enforce its own environmental impact assessment law on its own expenditures. One of the backbones of federal environmental law, that all expenditures by the federal government will undergo a careful assessment to ensure that it's not having an unnecessary and reprehensible environmental effect. What did our government do? Moved behind closed doors, no public notice, no opportunity of public comment, to rescind and exempt major expenditures, federal expenditures, and project development from environmental impact assessment. Is that what we can expect on this provision of this sidebar agreement? Another foundation of these sidebar environmental agreements that we've seen with the United States, with Europe, and now this one, is the commitments to transparency and participation. This sidebar agreement, mirroring the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, commits Canada and Peru to increase transparency and public participation in the making of our environmental laws and policies. Well, let us witness the decision by the Minister of Environment to waive even the notice requirement when he exempted massive projects from environmental impact assessment regulations. Right. Can we expect different here? No. Witness the continued dialogue with the United States on energy and climate change, held behind closed doors. Having participated last week in the World Dialogue of Business Leaders and another World Dialogue among nations on innovative technologies and the urgent need to address climate change. Did this occur behind closed doors? No. It was live broadcast on webcam. But when we come back to Canada and our dialogue with our neighbor on what we are going to do jointly on addressing energy issues, energy security for this country, and climate change, we go behind closed doors. Is this what we can expect to witness in the Peru-Canada agreement? It looks like it. Witness the refusal of the government to finally bring forward the negotiated action plan on addressing air pollution, long promised by this government and unaddressed, the failure to bring that proposal before the public, before this Parliament, so that we can review it. Where does it sit? In the Minister's desk. Again, turning a blind eye to years of voluntary commitment by business leaders and the environmental community in taking the effort to provide input to the government, ignored. Under the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, this government, the government of Mexico and the government of the United States, made a very bold decision. They included mechanisms whereby there would be public advisory councils set, the Joint Public Advisory Committee, to advise the North American Council of Environment Ministers, also established under that agreement. And the agreement also provides for national advisory councils to advise the environment ministers of the respective three countries. What has this government done? They simply allowed the organizations to die. No new appointments have been made under their control. So is this what we can expect under the Peru-Canada trade agreement? Is this what we can expect under the non-binding, ever-friendly environmental side agreement? I would hope not, but experience shows otherwise. Despite the review after the review commissioned by independent experts on the relationship between trade and environment, on extensive analysis of how well the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation has actually effectively delivered on the commitments to protect environment as we practice trade. What have we learned from those reviews? Apparently, very little. We do not see major changes advancing the consideration to environmental protection in this agreement, and for that reason, we must oppose it. Another clear mechanism in the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation is the right of citizens of North America to file a complaint of failure of any of the three countries to effectively enforce their environmental laws. The successive governments of Canada have played a role of undermining that process. Instead of embracing this agreement and instead of treating it with the seriousness of the European communities have treated their Environment Commission and respecting the directions and the directives and the policies of that commission, our governments have chosen to implode and undermine the very process set up to allow for the transparency. Delay after delay are faced, interruptions of reviews, dragging out the process, and even despite that, when the Secretariat of the North American Commission has come forward with a very thoughtful, independently prepared report, the recommendations simply gather dust. So, have we learned any clear lessons? Well, I guess the lessons that we learned is that the government is turning a blind eye to what we have learned over these 20 years. And I find it extremely regrettable. I think that Canada, in reaching out to other nations, reaching out to nations in South America, Latin America, European nations, Asian nations, we could be setting the bar. We could be setting the example for future treaties of this kind. We could be coming to the table and demanding that environmental measures be incorporated into the text of these agreements, that our environmental commitments become enforceable and binding, and that there be clear penalties that can be imposed on a nation that abrogates those provisions. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand clearly in opposition to this agreement. It's with great regret that the government has not taken this opportunity to take the bold, progressive step to actually make the statement that environmental protection is actually incumbent and part of any economic development for the future of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her excellent speech. And as she knows, the United States-Peru agreement includes labor and environmental agreements, but within the agreement. And whereas this particular agreement leaves the labor and environment as sidebar issues. the question I have is, why would Canada not get as good an agreement as the U.S. did with their U.S.-Peru agreement?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his cogent question. Indeed, it's most disappointing that we have chosen to take a different path than the path taken by the United States in forging their trade agreement with Peru. Clearly what they're doing is they're practicing what they have preached. They are actually taking the next step and taking what were once sidebar agreements in the NAFTA agreement and actually apparently incorporating them into the text, the binding text of their trade agreements. And I guess it raises the question of what is going on at this behind closed doors United States-Canada dialogue on energy security and climate change. Perhaps the United States is actually proposing that we move forward with these type of measures. If that is the case, it is indeed a sad day for Canada. And I implore the Government of Canada to open up that dialogue so that Canadians can participate and Canadians' interests are put at the forefront in the negotiation of these agreements.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
I wanted to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. I listened intently. But I did notice a theme throughout her speech, and it seems to be a paternalistic theme and a theme of disrespect because, Mr. Speaker, one thing the NDP forgets about is the countries involved in these free trade agreements are actually democracies. So, in other words, here in Canada, whether the NDP likes it or not, Canadians have a democratic right to elect a government based on a platform, same as in Peru and same as in other countries where we're negotiating free trade agreements. And one of the things that political parties run on is a platform, and some political parties actually run on a platform to help promote free trade. And this happens to be the case between the two countries we're discussing now, Canada and Peru. And I was wondering why the NDP have such disrespect for a democratically elected government that was put forth by the people of Peru and the people of Canada in this negotiation. And they came to an agreement, these two democratically elected governments, that would benefit both countries. And I was wondering why she has such a paternalistic attitude towards these democracies and how she can explain that disrespect. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only evidence of paternalism I see in this House is evidenced by the minority Conservative government to the will of the House. Indeed, I ran on a platform of making sure that we give due consideration to the rights of workers and our protected environment in any future trade agreements. I find it absolutely incredulous that the Speaker, the member would make his suggestion that we be paternalistic in suggesting certain measures in the agreement. Any measures in that agreement would apply equally to Canada as they do to Peru. What we would be doing in signing onto the agreement is undertaking that we will effectively enforce our environmental laws and we will ensure that workers' rights will be protected here. What we have found under the under the NAFTA agreement and the sidebar agreement, far more complaints have been filed against Canada than any of the three nations in their failure to effectively enforce their environmental laws.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate that I can't respond directly to my Conservative colleague who asked the NDP member a question, but if there's anybody who lacks respect in this chamber, it is the Conservatives. They say that they're in favor of free trade, but this government has never introduced any study or impact report on the free trade agreements that they have negotiated. Never has a committee or this House seen any impact study. We had proposals to amend this agreement in our committee, but the Conservatives refused. We asked for an impact study or at least a follow-up so that we could prove that there were negative repercussions. And I would like to know whether my colleague agrees that when we have these parallel agreements for the environment or labor rights, whether she thinks that these agreements shouldn't be directly integrated into the agreement rather than being side agreements so that they don't depend on goodwill. We need to have formal protections for health and safety, environmental rights. They should not be aimed at having a lowest common denominator, but rather improving those standards. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his excellent question. There are, in fact, many studies that were commissioned both by the Council of Environment Ministers and the Secretariat of the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. It is incumbent upon this government to obtain and review those reports and take into consideration the profound recommendations. There has been article by article critiquing the way that we entered into the NAFTA agreement and the failure to incorporate labor and environmental standards into that agreement. Clearly, this government is turning a blind eye to any independent analysis. I guess the main question that has to be raised here is, in whose interests is this agreement being signed?
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that our colleague who is on the International Trade Committee would certainly be able to make recommendations to the government to go back to the negotiating table. I imagine that my colleague agrees that the government should do its homework. There is an opportunity here that we cannot let go by. We need to do things differently from now on. We need to make sure that the countries that we partner with which are often emerging markets, are not exploited by Canadian companies, in particular mining companies.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question and his comment. Indeed, contrary to the earlier question from the member opposite, it is not paternalistic to bring to the table sage advice and learnings from previous experience. And it's for precisely that reason that it is necessary that our government bring forward these documents, share them with the other nations, particularly emerging nations, so that they can learn from the mistakes made previously. Why do we want to keep repeating the same mistakes over and over? We don't seem in this country to want to be following the path taken by other nations. And, you know, we're doing it on environment, we're doing it on climate change, and now we're doing it on trade. We are regressing instead of progressing. And it is absolutely incumbent upon this government and the parties who are negotiating this agreement to revisit this agreement and move us into this century. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is quite a paradox. I was able myself to go to Peru, and I went with the Minister of Labour, who was a Liberal minister at that time, so I was able to see the situation in which workers found themselves. I saw children who were working, who do not even have shoes to wear when they go to work. And I will come back to these conditions at the end. I want to put our position in context. The Bloc Québécois is against the Conservative government's strategy that is signing these case-by-case agreements rather than taking a multilateral approach. We know that a free market approach cannot work. We need regulation for the market. We need good policy. We need an ethical approach. Instead of doing a piecemeal agreement, the Canadian government needs to work to make sure that the same standards apply everywhere without exception. We have talked about a free trade agreement with Colombia recently as well, and we were against that. We feel that trade can contribute to the prosperity of a country and to boost the economy. But in order for that to be the case, there have to be provisions in the agreements to ensure sustainable development and the improvement of the quality of life for the people in that country. This free trade agreement with Peru includes provisions that will enable companies to sue the government like they can under Chapter 11 of NAFTA, and this will reduce the chances for improvements in the quality of life and standard of living in Peru. We know that most of Canada's investment is in the mining sector, and the workers do not have many protections because they lack resources. The ratification of this agreement will enable the mining industry to expand its activity without any consequences, even when they violate human rights. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we do not support this bill. This is third reading. And at third reading, it is impossible to amend legislation. We tried in committee to do so. The NDP and the Bloc Québécois did everything they could to amend the legislation, but this was done behind closed doors. We need to have things on the table. The documents were not accessible. They were not clear, and the agreement was done as quickly as possible. When there is an economic crisis and we are taking steps to help companies succeed, then we are very concerned about this kind of agreement being signed quickly. We have a comparison with NAFTA, and we have a concern about that because we have Chapter 11 in NAFTA that gives the investors in a member country to claim compensation from a government when they feel that they have experienced losses because there are policies in that country that have changed the operations of their activity. But it has to be equivalent to indirect or direct expropriation. NAFTA is the only major agreement that Canada has signed that has those kinds of provisions that gives those rights to investors. The free trade agreement with Peru has similar provisions, and the Bloc Québécois feels that it is not in Quebec's interest to be part of such an agreement, and therefore we are against this agreement. We know that free circulation of goods has to be accompanied by free circulation of financial resources. We need to protect investments, but all of these agreements have similar provisions. That is, a neutral arbitration process to reach an agreement between the foreign investor and the target government. There are over 1,800 bilateral agreements of this type in the world, but the provisions of Chapter 11 under NAFTA have been challenged, and they are the subject of a number of court cases in Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And there are cases that have been settled in the millions of dollars. And of course, we remember the whole softwood lumber saga. I went to the U.S. myself a number of times to meet with senators and congressmen to make them more aware of our problems here, that it was not true that we subsidized our lumber industry. They used Chapter 11 against us, and it cost us millions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful. Chapter 11 has set up a regime for investors and is very broad in its scope of application. Some provisions of that chapter have led to major court cases, including this notion of expropriation. The tendency is to broaden the application of it to increase profit. I have a number of examples here, Mr. Speaker. I talked about softwood lumber already. I could talk about a number of other cases like MMT. We had the prohibition against toxic waste sites. So there are a number of examples I could give you. Moreover, a number of issues arise regarding the dispute settlement mechanism set out in the chapter. A company that feels that a country is violating the provisions on investment can go directly to an arbitral panel for these issues. A specific case can be heard by the panel. The decisions and consideration are secret. So once again, Mr. Speaker, everything is done behind closed doors.
And the attempt to ensure that the problems are sorted out, but it costs millions of dollars. And these kind of disputes can last for years, Mr. Speaker. Now, while the free trade agreement does have some positive aspects with respect to transparency, we feel that the dispute settlement should be on a multilateral basis, a centralized basis, not a piecemeal approach undertaken by the various signatories to bilateral treaties. The provisions under the free trade agreement, NAFTA, give broad powers to corporations and ultimately make us fear for the sovereignty of states and their ability to take steps with a view to protecting the health of their populations as well as the quality of their environment. So we will be opposing this bill, as I said, the agreement, Mr. Speaker, and I've shown to you what Chapter 11 means. Now, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to travel to Peru with the Minister of Labor, who was a Minister of Labor from the Liberal Party at the time, and I saw the working conditions for people in the country. I also saw the living conditions for Aboriginals. Now, of course, if you travel to Lima, Mr. Speaker, you'll see a different reality than if you travel to the mountains and you meet with Aboriginal peoples, people who live in the mountains, children who are born in those areas. The reality is completely different. These are people who today don't have an opportunity to defend themselves. They don't have unions, for example. They can be forced to work for minimal wages. And as I said earlier, there are children who go without shoes, barefooted, and I'm not exaggerating the situation. This is reality. There are adults who don't have resources, have no choice but to work for a pittance. At the same time, our mining companies that are very rich and that are making considerable profits throughout the world go in and exploit these people. It's completely unacceptable. What happens often, Mr. Speaker, is that once the mining companies have finished exploiting them, once there's nothing left in the mine, the mining companies go somewhere else to look for minerals, but they'll leave it in a very dreadful, lamentable state. There may be pollution that has reached the water table. There are serious problems there with respect to drinking water. There are serious problems at all levels in terms of health, education, the environment. And then companies go in, and under this agreement, Mr. Speaker, they're not required to honor or respect specific rules. The approach is voluntary. So, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe it. I've been here in the Parliament for 16 years, and when I hear talk about voluntary measures, well, they've never led anywhere. We've seen this in the environment. We've seen it at many other levels with respect to labor and whatnot. It simply doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. If the corporations are not forced to comply with strict and specific rules, forced to follow them as well, because if it's all fine and well to have these rules, but if they're not enforced, then that is another problem. But there are some other NGOs that can provide follow-up. Canada also has responsibilities in these countries. Canada must ensure that if it sends corporations there to develop something, that it's not simply beneficial for the corporations there, that the company receiving the development, or in which the country in which the development is taking place, benefits as well. These countries need to benefit in terms of the environment, because now it is possible to mine and work in mines. There are practices that are much more environmentally friendly than in the past. We need to use those resources and ensure that they are used. But oftentimes the companies will go for the least expensive, what can be done most quickly. They're not compelled or forced, Mr. Speaker, to comply with measures. The measures are voluntary. And that isn't helping Peru. And that's what's very worrisome in this agreement, Mr. Speaker. Canadian mining companies today, in fact, there are several that have been singled out because they're not doing their job properly, Mr. Speaker, because they're exploiting people, young people, children, entire populations, the environment, and simply pull out when the ore is gone, when there's no more money to be made, and the country in question ends up with that situation. It doesn't have the resources to rectify the situation. And you know, when the environment is destroyed, you can imagine how much it costs, Mr. Speaker, to bring it back, restore it to an acceptable level. We're talking simply about an acceptable level here. Maybe the country doesn't even have the means to invest in the environment. They have perhaps funds to invest in basic necessities, but not the environment. I saw children who had nothing to eat, that sat in cardboard boxes. We're from a rich country, Mr. Speaker. We all have roofs over our heads, and when you go to another country and you see the living conditions like that, I'm not convinced that a lot will be improved with these voluntary measures, Mr. Speaker. Now, once again, I will reiterate that the agreement was developed behind closed doors, and if we had developed strict measures that would compel companies to follow these measures, if we had oversight and monitoring, then I think maybe we would see families that had better living conditions than simply cardboard boxes. We would see families that could earn a living, that could eventually unionize. We could help them because we have considerable expertise in that area here. We could export that expertise. We can't simply send them the large corporations but not provide them with any resources in the host country, because these countries, in many cases, have very few resources. We can't simply say, well, here we come. We're going to exploit your resources. We lead them to believe that they're going to be earning money as a result, but at the end of the day, they are going to pay the price. And the same is true in Colombia, Mr. Speaker. We know that there are plenty of emeralds in Colombia. We all know how valuable they are. So when the mining companies go there, they exploit the deposits, they make considerable amount of money. But how will the countries be able to defend themselves against these large multinational corporations that make a great deal of money, that can afford lawyers and challenges and 5 or 10 years of court proceedings, whereas the country itself is very poor and doesn't have the necessary resources to deal with that? So we go into their country, and in doing so we need to have very strict rules to ensure that we're not destroying their environment, their lives, the lives of the children who live there, the lives of the Aboriginal peoples, the beauty of the country. Bear in mind that Peru is a magnificent country, a very beautiful country. If it's exploited without and the practices are not environmentally sustainable, then entire areas will be destroyed. Waterways will be destroyed, waterways that are very important to the survival of the people there. So those are concerns, very concerns that are valid. And when I think about Peru, I'm very concerned, Mr. Speaker, because we can see that the negotiations are taking place behind closed doors, that there is no willingness to give us information, that everything's being hidden, and we don't know what will happen. And we can see that this is an issue that is only of interest to the Bloc and the NDP. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, I think that Canada is on the wrong track. This is 2009. Yes, there is a global economic financial crisis. It's affecting those countries as well. So if in addition to that, we destroy what they've been successful in building over the years in terms of the environment, labor, through the assistance provided by NGOs, work they've done to develop their agricultural practices, their crops, and to provide drinking water. If we simply destroy that, Mr. Speaker, then they'll have nothing left. And we will be forced to say it's our fault. Well, not our fault in the Bloc, the fault of the government, the Conservative government. Well, there aren't enough of us, unfortunately, to overturn the agreement, Mr. Speaker, and to negotiate it in a more intelligent fashion. But, Mr. Speaker, it will be up to the Conservative government to face the music. And imagine what kind of an image that projects of Canada internationally. Imagine what people are going to have of Canada. Imagine what kind of reputation we're building on the international scene with voluntary measures like those. So, Mr. Speaker, we are opposed to this agreement, and I sincerely hope that the people of Peru do not suffer from the interference of the Conservative government that sends mining companies into the country to develop it without any restrictions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nicobelt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to ask my Bloc colleague a question. Normally, free trade agreements are negotiated by the rich for the rich. We have an example of that here with the agreement in the forestry sector. It was negotiated with the Americans. The wealthy Americans won everything, and we lost out. Look at John Deere, another company that's now moved to Mexico. I'd like to ask my Bloc colleague if it would be worthwhile to send this bill to committee, or if we should vote it down immediately.
The
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is third reading. We can't, at this point, we no longer have an opportunity to send it back to committee. We can't amend it. We can't do anything. We are really at the limit with respect to what we can do. All we can do is discuss it here and make people aware of our positions, our various positions on this bill. So our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. All we can do, Mr. Speaker, is inform the people who may be listening inform them of what's happening. And we do receive information from our constituents on free trade with Peru. I have a large Peruvian community in my riding that are very much aware of the situation. I've received a number of calls on this issue, Mr. Speaker, and all of their concerns. They have many concerns, in fact, surrounding this agreement because it doesn't contain measures to ensure that everything that is done will be fully respectful of the environment and human rights. So we're now at third reading. We're stuck with this bill. We have to either vote for or against it. We have taken our position and we will be voting against it. I believe that the NDP will be maintaining its same position as well, and it will be up to us to show the government, the Conservative government, that it's making a mistake. And the Liberals too, because they're going to be voting in favor of it, Mr. Speaker. They're making a very serious mistake voting in favor of an agreement that is very poorly drafted, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to congratulate my colleague for her remarks and for her awareness of the situation that could unfold because this agreement that was signed doesn't contain mandatory measures for Canadian companies that may invest in Peru. And as a result, the Peruvians, it's important, in fact, that she has mentioned these labor issues, the environmental issues, and these large corporations that are working everywhere are there because it's in their interest to do so. And especially in terms of the environment and labor relations, it's beneficial for the mining companies or the oil companies to exploit these countries. So, Mr. Speaker, we know full well that as we speak, what we need to do is send the government back to do its homework. We need to vote against this Implementation Act, and we must call on the Liberals to not speak out of both sides of their mouths, to explain and support the values that they say they do. If they really want to go to regain the reins of power, they'll have to stick to their values. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, I fully agree with my colleague, Mr. Speaker. We can't speak out of both sides of our mouths. We can't talk about the environment, but at the same time accept a free trade agreement that's written in its current form. The Liberals have their homework to do in this regard as well. If they were to vote with us against this agreement, the agreement wouldn't be adopted. Now, Mr. Speaker, they will be defending it, and I find that very unfortunate because they're going to be destroying everything that's been built up. Of course, the multinationals and the mining companies, when they launch their operations in countries like Peru, should be helping to improve the quality of life there, but that's not what happens in many cases because the people have no means of defense. But what we have in this Act, Mr. Speaker, are voluntary measures, and that is unacceptable. This needs to be criticized, and we'll be voting massively against this bill. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc member has spoken eloquently about what the government intends to do and what its views are on free trade. Now, they are saying that this agreement will improve economic conditions for Peruvians, but as the member has clearly shown, the challenges are huge. There are issues surrounding labor relations. There are labor issues, in fact, that need to be improved so that their standard of living improves. Now, does the Bloc member see any measures in the agreement or any ways for Peruvians to enhance labor relations, to improve their quality of life, their economic situation? I'd also like to know, as she knows and as everyone in this House, if she knows, in fact, that the Peruvian government has refused to sign on to the WTO. The commitments that were made in the past were struck down with respect to rights for workers, and so will this agreement do something to put an end to that, or simply continue it, where we see the Peruvian government refusing to acknowledge these workers' rights?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'm sure this will simply perpetuate the situation, and it will worsen. It can't get better because already there has been a signature against labor rights. Imagine if a union decides to organize in Peru to protect mining workers, and the government has already refused. Well, there is nothing in this agreement right now to allow a union or an environmental group or whatever kind of group, something that's good for the country, who could do something and denounce what's going on in that country, have some kind of power to react and elicit a reaction from a company that is behaving badly. So at the outset, this is a lost cause. It's too bad. It's sad to see, but that is the decision of the Conservative government supported by the Liberals. We will remind them of that in an election campaign. Don't worry, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
I couldn't help but listen to the member's response and saying that this is a decision of the Conservative government. What this is a decision of is democratically elected governments of Canada and democratically elected government of Peru. And here's the sadness. Here's the Bloc member who claims to support democracy. And here she's standing up in this House saying that two governments have come to a decision on trade that they want to vote it down. They want to disrespect those decisions. And as we see historically with free trade agreements, when Canadian companies go into other countries, they raise the bar. They provide jobs. And what I'm hearing from this member and other members in the House, they immediately start to disrespect Canadian companies who have a wonderful reputation around the world. And they're saying that our companies are out there exploiting people in these other countries. And I think it's entirely disrespectful. And my question to the member is, what does she have against Canadian companies and Quebec companies that go out in the world to provide jobs for people, to raise their standard of living? And why do they not respect the democratic right of these countries to make trade agreements to raise the bar for all citizens involved? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the government was democratically elected, but they're a minority, and as long as they are a minority, I was also elected democratically in this House. All members here from every party have been elected, so we shouldn't call that into question. We have nothing against these companies, but we know with evidence that there have been problems with Canadian mining companies worldwide. They have exploited people. So in this free trade agreement with Peru, why don't we have conditions to avoid such situations? No, Mr. Speaker, they prefer to have voluntary measures and forget about it and say, well, we are going to go and exploit them openly.
The Please du Débat, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to follow my colleague from the Bloc, from Rivière-du-Nord, and her learned presentation. We share many of the concerns that my colleague has raised. This is the second time today I've spoken to an issue brought forward by my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord. She's having a very illustrious day in the House of Commons today. Mr. Speaker, the position of the NDP has always been that we're not opposed to fair trade providing it is free trade providing it is fair trade. Let me get that straight at the outset. We sounded the alarm in the 1980s when the first free trade agreement was introduced, and we cautioned people that the globalization of capital is not some force of nature. It's not like gravity or the conservation of mass. This is a choice made by the corporate sector, by nation states on behalf of corporations, and the free trade agreement and the NAFTA agreement became like a charter of rights and freedoms for corporations to move freely and to override
the sovereignty of nation states. And what we cautioned then, we continue to caution today, that there's an erosion of sovereignty associated with the free trade agreements that we've entered into so frequently and so freely since the early 1980s, when the first FTA was put into effect. Mr. Speaker, you know that I'm a socialist. You know that I'm a trade unionist. You should also know that I'm a fiercely proud Canadian nationalist. And as such, on all of those fronts, Mr. Speaker, we are dedicated to a multilateral point of view. We are dedicated to elevating the standards of wages and working conditions for people all over the world, not just Canadian workers, but the international movement of workers' rights. The international solidarity of workers' rights is alive and well, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, it's been the free trade agreements that have entered into so freely by nation states around the world that have revitalized the importance of workers coming together through their free trade unions, where such free trade unions are allowed, and through the international plenary umbrella international organizations of those unions. We alone, it seems, are standing to try and caution people about the predictable consequences of some of the causes associated with what are called free trade agreements, such as the one we're contemplating today. Mr. Speaker, the international trade critic for the NDP, my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, has been a tireless champion of these issues. Again, not to be negative, not to try and criticize the concept of freer trade or tearing down barriers to trade or some of the non-tariff barriers to trade. Granted, we want the free movement of capital. We want the free movement of goods and services. We even want the free movement of people around the world. But we also suggest that when there's the globalization of capital, there must always also be the globalization of labor rights, of human rights, of environmental standards. We want to harmonize at the highest common denominator, not the lowest common denominator. And that has been the actual empirical evidence in many, many of the free trade agreements that we have now had the luxury of time to study. This old yarn put forward by the neoconservative movement, a rising tide lifts all boats. It doesn't, in fact, Mr. Speaker. If your boat has a hole in it, your boat doesn't rise with the tide. It simply stays down. We've watched this movement propel itself around the world. Frankly, capitalism doesn't have a very good name lately. I guess, when I announced that I'm a socialist, Mr. Speaker, it's no surprises. We're all socialists now. I mean, we just bought General Motors. I always thought that was one of the signs of the apocalypse, was when General Motors would go bankrupt. Isn't that when the four horsemen appear on the horizon and there's darkness at the break of noon? GM goes bankrupt. The 4 horsepower of the apocalypse. That's very good. But, Mr. Speaker, no, I always it's the fact is that we now have Marxism realized. We've owned the means of production, and we didn't have to fire a single shot. It's really quite phenomenal what went on today. But we've always cautioned people, Mr. Speaker, that unfettered capitalism has no conscience. And I don't blame it for that. It's just like you can't blame a shark for having no conscience. It simply swims through the water and gobbles and gobbles and gobbles. That's what it does. It's up to us. We have the moral conscience. It's up to people to apply morality to capitalism. And that's what we seek to do when these free trade agreements come through, Mr. Speaker. Some of us have to rise up in the spirit of true democracy, contrary to what my colleague is trying to imply, that those of us who raise legitimate concerns are somehow less than democratic. We don't respect the unfettered right of the conservative minority government to enter into free trade agreements without scrutiny and oversight and due diligence by duly elected members of Parliament in this chamber.
Absolutely.
That would be the affront to democracy, Mr. Speaker, if there was any associated with this. My colleague from the Bloc, Rivière du Nord, pointed out earlier, one of our serious, legitimate concerns about this free trade agreement and others is the investor rights that it gives to corporations. It actually gives, this notion was unheard of until it was introduced in the NAFTA agreement, the Chapter 11 rights. that give a corporation nation-state status so it can sue a duly elected government, a sovereign nation-state, for inconveniencing their ability to commercialize a certain product. That was horrifying to us, and we blew the whistle. We sounded the alarm in 1988. We warned people, this is folly. This will lead to untold complications. One of the examples, I'll give one example from a few years ago and one that's going on currently. The MMT, the Health Canada, the people of Canada decided the gasoline additive MMT is too poisonous for our people to be exposed to. We didn't want it put into gasolines in this country. We were sued. Because this interfered with the ability of Ethel Corporation to sell their product in Canada, they sued Canada for lost opportunity, and they won, and we paid them for the inconvenience. We had to shell out, I believe it was $13.5 million to Ethel Corporation because we, as a nation, decided we didn't want MMP in our air supply and in our children's organs. A more recent example, the province of Quebec, quite rightly, wanted to ban the cosmetic, non-essential use of pesticides in homes, in gardens, in schoolyards, in golf courses, etc. I mean, this is only the right thing to do, given that we now know that exposure to chemical pesticides can lead to a number of cancers and birth defects and problems in reproductive health. But believe it or not, Dow Chemical, the manufacturer of many of these chemical pesticides, is now suing the government of Quebec for having the temerity to do what they thought was right for their citizens. Now, this is fundamentally wrong on so many levels, Mr. Speaker, I can hardly express it. But that's the very same concept we're now introducing in this free trade agreement with the people of Peru. Now, the good people of Peru are going to find themselves stripped of some of their sovereignty to chart their own destiny in matters so vital and so fundamental as public health, because these same investor right clauses can be applied should their democratically elected government decide to, for instance, curtail the ability of one of the Canadian mining companies operating there or impose stringent standards on those companies to operate. Those companies can sue for the inconvenience of having their ability to commercialize that product, et cetera, et cetera. That's just one of the concerns that we have that warrants further debate, and I regret we're now at the stage of this debate in this bill that we're not going to have the opportunity for further amendment. All I can do is express our dissatisfaction with this and our legitimate concern. Now, the NDP, advocating on behalf of workers around the world, has tried to introduce what we call our corporate social responsibility bill, a bill put forward by my former colleague and the former leader of our party, Ed Broadbent, when he was a member of Parliament. It was taken over by the next leader of our party, a member for Halifax, Alexa McDonough. So for a decade or more, we've been trying to introduce something that would I suppose, not contradict, but recognize the problems in the free trade agreement. If you're going to give this charter of rights to business and to corporations, then you have to offset those rights with what we call the extension of corporate social responsibility of Canadian companies when acting abroad. That the rules that apply to them when they're within the domestic jurisdiction where they come from should apply to them when they're acting and operating outside this jurisdiction. That way we would truly be elevating the labor and environmental standards of those other companies where we're trading, because we would be exporting not only the business operation, but we would be exporting their modus operandi of how they conduct themselves as well. These companies should not be able to form and incorporate in this country, and then when conducting themselves abroad, go to the lowest common denominator or standards, health and safety standards, labor standards, and environmental standards that are often far, far lower than what we would require a company to adhere themselves to in this country. We noticed when the Canada Free Trade Agreement was first signed, Canada-Peru Free Trade Agreement was first signed, the President of Peru, Alan Garcia, was optimistic that Canada, having a greater production outcome, would share some of that outcome, I suppose. No, it says that Canada has a production output 12 times greater than Peru's and buys $600 billion worth of goods from other countries. He therefore was optimistic that Canada, by virtue of this trade agreement, would be purchasing more Peruvian wood, more Peruvian mining products, more farming and manufactured products to the list. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, critics of the current president and their regime spoke out against the free trade agreement and against the president's very administration, in fact, suggesting and pointing out that the president's approval ratings have sunk as popular support for his policies continue to vanish. The Peruvian government is beginning to unravel, this international commentator comments, is beginning to unravel as corruption charges and scandals threaten to completely discredit an already unpopular leadership of President Alan Garcia. Garcia's Minister of Mines and Energy, as well as other top energy and state oil officials, have been fired in response to allegations of corruption, favoring a foreign energy company, and in exchange for bribes. The regime that we're entering into an agreement with is falling apart. And I speak now on behalf of the working people in Peru. It could well be that they did not have the mandate to enter into this agreement from the people of Peru any more than this minority conservative government have the absolute mandate of the people of Canada to enter into this agreement. Mr. Speaker, we should remind ourselves that it wasn't long ago that bribery was such a common business practice in international trade, etc., that until the mid-1990s, the government of Canada allowed companies to write off bribes as a tax deduction. This only changed in the mid to late 1990s after Canadians were horrified, and the companies themselves pushed back and said, well, it's just the way business is done when we operate abroad. We have to grease the wheels of commerce with bribes, and therefore it's a legitimate business expense. And until recently, the government of Canada accepted this. Now, Revenue Canada has been under a lot of scrutiny lately, Mr. Speaker, with the Oliphant inquiry into the Mulroney Schreiber Airbus affair. A lot of us were horrified at some of the things that Revenue Canada deems to be acceptable. When you and I pay our taxes diligently and not exactly eagerly, and then the former Prime Minister of Canada, after not paying taxes for 9 years on money that he received in a brown paper bag in a hotel room, when he finally does decide to come clean with Revenue Canada arbitrarily decides, well, it's okay, you only have to pay taxes on 50% of what you failed to declare all those years earlier. The credibility of Revenue Canada does come into question. We're even more horrified to learn, I learned just today, that practice was only stopped by Revenue Canada last November. When this whole situation began to surface, Revenue Canada quickly stopped the practice and covered up their tracks. Mr. Speaker, that doesn't explain what happened to the Privacy Commissioner, the former Privacy Commissioner George Radwanski, who owed $650,000 in back taxes. And 24 hours before he started a job, which paid $250,000 a year, Revenue Canada forgave him all of the back taxes on the basis that it was not possible to retrieve.
Boy, that's
now,
a deal.
Those are the kind of decisions that Revenue Canada makes from time to time that makes Canadians really question if there's not two tax systems in this country, one for the rich and the connected. Some of it has connections with the PMO and the rest of us. But this free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, is fraught with concerns. We felt obliged to oppose the agreement when it was first introduced. My colleague, the member for Burnaby New Westminster, at every stage of debate and through the committee stage, made efforts to amend the free trade agreement so that it would be in a form that we could be proud of. Those of us who want fair trade do not object to free trade as long as it meets those basic tests. What we don't want is the imbalance, the huge imbalance that exists that would give, as I say, this the Charter of Rights, or act as a Charter of Rights for corporations, to override the sovereignty of a nation state, to completely give them carte blanche to conduct themselves in any way that they see fit without a considered attempt to elevate the standards of conditions in the places where they settle. My colleague from Rivière du Nord talked about one of the faults of this bill is that it really calls for, it sets guidelines for voluntary compliance, as if suggesting that these companies should conduct themselves in a certain way will actually make it so. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but we're not buying that. It's just not credible, because you should judge people by what they do, not by what they say. So we find ourselves, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of an economic downturn. Some people are saying it's the end of an era of a certain ideology and a certain economic policies. There's people that are calling for a new Bretton Woods. There's people calling for a new internationalism coming out of the ashes of what began as the globalization movement. We saw the champions of the globalization of capital who saw it as a panacea, that all we had to do was increase and improve trade, lines of trade with countries, and they would automatically come and be harmonized at some Western standard. That hasn't been the case at all, Mr. Speaker. These things won't happen by accident. These things won't happen because there has been no collective agreement that that's one of the goals, one of the objectives. But when businesses come to governments looking for a license to operate in a certain way, it's up to us then to inject and insert those secondary objectives into the activities that they have underway. They have one goal and one goal only, and it's the profit motive. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what businesses do. They seek to maximize profits for their shareholders. We're here with a different mandate, a different set of rules. We're here with different goals. If our goals are to elevate the standards of wages and living conditions and social conditions of the people, of fellow workers around the world, then we use these opportunities to achieve those secondary goals and objectives. We can do more than just enable free trade. We can mandate fair trade, and then we would realize those noble objectives of elevating the standards of the people that we're trading with. What we want for ourselves, we wish for all people, Mr. Speaker. That is one of the founding principles of the party that I belong to. And as a socialist and as a trade unionist, it's my obligation to every chance we get to try and elevate those standards of my colleagues around the world, my brothers and sisters in the international labor movement. It's through trade agreements we could achieve those things, but not if we let them slide by in a substandard way like this. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
As the member well knows, he and I have managed to find ourselves on different sides of many issues, but I do respect the fact that he and I have also had occasion to work together for the kind of common good to which he is speaking. As he would also know, there is currently a private member's bill before the committee that was passed by this House, Bill C-300, on the issue of corporate social responsibility. As we've been studying it as recently as this afternoon, the thing that has been most interesting is the aggressive action that the Government of Canada is currently undertaking with respect to corporate social responsibility. I put to the committee today the concept that there isn't one person in this House, there's probably not one person in Canada that isn't serious about wanting all of our corporations to be involved in the world as corporate with the concept of corporate social responsibility. The only thing that I would suggest to my friend is that an awful lot of the time that I've been in this House and that I've taken occasion to listen to the speeches of the NDP, it always seems so dour and so down and so negative, and we can't do this and we can't do that, and those great big greedy corporations and like there's all this negativism. What the government of Canada is out to do with this Peru free trade agreement, as with other free trade agreements, is to open up the possibility for Canadian workers to have more opportunity in the world, because Canada is such a free trading nation. And I would just ask my friend if he might not want to put on a little bit more positive face, a little bit more of a smile, because after all, Canadians, as the most productive, creative people in the world, we are a nation that can carry our own, and we can carry these things to Peru and to other countries and help them bring themselves up to a higher level, rather than him always being concerned about being dragged down.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for his thoughtful remarks, and I should tell him that one of the reasons that the NDP is enjoying its third majority government in Manitoba is that we have taken the hair shirt off the NDP. We've become a lot more fun.
You tried around here.
He would be happy to know that. We're all in favor of good corporate citizenship, Mr. Speaker, and we take my colleague, I know he's not speaking on behalf of corporate Canada, but we do take him at his word that most Canadians would expect Canadian businesses to conduct themselves in a way that is honourable when they're operating outside of the domestic jurisdiction. That has not always been the case, and there's nothing particularly binding on them, because we find the environmental standards and the labour standards and the health and safety standards in other countries sorely lacking, and it's difficult for small countries, for developing nations to impose stringent health and safety, environmental and labour standards, because they're so desperate to attract investment. Now, this is the contradiction, or this is the quandary that they find themselves in. Even well-meaning governments, I'm not trying to imply the government of Peru is corrupt, although I did cite some sources that implied the current leadership is under a lot of stress because of bribery and corruption charges. But even in those countries where there is well-meaning leadership, they would look to the harmonization of labor standards and environmental standards as a huge benefit and a huge gain. But there's nothing in these agreements that would make that so, other than the goodwill of, or the implied goodwill of the corporations. Well, as I said in my remarks, capital has no conscience. We have to impose a conscience on them.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I did not hear that you had given me the floor. I listened carefully to the speech. And he mentioned President Garcia in Peru. As you know, he is challenged in his country with respect to native people, indigenous people that want to protect their environment. We know that this is the situation in Peru. We have more and more of these bilateral free trade agreements involving Canada. It is a little bit like the agreement with Colombia that the government introduced not long ago. We know that there are strong suspicions that that government does not respect labor rights and unions. There have been assassinations and so on. There has been a lot of abuse against workers and others. So when we look at this agreement in that context, signed with President Garcia and the suspicions involving that government, we have to wonder, why is this government continuing to sign agreements with delinquent governments, as we could call them, even though we know that we need to fight climate change and protect our water and so on, but we're enabling companies to go abroad and affect the quality of the air and the water and other things in those countries. The honourable member.
Well, my colleague is correct, and these very things have been pointed out to us by labor leaders in the United States, who point out that in regards to the United States-Peru free trade agreement, which was about a year ago, we're following them almost step for step in Colombia and Peru. It seemed when the Bush administration signed agreements with Peru and Colombia, all of a sudden it became necessary for the conservative government here to follow suit with the same kind of substandard agreements. A very prominent labor leader, the head of the Teamsters Union in the United States, points out it's outrageous that Congress and the Bush administration have approved yet another job-killing trade agreement at a time when American families are seeing their jobs shipped overseas, their food and toys tainted, their wages on the decline, and their houses foreclosed upon. Workers here and in Peru deserve better. Well, if you take out the word America and insert the word Canada, the same applies to this country too. You couldn't possibly pick a worse time to impose a free trade agreement that will have downward pressure on Canadian standards by harmonizing this. You know, the globalization of trade has resulted in us lowering our standards, not developing nations raising theirs.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were criticized, the member from Winnipeg Centre and myself, just a few moments ago by a Conservative member who was criticizing us for being too diligent and taking our work too seriously. But, of course, Mr. Speaker, we've actually read the agreement. I know the honourable member has, Winnipeg Centre. And we've seen that it's, as testimony has also indicated as well, it's a vastly inferior agreement to that the U.S. government initially negotiated, then was gutted and rebuilt and amended by the U.S. Congress. Now, my question to the member from Winnipeg Centre, who's a wise member, one of the most active in the House, given that the Conservatives blew it on the softwood sellout, costing us thousands of jobs, they brought forward this Colombia trade deal, which is essentially privileged access by a regime that's tied cheek by cheek and jowl by jowl with murderous paramilitary thugs and drug lords. And now they bring forward this bill, which is considered an inferior version of bills that have been negotiated, even though we have record trade deficits and most Canadians have actually lost real income over the past 20 years. Why do the Conservatives always seem to get trade issues wrong? Why don't they have an overall strategy that actually works for economic development both here in Canada and abroad?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, my colleague poses a compelling question. I would only answer in the brief time I have by saying that the Conservatives seem guided more by ideology than by reason or logic or economics or by empirical evidence. There's a belief on their part that free trade will solve all of our ills the world over. What they failed to understand is that free trade benefits the corporations, it benefits the wealthier nations, but it even puts the wealthier nations at risk in that the harmonization that's taken place has been terribly hard on our manufacturing sector. It's been dragging us down, frankly. So unfettered free market capitalism is a passé. It's gone the way of the dodo board. We need regulation. We need guidelines and we need objectives. We need that triple bottom line, if you will, for everything that we do that will elevate.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we are dealing with the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Peru, the agreement on the environment, and the labor cooperation agreement between Canada and Peru, again in both cases. I would like to indicate at the outset that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this legislation. We are against this agreement. We have no guarantee, after all, that there are aspects of the agreement that will provide enough assurance that the environment will be protected and human rights will be protected in Peru. The third area that I would like to dwell on is that this free trade agreement with Peru contains a clause that is similar, in fact almost identical, to Chapter 11 of NAFTA. Chapter 11 deals with investment. It enables investors from a member country under the North American Free Trade Agreement to demand compensation from a government of another NAFTA country when the investor feels that there has been prejudice, there has been a loss of profit for the company. And what does this mean? It means that if, for example, a country decides to bring in legislation that would prohibit or interfere with the activities of a company, and that company had to change its activities in a way that seemed to be at its disadvantage, then that company could take the government of that country to court. We have to be clear that NAFTA is the only major trade agreement involving Canada that has provisions that are so broad in scope and that give these kinds of rights to investors from other countries. The provisions of Chapter 11 of NAFTA on investment have been questioned, and we know that since Chapter 11 of NAFTA has been brought in, the provisions have been the source of many court cases against all three governments, Mexico, the United States, and Canada. And these court cases have sometimes resulted in compensation in the millions of dollars. As I said earlier, Chapter 11 defines the whole investment framework, and it is very broad in its application. That is why there have been many cases that have come before the courts, and we have had in particular this notion of expropriation. The NAFTA provisions are a sort of blueprint for what we find in the free trade agreement between Canada and Peru. They will give a great deal of power to companies, and we are concerned, for our part, that when it comes to the sovereignty of these countries and their ability to take steps to protect the environment and rights of the people of their countries, and in this case specifically in Peru, it will not be possible to protect their health and the quality of their environment. At least that is what we fear. We are aware in the Bloc Québécois that we need to trade, we need trade agreements and investment rights, but we should not accept bad agreements at any price, and we feel that this is a bad agreement. Direct foreign investment, as we know, is increasing dramatically. And of course, investors need a predictable environment. We need to make sure that their investments will not be nationalized without compensation, for example. A Canadian company has sometimes set up in a foreign country, and that has happened. So we need to avoid that kind of situation. We need to provide industry with some guarantees. and we need protection for investment. We feel that that is quite to be expected, and this should be included in this kind of treaty. That said, over the past few years, there has been so much difficulty with Chapter 11 of NAFTA that we have to ask ourselves some questions. There is a great deal of concern, therefore, when we see similar clauses coming into other agreements. Chapter 11 enables foreign investors to go directly to international courts, and they can argue that their investment has been expropriated. And this can give rise to a court case. So if they can prove that they are losing money because of a new law, a new policy or practice of the host country, then they can demand compensation through the courts.
See? And what's important to note is that the amount of the compensation is not limited, but includes all potential profits in the future. So in other words, like we say in good Québécois, they can really hit a government hard, and that can be a huge problem. On several occasions, there has been criticism over Chapter 11. Many countries have criticized it, as has the Bloc Québécois, and despite all of that, in Ottawa, attempts are underway to conclude a number of bilateral agreements modeled on this famous Chapter 11 from NAFTA. And they continue to proceed with negotiations and negotiating these agreements. We believe that the Conservative government is not on the right track at all, and that it should place more emphasis on common good and human rights. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, a few years ago, roundtables were held. There was the National Roundtable on Corporate Social Responsibility in the Extractive Industry in Developing Countries. Many mining companies, Canadian mining companies, are responsible, respectful, but there are others, quite a number in fact, and I could name some of them because we saw this with the Free Trade Agreement on Colombia. There are a number of Canadian companies that couldn't give a hoot about the rights of Aboriginals, environmental rights, human rights, that will set up shop in countries and that take advantage of the climate in the country, the military junta, governments that are corrupt, to make money on the backs or at the expense of these countries. Now, Peru is a country where we must raise questions about human rights. Peru is one of Canada's smaller trade partners, and the main trade there is in the mining sector. Now, we know that Peru doesn't have a good record with respect to the protection of workers. Now, earlier I mentioned the National Roundtable on corporate accountability in the extractive industry in developing countries. These national roundtables produced a report on what happened. We know what Canadian companies have been singled out. There's even been a book written on their actions, and they tried their best to get the book taken off the market. They even went as far as taking legal action against the authors of the book in order to keep their actions from the public. So Canadian mining companies are the largest investors abroad. And since Canada doesn't provide a framework for what it considers a proper action by these corporate companies, Canada doesn't do that, so the companies do as they see fit. Now, with an agreement, a bilateral agreement that contains no constraints on mining companies, an agreement that enables them to do as they see fit in a country like Peru that doesn't have the means, that is unable of establishing standards, putting in place rules. Well, given that situation, we cannot accept a country-to-country, nation-to-nation agreement without any guarantees. So I'd like to go back, Mr. Speaker, to point out one of the main reasons why Peru is attractive for mining companies. It's because of their resources. Canadian investments in Peru in the mining industry are some $5 billion, and some 80 companies, Canadian companies, are currently exploring in and have operations in Peru. So Canada is the leads in terms of mining operations and exploration in the country. So someone was wondering earlier why Canada would be keen to sign an agreement with Peru. Well, it's very clear. It's to protect mining companies. It's not with a view to helping that country. It's not philanthropic. No, it's a question of protecting these mining companies. Now, protection and monitoring is so general and broad-ranging that the agreement provides greater protection for mining companies. However, the measures to protect the investments are generating a disproportionate level of protection for the investors than it is for the people living in Peru. How many years now have we seen Canadian companies simply displace entire populations, prevent them from moving together? We've seen rivers polluted. We've seen rivers that are pink. We saw rivers that are pink in Colombia. Now, we know that Peru can protect itself, but it's a developing country. It's considered a developing nation. So Peru doesn't have the capacity at present to do so. There are some countries that are satisfied with not protecting workers because workers are worthless, according to these countries. They put children to work. In the Bloc Québécois, we are in favor of the adoption of rigorous standards for mining companies involved abroad. We would have preferred to see an agreement in accordance with the Round Table's report because they called for, and I'll point out in passing that the minister of the day was Mr. Stockwell Day, and he had virtually rejected that idea. So we called for the establishment of a multi-party advisory group to advise the federal government. And we do say advise because regardless of what we say, regardless of what the people say, the government continues nevertheless to forge ahead without thinking that there may be others who have contributions that they could recommend, ways of doing things. So how much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? You have 4 minutes to wrap up your speech. However, it is now 6:30 p.m. and the House will proceed to the vote. The deferred recorded division on second reading of second reading stage of Bill C-20. Call in the members.
order. À l'ordre. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Submitted by Mrs. Ablonsi, moved that Bill C-20, an act respecting civil liability and compensation for damage in case of a nuclear incident, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources.
All those who support the motion will please rise.
Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kerry Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightchrist.
Mr. Brightchrist.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kerry Calgary Southeast. Mr. Kerry South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Kenny South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Madame Werner.
Madame Werner.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Camp at Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tubik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tubik Mactaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brunous.
Mr. Brunous.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon. Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Radgeber.
Mr. Radgeber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Carriajanis.
Mr. Carriagianis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Coder.
Coder.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. McGallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dosange.
Mr. Dasson.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall. Yeah.
And Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlotte.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr.
Mr.
Holland.
McGinty.
Mr.
Ms.
McGinty.
Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr.
Mr. Savage, Mr. Scarpaleggia, Mr. Silva, Mr. Sims, Mr. Russell, Mr. Dhaliwal, Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. Mr. Pearson, Ms. Hall Finley, Ms. Murray, Mr. Andrews, Ms. Cody, Mrs. Crombie, Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North, Monsieur Garneau, Mr. Kanya, Mr. Kennedy, Madame Mendez, Mr. Oliphant, Mrs. Simpson, Monsieur Trudeau, Mr. Valeriat, Madame Zarak, Monsieur Laforêt, Madame Lalonde, Monsieur Ménard-Rochelaga, Monsieur Bachan, Monsieur Bigras, Monsieur Lessard, Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, Madame Gagnon, Monsieur Bouchard, Madame Gay, Madame Bourgeois, Monsieur Blais, Monsieur Bellavance, Monsieur Cardin, Madame Lavallée, Monsieur Plamondon, Monsieur Lemay, Monsieur Nadeau, Monsieur Lévesque, Monsieur André, Madame Bonsan, Madame Deschamps, Monsieur Vincent, Madame Tillac, Monsieur Pomerleau, Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques, Monsieur Payet, Monsieur Dorion, Monsieur Godet,
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Layton, Monsieur Mulcair, Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, Ms. Wajili Salis, Mr. Massey, Mr. Harris, St. John's East, Mr. Comartin, Ms. Crowder, Mr. Christopherson, Mr. Angus, Mr. Julian, Ms. Charlton, Mr. Cullen, Mr. Sixay, Mrs. Matheson, Mr. Bevington, Mr. Dewar, Mr. Malloway, Mr. Allen Welland, Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, Mr. Gravel, Mr. Heyer, Mr. Stauffer, Mr. Marston, Ms. Chow, Mr. Marston, Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre,
Mr. Marston, and then Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Thibault,
Mr. Thibault.
Ms. Leslie,
Ms. Leslie.
Yeas pour 224, 224, nays contre 28, 28.
Je déclare la motion.
Declare the motion carried.
Quand ce projet de loi
When shall the bill... The bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources.
order in accordance with Standing Order 38. A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order! Order! I'd ask honourable members who need to carry on conversations with their colleagues to do so in either of the lobbies so that we can move on with adjournment proceedings. I see the honourable member for Vaughan is seconding that motion. Appreciate that. Order. Is Madame Tilac?
Oui,
oh, she's okay. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Order. Mr. Speaker, a few months ago I put a question here in the House, and the answer did not convince me. As a matter of fact, it convinced no one, Mr. Speaker. I was asking the government how it could justify its refusal to repatriate Omar Khadr, given the evidence accumulating about torture at Guantanamo Bay. We know that the United States Divisional Court of the District of Columbia deemed that American authorities had gotten information through torture from the detainees. Today, an American lawyer at Guantanamo stated that the detainees, including Mr. Khadr, had been victims of severe abuse. I was told once again, with the same tape playing that demonstrates the insensitivity of the Conservatives, that Mr. Khadr was accused of very serious crimes in the United States. Now, it is very baffling to hear such a response. Canada has become the only Western country to not have taken steps to repatriate the detainees at Guantanamo from their country. And worse yet, on June the 24th, 2008, the federal court confirmed that under international law, the detention of Khadr was illegal, and also under American law. Canada must bring Khadr back because under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Conventions on the Right of the Child, this is illegal. The detention of Omar Khadr is illegal. When will the government respect the decisions of our own courts? Canada will have a permanent stain on its reputation if it does not do so. We also know that the conclusion of the Subcommittee on Human Rights of the 39th Parliament, second session, has called for the agreement, the Treaty on Child Soldiers, to be respected. And Omar Khadr was only 15 years old when he was arrested. These rights must be respected. Child soldiers have rights. It is shameful because Canada, in addition to going back on the agreements that it has signed, has not implemented the voted motions here in the House. For example, last Tuesday, we had a vote to repatriate Omar Khadr. We voted on the committee report. And therefore, the Conservatives, in addition to going against the Canadian Parliament's decision, goes against Canadian legal decisions. I would ask for clarification and also answers. Why is this government digging its heels in when the House of Commons has passed a vote and the court has ruled that Mr. Khadr is a child soldier? He should be repatriated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Over the last number of years, the Bloc Québécois has shown great insensitivity. As everyone knows, Omar Khadr was arrested by U.S. forces in 2002 because he was suspected of being involved in the armed conflict in Afghanistan and was a combatant for Al-Qaeda. He is accused of serious charges, including murder, attempted murder, and other terrorist-related offenses. Any legal authority would consider those very serious charges, and this is also the case before the American courts. And this is why our government has always based its position on the fact that it is up to the American courts to decide on the legal proceedings and mechanisms that would be used. Mr. Khadr has another 120 days left in his in the process under the military commission. The Obama administration has taken steps to deal with the cases of detainees at Guantanamo. There is consideration being given to whether the detainees should be freed or transferred, whether there should be a trial, and before which courts. If so, it would be inappropriate for Canada to interfere with the actions taken by President Obama by influencing or trying to influence the activities underway. We therefore do not intend to take any action and to jeopardize any decisions. The Federal Court of Canada made a decision last month regarding the repatriation of Omar Khadr. The government has decided to appeal that ruling after a very careful study of the implications and the reasons given in the ruling. The decision to appeal the ruling is very much in keeping with the approach we have always had on this issue. This is also in keeping with our respect for the sovereignty of American courts and the right of President Obama's administration to take the desired steps without our interference. We have inquired as to Mr. Khadr's well-being, into his conditions of detention, and other matters. In addition, Canada is playing an active role to make sure that his comfort is improved in Guantanamo. The Canadian government has always asked a number of times for Mr. Khadr to have the opportunity to further his education during his detention, that he be provided with independent medical and psychological checkups, and the right to have access to a competent judge of his choice. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, here again, we are hearing the same rhetoric being spouted by the Conservatives. There are three things that I mentioned. I only have 1 minute, so I will be concise. You have decided to appeal this ruling, and this is in keeping with the Conservatives' right-wing ideology to not respect the court's decisions and to not treat this man as a child soldier. You are saying right now that the laws and decisions that we vote for and that our courts hand down are subject to the American court's decisions. I have to say that the Honourable... Order, please. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, It always makes me laugh that when the Bloc Québécois laughs or is so loud, they are the ones, though, that are eager to vote against bills like the one that we brought in, the private members' legislation to protect children. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but Bill C-268 was very important to us. All parliamentarians agreed with us, and the human trafficking of children is as important here as elsewhere.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked a question of a member opposite about the cuts to research funding and did not receive an answer to my question. I was speaking about a Katrin Meisner, an accomplished BC climate scientist who's packing up and moving from Canada to Australia because of the cuts to science funding. Mr. Speaker, we have $365 million cut from science and technology when one adjusts for inflation. That's a substantial withdrawal of support for this very critical activity. 2,000 top researchers recently signed a petition calling for urgent federal action to stop the brain drain. Why? In 2009, do we have a government whose policies are driving our key researchers out of Canada? In fact, a minister from the other side called it absurd that there would be continuing funding by government for science and research. Mr. Speaker, this is very difficult to understand for people in my community, where I have the University of British Columbia, and research is a key part of the economy of the future and the well-being of people in the future. The person in question who was moving was a climate scientist. And so it's particularly concerning that this government is eliminating their capability to do what needs to be done to reduce greenhouse gases. But it does bring into question, does this government have any intention to reduce greenhouse gases or do anything to take action on climate change? And I would suggest that their record to date would lead to the answer of no, they have absolutely no intention and no commitment to this issue. 3 years, 3 ministers, 3 plans, 0 results. And I will point out that this government is led by a Prime Minister who made this statement only a handful of years ago, and I quote, "We will oppose ratification of the Kyoto Protocol and its targets. We will work with the provinces and others to discourage the implementation of those targets, and we will rescind the targets when we have the opportunity to do so." So that's pretty clear. This government has no intention of reducing greenhouse gases. In contrast, the Liberal Party, when it was in government, were leaders in that issue, ratified Kyoto, negotiated Kyoto, went to work to bring industry and the public on board, ratified the agreement, and we saw emissions dropping between 2004 and 2006 under a former Liberal government. But there has been a pathetic recidivism on this issue since the Conservative government was in charge. This Conservative government did agree to a target. Surprisingly enough, let's look at how they're actually doing. And we'll turn to the report from the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development, in which it's clear that the Conservatives on climate change are a complete disaster. There is no honesty, no action, no tracking, and no credibility. According to the Commissioner, the plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions are missing information required by law. The plans overstate expected emissions. The plans are not transparent, and there is no system to monitor and report results. Here is a question the Commissioner himself asks, that the Environment Department, how can they explain why they could supposedly estimate emission reductions in advance, but actually cannot measure these reductions after?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure exactly
where to begin. The honourable member's question was replete with misinformation and falsehoods, both on science and technology and on the Liberal record regarding the environment. Of course, the Liberal record regarding the environment was that they increased greenhouse gas emissions by 35% over the time that they were in office. In terms of science and technology, Mr. Speaker, we've indicated many times before Canada continues to be a world leader in terms of its support for post-secondary research. We rank first in the G7 and second after Sweden among the 30 OECD countries in terms of higher education R&D expenditures as a percentage of GDP. Through the federal S&T strategy announced by the Prime Minister nearly 2 years ago, the government has demonstrated its commitment to build on this strong record. This strategy has been backed up with strong action, with investments of over $7 billion in S&T funding, much of this geared to supporting world-class research. For example, new funding totaling $240 million was provided to Genome Canada in budgets 2007 and 2008, allowing it to fund its operations and current research support until March 31st, 2013. In fact, Genome is now running a major new competition, the results of which will be announced later this year. Budget 2007 provided $50 million to the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics to support its leading research, education, and public outreach activities. In the same budget, we set aside $195 million to establish the Centers of Excellence in Commercialization and Research program to create world-class centers to advance research and promote commercialization of technologies, products, and services. A further $105 million was earmarked to support the operations of 7 existing centers of excellence, such as the Brain Research Centre at the University of British Columbia, the Life Science Research Institute in Halifax, and the Li Ka-shing Knowledge Institute in St. Michael's Hospital in Toronto. We also continue to invest in research and science infrastructure through the Canada Foundation for Innovation, with investments of $510 million in Budget 2007 and $750 million in Budget 2009. This support, aimed at modernizing research facilities and equipment in post-secondary institutions, is complemented by the massive $2 billion investment in university and college infrastructure outlined in Budget 2009. Most recently, Budget 2009 invested $50 million to support the construction and establishment of University of Waterloo's Institute for Quantum Computing, a new world-class research facility in this exciting field with considerable promise. In addition to the preceding targeted investments, we have provided significant funding increases for the federal granting councils to support their core programming, with increases totaling $205 million per year through actions taken in Budget 2006, 2007, and 2008. I should underline that these increases represent ongoing permanent increases in annual funding for the granting councils. Mr. Speaker, our past investments and Budget 2009 underscore our determination to help build a strong national competitive advantage through science and technology. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has failed Canadians on the economy, failed Canadians on research, and failed Canadians on climate change. And all that member can do is read from a list of initiatives succeeding to take credit for what the Liberal Party has done for this country in building world leadership on a range of issues. Mr. Speaker, Canadians care about climate change. The voters in my riding care. They're organizing a huge event for September to bring the community out. Vancouver is a leader on this issue. British Columbia is a leader on this issue. And the federal government is a zero on this issue. Abdicated responsibility, covered their absence of action with bluster, with pretense, with misrepresentation. It's an embarrassment to be a politician with this caliber of behavior on climate change, one of the key issues of today that our children and grandchildren deserve action on, not this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the honourable member is aware of comments made by her own leader, very well publicized comments made by her own leader in terms of the Liberal environmental strategy. I think the quote was, "We didn't get it done." I think he said it over and over again, and I think we've seen that from time to time pop up in the media and different sources. But, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of the question that was originally asked, which spurred on this late show tonight, which was investments in research, I just want to read, if I could, from an ad placed in the Globe and Mail by the University of Winnipeg, where Dr. Lloyd Axworthy, former Liberal cabinet minister and now President and Vice Chancellor of the University of Winnipeg, thanks the Honourable President of the Treasury Board and Honourable Minister of State and Science and Technology for their leadership and investment. He says, thank you to the Government of Canada. The ad says, thank you to the Government of Canada for its generous contribution of more than $18 million from the Knowledge Infrastructure Program for the Science Complex and Richardson College for the Environment.
Since the Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso is not present to raise a matter for which adjournment notice has been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.